Hello, everyone, and welcome to the True Champion Gaming PTM Michigan Regional. I'll be one of your casters today. My name is Valkrie, and I'm joined with the lovely Gerrit. How are you doing on this fine day?
Doing amazing, Valkrie. This fine day where I already scrubbed out a local event. But that
Well,
was just a good take off for the day, right? You can't miss if you just start a day with Grand Archive and finish it with Grand Archive, right?
you're correct. We're getting ready for a jam-packed 7 rounds of Grand Archive here. Mine's already in that mode, and I hope everyone else is ready as well, because we're going to be fighting it out for the first place spot in this regional and go ahead and get some amazing prizing. For any of those who are curious about what that prize looks like, we have a breakdown for the top 8. It's 1,000 total cash prizing. First place is going to be 400, second place 200, third and fourth are going to be both getting 100, and fifth through eighth you all will get $50. That's and such an amazing breakdown for a regional here. Like it's amazing to see that this game has that much support that we're able to do that.
Yeah, it's amazing. And you can't forget the main thing what the people might be actually traveling for, right? The Poison Dagger prize card for the top 8, I think, should be, right? And we also can't forget all those beautiful Sapphire and event packs for the top players in addition, right?
Oh yes, those Sapphire packs are one of the main reasons people go to regionals. And it's really cool because you can only get foils in those packs and only foils from the starter decks. And our two starter decks are the Diana and the CL starter deck. So a lot of cards in there people like to play, and now this is your opportunity to get those foil to really bling out and max rarity those decks.
Yeah, this is going to be amazing. And I bet there's already trading and selling and buying cards happening at the venue, right? Because we are both remote assisting the event with casting. So excuse us if we miss some important things at the venue. But I think the Sapphire packs for this season should be the Merlin recollection cards, right, Val?
Oh, Merlin, you are correct. I totally blanked on Merlin coming out as a deck, but you are correct. Yes, it is the Merlin, which is even more popular, right? People love Merlin. She's always going to be a fan favorite there. Even if some of the cards aren't the best, they're still really beautiful, and I bet a lot of collectors are looking to get those into that collection.
I can assure you the collectors are. I'm one of them. My wallet is already crying quite sad tears here.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough with all the regionals happening, getting those packs. We're going to be jumping into game here shortly. We're just finalizing everything here, and it is going to be really cool to see. Do you have any predictions on some of the decks that we'll be seeing here today?
I would say that our good old friend Nico will make a reappearance here with the new regalia that just got released on Proxia's Vault with the last banned restriction list. That card is looking very juicy for the deck.
Yeah, it allows people to actually play Icebound Slam again, which I know is one of like a lot of people really like that card. So the fact that you get an Icebound Slam, you get that thrill of being able to activate it once more. And then additionally, I think the big helpful part of it is that it's a free activation if your opponent has multiple cards or you have cards in the graveyard, and you get those additional lash counters, which Nico was missing. The whole like concept that Nico was building up those lash counters so your Mage Bane Lash dealt tons of damage, but you always felt like you were a couple short. And so this way you actually get those additional counters and can close out games much easier.
If you haven't already, you should be watching True Champion Gaming's video about the match they played, where Isaac piloted Wind Luxem Xander against Caben's Nico. And it was already very interesting to see how the matchup plays out and what the new regalia actually could bring to the table. It is interesting because if your opponent has 3 or more cards in his graveyard, you can activate it during your main phase for free reserve. So you kind of can cheat already a materialization out of the card. That is pretty cool. And it kind of is a regalia that gives you 1 more influence, regardless of what the card might actually be, even though it's an Icebound Slam. And the big thing is, as we saw during the video, a little spoiler ahead, I'm sorry, Gaben got a lot of lash counters with it, and that's probably the biggest appeal of the card. Enabling lash counters on level 1 Nico and getting the Magebane lash out is a huge tempo swing. Suddenly you start hitting your opponent on a level 1 champion for 8, 9 every turn. For 4 turns in a row. That is so mean.
It is. Mage Vein Lash is a really good regalia, and as you said it perfectly, the level 1 was just missing the ability to get those lash counters, which provided that sort of additional buff, that damage. And the cool concept of the level 1 Nico as well is you could Ravishing Finale at level 1 now. In the past, Nico sort of she struggled, right? You had to run a different level 1 champion, get to level 2, then you Ravishing. So it felt really slow. And then the introduction of level 1 Nico, it's like, okay, a little bit faster, but you're missing out on the lash counters, banishing on the float if you're staying at level 1. And now the last piece has finally been provided to us through Sablemere, and we get those lash counters. So now it feels like the deck is complete. Like, it has everything it needs to operate. It's just a matter of players trying to find out exactly what is the appropriate amount of ratios to cards to make that deck 100% viable.
I think this deck will be a strong meta contender. Not necessarily because it is very good, but because people love Nico.
Yeah. I am a big fan of Nico myself. I really liked when she came out, her design, and I built the deck right away, tried many different variants, but it just felt, as we stated, wonky without a level 1 or anything like that. But besides Nico, any other decks that we might be seeing or catching our eye here today?
I'm not sure yet, but I hope we are going to be seeing some ponytail Merlin in some way or form here.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I like the champion a lot. It's probably not the most meta relevant deck at all.
Hey, you never know. That's the brilliant thing about regionals is a lot of people like to bring their true pet decks or decks they're really comfortable on, opposed to like a sense where a lot of people try and go a little bit more meta. As regionals are smaller, you have more of an opportunity to face those similar matchups. So yeah, for all we know, we could see a win slice and dice Ponytail Merlin.
Would be pretty awesome. What about you? Do you have any contenders for today?
I really want to see some like fire aggro or like a Philo deck coming in here. I think it'd be really cool to sort of get that juxtaposition of the aggression. I know we've seen a lot of level 3 decks recently, so just a little bit of a contention. And of course, we're gonna see the big bad of the format. We're gonna see a Seiryu, I guarantee you. They are everywhere. Um, and along with Tristan and a resurgence of Genbu, surprisingly as well. Water is now starting to do quite well as people figured out, like, oh, maybe it's not as bad as we thought with the introduction of PTM. So keep your eyes out for any Genbus and possibly like Sylvie mill decks as well.
It's kind of interesting, right? As soon as not many people consider our water a meta deck and the amount of people who play it drops heavily, the less nullifying lanterns you will see. And with that, the people who play those water mill decks will just be in a better position at all. So if you pick the right deck for the right day and event, it is going to be amazing for
Yes.
you.
Grand Archive is sort of an Ouroboros of meta, where when a certain deck is strong in the meta, it has other decks that counter it, and as soon as that deck falls out, the other decks also fall out. So it's sort of like a weird cycle. But with that being said, we're jumping into round 1. It looks like we're gonna have Dao Chan Water Fractal sitting across the table from none other than Fire Crux Merlin. And wow, what a first round matchup we're gonna have on stream for us today.
Can't go wrong with either of those decks, right?
You are correct. Both very strong in their own rights, and something we're seeing here, both decks running the Looking Glass. And this is one of the cards that sort of has been a breakthrough for DTR. This Divine Relic has become so strong. It enables level 3 strategies. Crux really loves it. But then the introduction of the Unmake Duality and PTM, it's a free backup charger that you don't have to invest in materialization for. And
And
speaking of
speaking
which,
of, we just see it. Unmake Duality on the Looking Glass to draw 2 more cards from your deck. This is just insane. It is a thing that could just be in every deck, in my opinion, but I might just be wrong here.
I think you're correct, and that's probably the reason why it got moved to Category 1 as the card Unmake Duality, because it is so strong. You can just put it in any deck, run the Looking Glass, as most decks don't really need that Divine Relic slot if they were going to run GCR anyways, and this is just a draw 2 variant of GCR.
I think it's also better for in general, right? Even though you make your deck by 4 cards smaller in a deck building sense, you get to draw more often the additional card outside of a materialization phase. And you can even get funny irrigators in if you really want to. Like the Inert Sword, for example, the Bauble of Scarcity, just a couple of things that come to mind.
Yeah, it's a really cool sort of like setup here. And speaking of setups, fractals are back at it again. It is, Garrett, this is a deck that sort of does nothing until it does something. It just plays fractals harmlessly. You're like, oh, I'm just setting up my board. And then before you know it, they're just, oh, burst asunder for 14, burst asunder for 16. And you're like, oh, wow, I wasn't expecting that. And we see the Fractal Brain Imbued, then we see the Fractal of Insight, and just digging through cards is getting more, and looking just developing more fractals. You're not pressured by this Merlin. Yes, they put down a ally, but you're more than fine taking damage.
Yeah, taking early on a couple hits from a 2/2 ally that will most likely just be on the board and a little bit annoying is okay for you because you are playing Zhang Zhao's that can, if worse comes to worse, you can just recover, right?
Hmm. Yeah,
But usually you just want to draw the 2 out of Zhang Zhao because drawing 2 is better than drawing 1 for turn, right?
we just talked about it with Unmake Duality draw 2, better
Yeah.
than drawing 1, Jing Zhao. What other modes does Jing Zhao do, though, if you could, help everyone who may not be familiar with the card there?
So I have to do this off the top of my head right now, but I believe if you have 0 cards in memory, when you activate it as the on enter ability, you get to draw 2 cards from the top of your deck. If you have 1 to 3 cards in memory while activating, you recover 4. If you have 4 to 6 in memory, you get to glimpse 4. And for 7 and more, your opponent banishes a card at random from the memory. I think I mixed up 1 pair of glimpse and recover, but I'm not 100% sure.
Hey, you got the core concept, and that's what matters here on that. Uh, just look at, and if I'm really curious here, the Merlin player is just developing more allies. We have a hasty messenger now, and you usually see Merlins like immediately leveling up, but it looks like they're trying to go perhaps an ally strategy to run down the fractal players for that early aggression, or they just don't have anything right now that's helping them generate value, and the level up isn't going to be as consistent for them.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you develop a board early on with allies in Merlin, you are also reducing the amount of damage that your fireball needs to do on level 3. So
That is true. You don't have to worry about the scaling of the fireball here. But wow, the amount of influence the Fractals player has, and this is why the deck, like, it can go one of two ways. You either build up in huge influence in Fractals and have barely any cards in hand, or you have a lot of cards in hand and, a few Fractals, but either way, it's still about the same. And we see a Refracting Missiles for 4, just so the Frostborn Paladin can go ahead and eat that up. And now this is the part that gets very difficult for ally decks to get in against Fractals.
yeah, So the fractal player is establishing multiple avenues here. For one, he has a lot of fractals already on board. That means that his spells deal a lot of damage, and the 3/4 Froststorm Paladin, it is always a wall that needs to be climbed here. And worst case, he will now be cleared with the Lorraine level 1 and the Flame Rune Swordsman, and then we'll just be retaliating for 3 more damage to face, lowering the threshold that needs to be met to finish off our Merlin player here. Interesting. Lorraine level 1 with the short Sword of Shadows for the on-enter ability. It's an interesting sword. It has the upside of being a distortion regalia and being a little bit above curve, if you so will, with the 1/2 base stats, and as a class bonus, you get +1 attack. And the downside of the regalia is that as soon as your opponent has a stealth unit, you lose 1 attack.
Mm-hmm. And stealth units aren't that common, besides, the classic Cheshire cat, right?
Yeah, you're correct. Usually you want to get out the inert sword because it has basically only upsides and is always a 2/2 weapon in a warrior deck. But sometimes you need to commit your resources and influence to just activate cards from hand. And here we see just what I predicted is happening. The Froststorm Paladin will be cleared and retaliates for 3 damage face. That means only 13 damage need to be dealt here to Lorraine. Did you see any damage spells in the Feast Jason's hand?
I see a Shimmering Refraction, I believe, in the hand there. So it could be a Shimmering Refraction into Burst Asunder for the game. And that is something to very much consider.
It is already a very scary line. Just sitting on in the stool of our Merlin player here, you're looking most likely into a line of Fracturize the power cell, getting 1 more fractal on board, right? And then just leveling up and getting hit with all the good stuff. That might hurt quite a bit.
Oh, and we see the mill of the Fracturize. So you actually did call that line, but unfortunately the imbued Fractal had different plans for that Fracturize and went ahead and dumped it into the grave here. But we're going to go ahead 2 fractals down. Is this going to be a Shimmering? No, it's going to be another Fractal of Snow here. Just developing. Once again, we're sitting at a total of 10 possible damage through a Burst Asunder. The question is, do we have a Burst in hand, or are we still going to be digging for that?
I think that our Fractal player, that fast of his, Feast Jason doesn't have any of those Burst Asunders yet. And he's most likely just trying to establish a board here with fractals and digging more. The fractal of refreshment, putting 2 intrusives down to draw 2 more cards into his memory. I think the number 2 is a key here, right? Burst of Thunder deals 2 damage, all the good cards draw 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the magical number in Grand Archive, right? With that Fractal of Refreshment, we saw, I believe, another Shimmering Refractions and another Fractal of Rain put down in that memory. So that Dao Chen's definitely going to be able to activate for some good amount of damage here at the end of turn or at any time the player wants. And so it's something really to consider with her ability where you can just rest her, remove the amount of glimmer counters equal to the reaction's reserve cost, and just go ahead and activate it. It's super strong, and it catches a lot of people off guard because, Frostbine's a reaction, Glimmering Refusal is a reaction. So even if the player has no cards in hand, they can still interact with you.
Yeah, this is very deadly. Especially, you can also have a couple cards in your memory that people forget that are reactions. For example, Crystallized Destiny.
Yeah.
Happened not only once to me. And here we see Kekard picking up the graveyard to check what is there that might be an issue for him. And whoop-de-doo, the floating memory is just gone with him resting Merlin level 2.
Does that feel good as a Merlin player or what? Just not only eating float, but eating such a beautiful like CSR type of flow. It feels like it gives you like an additional buff. You're just like, yeah.
Yeah, I played with your funny card, mate. And here we see the shimmering refractions. Probably going phase for, what is it? 2, 4, 5, and one more card into memory.
Yeah, that's 5. That's a lot of damage, and
It
that
indeed
for a card that
is.
replaces itself. And I do know they have, I believe I saw a refracting missiles in their hand as well.
The Scepter
So
Fascination here. That's an interesting call. Okay, losing one more fractal in the process, drawing a card, and getting another fractal.
probably just trying to dig for that burst asunder, right? You know, it would be lethal here, with just the amount of fractals. Merlin did keep a grip of cards in hand, so perhaps a response sort of taking a peek here. We see a couple of ghosts.
We have 2, 4, 6 fractals already on board. You could play one more and then have 2 negates basically up for your opponent's turn with the 1 glimmering in hand and 1 maybe put down into memory for the glimmer counters that you can activate if you choose to. Oh, and we see 1 card being put down. More fractals. This is looking very scary.
You know, and Garrett, that's one thing we said. What does the fractal deck do? It just plays a ton of fractals,
Yeah.
and it's just infinite value. You invest into it one turn, and every turn after that, it will proceed to still generate, as they have the reservable keyword, where you can arrest them to get 1 reserve to pay cost for other cards from your hand. So
Oh, Fireball? That's an early one, with a glimmering refusal negated, unless you pay a bazillion.
yeah, I'm no math expert, but that does look like a bazillion you have to pay.
Okay, the line was probably that Kekard needed to activate a card, so he has something in memory with the floating memory to level up here. And exactly, this is what happens. Just getting the sweet, sweet liminal guide trigger, drawing 1 more card, and then most likely going to recollection and drawing 1 more card from the Merlin trigger.
Drawing 3 cards on your turn? That seems too good.
Oh, we see the fractal of snow being sacrificed here. That means that the next ally comes arrested into the field for this turn. That's interesting.
I believe it's all allies for their turn, right? So it would stop like these ghosts from coming down and being able to deal massive amounts of damage here. But we'll take a quick check on that.
It is actually the next time 1 or more allies enter the field, so it will only affect the liminal guide.
Oh, interesting. So
I had to check it up too.
I feel like that's a kind of a misplay for that liminal, right? If your opponent's at level 3 in Crux, they should wait for a Ghost of Pendragon, right? And rather take the 1 damage than the 3. But we're just seeing an Ascension loop going on right now. First one got out that Prismatic Edge, second one putting that Prismatic Edge back, but we see
This is very big. The Spirit Blade Ascension as an additional activation cost needs to be returning a Sword Regalia from your field to your material deck. And back in Mercurial Heart, when you played Tristan, this was one of the prime cards to negate because it sets Merlin back so much. And exactly this is what happened here with the Glimmering Refusal on the Spirit Blades Ascension. So Merlin losing quite a lot here. You not only lose the Sword Regalia on the field now, but also you kind of in a very strange place where if you have Sudden Steel in your deck, you want to activate it now and swing because you get this turn with an even level counter amount +2 attack. And usually you want to swing with Merlin first, get the additional damage bonus with whatever sword you have, and then return it with a Ghost of Pendragon. And here we see just the hasty messengers doing the hasty messenger thing, cycling through the deck and getting new cards in Kekat's hand here. I see, and here we have the Ghost of Pendragon returning the Looking Glass back to the material deck, drawing 2 more cards.
And it looks like the same mistake I made, the player made as well, thinking that Fractal Snow was for the turn, but having to double check from our table judge there, confirming that it was just the next ally, which means that second Fractal Snow also going to have to be sacrificed to keep that Ghost of Pendragon down.
Yeah, and we saw another Fractal of Snow being sacrificed, so the Ghost of Pendragon has 1 more turn to rest secure on the board. And here we see Keka checking up on what all the fractals do that are on the board right now.
Just got to confirm all of them because they all have their own unique abilities.
It is always nice to see that some people like to imbue the first Fractal of Rain in the Diaochan deck, and some people just don't do it at all, right?
Yeah, it's a like I remember when Fractal. Oh, what's the band Fractal? The one cost
the Dissonance Fractal.
When that was still legal, a lot of people imbued 1 Fractal of Rain, since you could glimpse 4, set up like a good mill for your deck.
And here we see a Fireball for a lethal attempt and another Glimmering Refusal. Ooh, does Kekat have? He has another Fireball. Oh. This was such a beautiful stack. Trying to close out the game with a Fireball that baits the negate interaction from the Fractal player on top with another Fireball. I'm so sorry I interrupted you, Valkrie.
Oh, good. You're good. That's just how fast these games do go, especially against Merlin. Is they have it. It's just fireball, nothing you can do. There was interaction for the first one, thinking you're safe. Your opponent already saw 1 fireball earlier, but just the amount of card value that they drew that turn. Think about it. Ghost 2 cards, Merlin level 3 trigger, 1 card, draw for turn 4, Liminal Guide 5, and then the Ascension to draw 1. That's 6 total cards that they drew. So the odds of them seeing that second, third fireball were much higher than like a normal deck would have gone through.
Yeah, it to me personally, it always feels like that. If your opponent sees 1 Pendragon, he will be seeing 2 more regardless of what is happening.
Yeah, I honestly think our Merlin player discarded a Pendragon to a hasty messenger, as digging further, thinking like, oh, I'll only play 1, keep the second one just back in case, which they did, and it worked out in their favor. Now both players going to be going to their sideboards, trying to make this matchup a little bit better. And I really think Fractals has to get there early against Merlin, because once they set up at that level 3, it just feels like such an uphill battle.
Yeah, it is for sure an uphill battle, especially against Merlin with Fractals, right? You need to either climb the damage counters very quickly on the opponent's champion, or you will be in a tough position. Because decks used to run the Incarnate Majesty, so that means you first need to deal 10 damage to the spirits, and then the 28 damage to the champion. That is so wow. you need a lot of damage spells in hand to get this done.
Yeah, the Merlin builds seem to fluctuate though. They're like some if they run Majestic Spirit, they don't run Ascension, or they run Ascension over Majestic Spirit. So I'm looking at the deck list here for Merlin. No Majestic Spirit. However, in the sideboard, we do see some Blanches that are probably coming in against this Fractal deck. And for the Fractal player, do you think anything particularly stands out against Merlin? It feels mostly just against like anti-Tristan, anti-aggro type of cards.
You are correct. I can see the Song of Frost that is being played in the side deck, and maybe the Nullifying Lantern, because you are not sure what type of Merlin deck your opponent is running, right? Against the couple Fire or Crux cards that you want to cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And here we see that the Fractal player started the game with Unmake Duality again. I think he is just the most skilled player here. Drawing 2 on the first turn is always good.
You beat me to the punchline. I was gonna say, so Gerrit, what does Unmake Duality do?
It draws 2 more cards from your deck.
And that is such a good feeling here for any player. Anyone wants to draw 2 cards. And speaking of which, how is the Merlin player going to react to this on turn? We saw just like a Flame Rune Swordsman early and then some Hasties, but ooh, a little bit of a defensive, not going to be on the aggression as we were earlier on with that Stalwart Shieldmate. Going to give a little bit of breathing room for that life total for the Dao Chen.
I'm personally not a big fan of playing a Shieldmate on the board here, because it kind of needs you to anticipate or what type of fractal deck your opponent is playing. He could be playing the version with the Gilders, then the Shipmate is very good. But if he is only on the list that Caben recently played with the 2 Froststone patterns, the card is basically just a -1 on board.
Mm-hmm. Because it's really not going to be interacted with. You're not going to Shimmering Refractions the Stalwart Shieldmate. That's going to champion every single time.
Yeah, indeed. That is kind of what I meant by that. And maybe, do we actually have anything in the main deck for Kakat to get rid of the Shieldmate here? Did you see a Cremation Ritual? We do have 3, so he just needs to find it easy.
So there are ways. There's a possibility. The matter is just seeing it is the question here. Looking at like taking a peek at their hand, I'm seeing a lot of like utility cards, Dungeon Guide, Liminal Guide, Blanches, but not really seeing any like action or value coming from that hand for Merlin.
Yeah, and oh, we see a Blanche already on the board. Okay. That is kind of brave. Don't you think so, Valkrie?
Yeah, I think that is definitely a huge commitment for the board early game. I know you're just wanting to try and prevent that damage early, but the Fractal player is still attempting to set up. And so it's not sure how much this Blanche is going to be valued here. Like, yes, it is protected by the Shieldmate, but as you discussed, there's not really that many allies anyways. So the Blanche is just going to get removed, and then we'll continue on. But I'm curious to see how that play develops and how long that Blanche actually lasts.
Yeah. I guess the idea is if the Blanche eats 1 damage spell early on, that means your opponent has to dig even deeper to get to enough damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it can also protect the Shieldmate, I guess.
Yeah, that Shieldmate's seeming quite happy on that field right now with the protection of the Sheltering Saint right next to it.
Indeed, very sheltered, the Saint here.
Not every day you get to fight side by side.
It seems like that this is a little bit of a slower game for Keka here, not going up too quickly. It seems like he's whiffing on the draw cards here for his deck.
Yeah, just a bunch of utility, not really a lot of draw, dig, or action game plan. We do see this Three of Hearts. This is a very good card because it's an ally pressure, but it's once per turn, or not per turn, once per life ability of being able to draw and discard to fill that graveyard, get float, get a liminal guy, just help dig a little bit deeper is so good. It's one of the only few suited allies that are actually played outside of a suited deck.
You are correct. I think Kekak just realized the line he could have gone for and kind of missed because I saw a glimpse of a dungeon guide in his hand. And one kind of neat play could have been you start with the dungeon guide, right?
Hmm.
Level up into Merlin and then activate the Three of Hearts from hand. And suddenly you have already 4 power on board to get rid of the Bullfrog, and then with the Merlin ability get a level counter. That would have been a very cool line. So denying your opponent the floating memory and also progressing your game plan a little bit further. Maybe he just doesn't want to get rid of any of the cards in his hand right now because they are too good.
They're too valuable in this particular matchup or situation, and you're just wanting to try and maximize your value. But is that too greedy? Are you being too greedy with trying to keep everything? Especially against a deck so disruptive and abrasive. It's very fast. It can just like catch you off guard and win the game.
Usually, I would agree with you that being greedy is not good here, right? But looking at the Fractal player's board here with 2 fractals, he is having a rough time himself. So you might just have a little bit more of breathing room than you might have guessed in the first couple seconds.
Uh,
And Keka materializing the safeguard amulet, so basically saying you either need to have a fracturize for your first burst asunder or I just blank it right away. That is a pretty good card, if you ask me.
Yeah, it is a telltale sign that Merlin is now in control of this game. One actual like fractal card from the main deck on the board, and the fractal Dao players just digging, not finding what they need, and just another burst asunder. That's you're really, really needing more fractals here. We're fracturizing our scepter just to get that additional fractal. That's how desperate we are being for those now. It looks like we did draw a fractal of refreshment, but the Zheng Zhao is going to be coming onto board. We want to draw 2 more cards and try and just dig a little bit deeper here to find more value.
Drawing 2 more cards, as I just said a couple of times already. It's really the name of the game. Drawing 2, doing 2 times things. Amazing. I'm surprised that this card is not in more decks as versatile as it is. Because a lot of decks started to run recover cards with abnegation and such, right? Because it is such a potent card, recovering 8. But Zhang Zhao actually allows you at any point during the game to recover 4 or glimpse or maybe even strip your opponent of resources or just get you more resources depending on the deck you're playing. Ooh, Juyen here. I'm curious, what are we going to be seeing called for this card? Because Juyen says that the named card costs 2 more to activate by itself and 2 more for one more for every other fractal or Fantasia you have, right?
Yeah.
That is a pretty strong card.
The there's just so much to name against Merlin, right? As you said, like I'm really curious what the named card is going to be. There's Fireball, there's the Ghost of Pendragon, Ascension even you can name. So many like lethal threats that can come from the deck. So you really have to consider what do you not want to deal with the most.
It seems like no more fireballs this game for Mr. Keckert. So half the damage spells are gone. It is very interesting that a lot of Merlin decks now playing Flared Iridescence in addition to Fireball. Aqueous Rejection on the Creative Shock activation. And Keckert chooses to let the Creative Shock activation get negated. Because, Valkrie, what else could be our Fractal player doing then if the card still gets activated?
I'm glad you asked, Gerrit. If the card still gets activated with Aqueous Rejection, you get to draw 2 cards. And I feel like that's a very powerful move. But the Merlin player completely chose the right option. If someone ever plays an Aqueous Rejection against you, 99% of the time, just get the card negated. You do not want to give your opponent 2 cards, because that is a huge swing for them.
Yeah. It is very strong, especially as a Fractal player, or rather as a person who activates the Aqueous Rejection. You are good with either outcome, right? Either you negate something that gives your opponent a bigger advantage when you lose now, so you essentially just negate, or you get 2 more cards. Both are good.
Yeah, it's you can't lose with Aqueous Rejection. Yes, it costs 4. It's more than a Frostbind, but it also puts players into a bigger predicament. Because a lot of the times you activate a Frostbind and someone's like, yeah, I'll pay 2 to still activate this card I was planning on winning the game with.
And here we see a dungeon guy from Keckert. Does that Feast Jason has a glimmering refusal in his memory to activate for the glimmer counters? Yes or no? It seems like no.
I think he kept both Glimmering Refusals in hand, unfortunately, did not put one down for the Aqueous Rejection, which might be something that he's kicking himself for, because that Dungeon Guide would have been such a juicy target to stop on this turn.
You are so correct on that one. And Keckert already assembling quite a bit of power on board, and the Blanche still being there. Blanche. So we are hitting face with all our guys here. Interesting. I would have expected the Zhang Zhao being cleared here. Because what usually happens is, if a Fractal player has one Zhang Zhao, they only come in dozens. At least in my experience.
They enter as a group, yeah. I think that Stalwart that we talked about, that turn 1 is
Yeah.
just still putting that work. It's preventing the Jang from actually like getting in that poke damage. And so you're like, that Zhang can't hurt me, so I'm completely fine with, leaving it on the field. But, ooh, we see the Safeguard Amulet being used in response to trying to get removed from the field here. So clearly trying to push for a line. And wow, Gerrit, you called it, another Zhang just entering the field. And what is it going to do for us?
It draws 2 more cards. So I think for a Fractal player, you kind of need to get rid of the Blanche here. Probably now. If you have multiple Burster Sunders in hand, now is probably the right moment to use one to just get rid of Blanche here. Because she will be a pain in the butt to get rid of it otherwise. You're now still in a position where you have a couple of resources available and can just commit a bit more to your memory and just remove her. But it seems like she just stays a little longer.
She's still around, back at it here, just gonna be a thorn in the side, as you said, until she's actually removed. You're not really gonna be able to deal as much damage as you want, and as long as 1 to 2 cards are kept in memory for Merlin the whole time, that Burst Sunder's damage effect is going to be completely negated.
Yeah, and you are most likely just waiting for the moment that you can just drop Burst of Thunder on the board and say, kaboom, you take it all. And we see a materialization of a drawn blade with the given floating memory from the Stalwart Shieldmate. And Merlin is just doing what she likes to do, and that is drawing a bazillion cards.
Yep, but the hand's not looking as good. We do see a Spirit Blade Ascension, which is being activated here, and a Ghost, but after that it's just double Dungeon Guide, a Crystallized Destiny, and a Flame Room, so not much action going on. So hopefully we're gonna see some draw a card here. Maybe there's some water cards in that memory on the side of the Fractal player when this Ascension finishes resolving.
Okay, that is interesting. I would have expected a negate here. But it seems like that the Fractal player is just waiting for the Ghost of Pendragon to get negate. Be able to negate the Ghost of Pendragon. Oh my lord, this is English hard today. Oh, it seems like there was a little bit of confusion happening for some abilities. And while the Captivating Opulence might suggest that you have to pay 2 when you get a Regalia back onto the field, that's not the case because it says only activated abilities cost 2 more. It is a very cool card that recently resurfaced, right?
Yeah, it's been coming back into light here. And just the difference between on enter and activation is on enter just when the object enters the field, the ability goes off, opposed to an activation where you're looking like Safeguard Amulet, where you have to take an action to, activate the card, banish it as part of the cost, things like that.
Indeed. And here we see the good old Shimmering Refractions going for face and drawing 1 new card into memory. I guess if you put your pants down and your opponent knows what you have, might as well, right?
Right. Curious why that wasn't into the Blanche, though.
If you have 2 Burster Sunders in hand, you can afford to just hit face here. Because then during your turn, you pay 2, activate a Burster Sunder, kill off the Blanche, and then activate the second Burster Sunder just to sacrifice all your Fantasias.
Yeah, but we're nowhere near lethal though on this Merlin. We have
That is for sure correct.
yeah, 5 damage counters on her and only 4 fractals to sacrifice to that Burst Asunder. So only looking at 10 damage total. So even with that double burst, we are barely halfway into the lethal range for Merlin. Ghost of Pendragon is going to meet an untimely demise with a Glimmering Refusal here.
He will just go there where he came from the banishment. So right now, this is the best opportunity for our Water Fractal player to try to go for a lethal line because you have the ability to get rid of the Blanche, right? With 1 Burst Asunder. And your opponent only has 2 more cards in his hand. That means he can't even fast activate another one, even if he has it. So it's kind of do or die, I think. We have 2, 4, 6 Fantasias on board. That is 14 damage. That is 19 with the current damage counters being put on. 1 more from the Jiang Zhao. We are at 20. We are a little bit short here, right, Verk?
Yes, Merlin's sitting at a healthy warrior life total of 28. This Frostborn Paladin is actually going to be the one to remove the Blanche off the field. So successfully has now opened up Merlin to taking spell damage once more. Curious though to see if we're gonna commit more or just be happy with this small little victory and hope Merlin doesn't have any further plays on their next turn.
With only influence of 5 going into their own turn 6, there might just be enough plays, especially considering the damage count that the Feast Jason is on with 16.
Yeah, it's so scary being a level 1 champion where your total life is 19 and sitting at 16 damage counters. A strong,
Yeah.
or not even a strong breeze, uh any kind of like breeze could knock you down at this moment. That Three of Hearts Dungeon Guide is looking lethal. Just an attack with that sword. The Prismatic Edge with Merlin is looking lethal. So you're really gonna have to find an answer to stop two, maybe three options your opponent has.
How much damage has he still in hand? We have 4 fractals with the shimmering refracting missile. That's 5 damage going up to 10 damage counters. So he needs to have 18 more. Okay, he's deciding to clearing off the Three of Hearts here. He is looking for one more turn, as it seems.
Open and looking. I don't see another Song of Frost though in the hand, so not sure what we're going to be doing here against just a Merlin swinging it in for 3. We have no more Glimmer counters on Dow Chan, so we're not going to see an activation of a card from memory. And just interesting to see how this develops. I see a Frostbind as well to try and stop additional things from hitting the board. But Garrett, I think this may be coming here to a close.
This might indeed be coming to a close. Ooh. So if your opponent didn't have the Prismatic Edge on board, you could have tried to bait an attack with the Sword of Shadows here and fracturize it and hope he doesn't have anything else. Then the Sword of Shadows would only be attacking for 1 damage because this is the base value of the card. And if you fracturize something, it just loses all the ability text on this.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think he's falling into that trap here. Even if you fracturize a weapon as it's being used for the attack, it will still have that power stat, and it will still complete the attack through. It looks like that may have not been caught here, as Merlin already declared that attack with the weapon, and it should have gone through here. Um, but yeah, it's crazy the interactions with fractures, right? And all the different things that can happen with that card.
Yeah, you're correct.
But it is, you know, the game here should be coming to a close, but there's also just a Flame Rune Swordsman hitting that board. We are going to be going ahead and notifying a judge here on the table about this interaction, and hopefully they can sort it out.
I'm not sure if that actually matters here, but maybe it does. Okay, it seems like it gets cleared up here because the interaction with Fracturize is not very intuitive for that matter because the card says it loses all types and subtypes and all abilities. However, that means that the base values for attack and durability and buff counters and whatnot is on the card, stays on the card. So if you attack with a weapon and your opponent fracturizes it, it turns into a fractal, or Fantasia for that matter, with a free attack, 2 durability, one durability here, and is still in the intent. So, and it will still count towards the damage of the attack.
Yes, the being in the intent is the key part, like the biggest thing about it, right? The intent in Grand Archive causes a lot of like complicated rule issues that some players may not fully understand and comprehend. I know Bullets created a huge conundrum about like what's an intent, what does it mean, what happens from there. But you're completely right, Garrett. It was in intent, that damage was already there. Fracturize just does not stop that. If it was a destroy, then that means the object is no longer there and doesn't have a power stat. But Fracturize does not destroy, it just transforms. And everyone loves Fracturize, right? It gave us the Lantern ruling, it's given us tons of cool interactions. You live and die by that card. But here we see
Yeah.
Fire Merlin closing it out 2-0 against Water Fractal's Dao Chen. And I want to say it was just as soon as Merlin got level 3, they stabilized and took over the game. It's so hard for Fractals to claw their way back, especially after such a rough start of missing early game Fractals.
Yeah, probably the linchpin here was that our water fractals player didn't find any early fractals, because with 2 burst thunders you are pretty much set up to just close out the game whenever you want if you get enough fractals here. So
And we did question that early game Blanche and that early game Stalwart, but I really think they came in handy here. They helped set up a lot of later game plays, that Stalwart really preventing the Blanche from being removed early from the Zhang Zhao, and that Blanche just sneaking in 4 or 5 damage every turn with that attack. So, I think all in all, good play from both players. Just Merlin had slightly better options and tools at their disposal and took full advantage of it.
yeah, Merlin, a deck that he likes to go very low on influence on the way to level 3 and then just recoups like mad. I just remember a couple games that I had back in the good old day, you could even say, where I just did go on level 3 on my second turn. I was hoping that I keep one of the 3 Pendragons that I have to just snowball out of control. And this is how the deck works. Right?
Right. You're exposing how old we are, Garrett. You can't say back in the days, people. If FTC was it 3 years ago, right? We've just hit our 3-year anniversary of Grand Archive. FTC was the second set, so we've been around the block a little bit. It's been quite a long time, and Merlin's ever since she came out has always been like a mainstay. There's always been Merlin players, and she's always like, even when she wasn't like the best deck in the format, she could still just double fireball you for game and out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, the good old erupting rhapsody. That is what you meant, right?
Oh gosh, I totally forgot about. I blocked Erupting Rhapsody out of my mind. That card has caused more pain than not. But yeah, it's one of those cards that it didn't seem like a problem, and then as more cards were added to the game, better fire value and everything, it became a it became a problem. And for those of you unfamiliar, maybe you're new to the game, joined in during MRC, or maybe AMB, or who knows, maybe DTR caught your attention and you just love the Alice in Wonderland theme. But Erupting Rhapsody is a card that if you harmonize it, you get to banish any number of fire cards from your graveyard, and you deal get plus that many levels, and then you deal level damage to a unit. And so you would just cycle value, draw cards, discard up until turn 4, turn 5, and then your Rhapsody was at like 15, 16, 20 damage. It was like the first rendition of Fractals, right, Garrett? Would you say it's like its own variation?
It kind of was, yeah, you're correct. And one cool part that you kind of glossed over, Erupting Rhapsody, the harmonize ability is that you can actually split the damage between units.
Oh gosh, yeah.
It, it's
Clear a
it's
board of allies.
yeah. So if you are in a pickle, right, you just get a graveyard full of fire cards and clear the board, and then draw the other half of your deck and just activate another Rhapsody.
Do it again. Yeah, Rhapsody
And again,
definitely walked so fractals could run.
indeed, indeed. Just imagine if the card was still playable. Good old Merlin with Incarnate Majesty. You go to 3, activate Rhapsody, banish 7 fire cards. Oh, Spirit. Whoops.
Yeah,
How
they
could
went
this
early on
happen?
Spirit. It's not locked behind class bonuses, so they just chilled extra value in the material deck. But yeah, it's I would say such a good time, but also, man, what a rough time to be around with Rhapsody. But there's
It is just like water decks now, right? If back then, when people were expecting Rhapsody, you had to pack a Nullifying Lantern and a Safeguard Amulet, and these days it's the same for water decks.
yeah, it's those are the two main cards that really save you against a lot of the water strategy these days. But man, it is crazy to think about just sort of how the meta's shifted as sets come out, decks that fallen out of favor, been banned, and decks that have appeared in their stead. But with that, we have about 5 minutes left in a round as we're getting ready to go to our round two here. Of course, there's going to be some overtime, some judge calls, but we're going to probably throw it here to a quick little break and, stretch your legs, get some water as we're finishing up the end of round one. So, everyone, thank you very much for joining us here. Still plenty more of Grand Archive to come. We got 6 rounds total, has been confirmed by our judges. And without further ado, we will see you all back a little bit before round two to do a little bit of chatting. But now enjoy this quick little break.
Hello and welcome back to the Michigan Regional for the PTM season. We are about to start round 2 and I'm here now with OnceInluv. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing well. It's been a minute since I've been here, able to cast an event. Also, first time, as you've said, casting with you. So it's I'm excited to see how things go here. Michigan Regionals is definitely the event that I look forward to every single season, right? As someone who's retired from casting and moved on to the hosting role and more of like segment producing and stuff, this is like the only event I ever get to cast.
So it's basically your comfort pick for regionals to be casting then. I see. Amazing. How is the production area going for you so far? It is a new thing that you are doing, right? With the hosting and segment production area for all the bigger events, right?
Yeah, it's been good. It's just a little bit different overall, just because I've been basically it's a shift, right? Before I was in front of the camera, but only for small segments, and then it's all my voice the whole time, right? Afterwards, though, with the changeover to hosting, it's like I have to figure out what I want to see on the camera instead. So it's kind of like a total 180 like mental shift there.
Oh, crazy. It sounds super interesting. I'm already excited to see what you have to bring to the table for the next Ascents and maybe even Worlds, but for sure Worlds, right? It seems like we are having our pairings up. Oh. We are having two good friends of ours that are also well known in the community. Are you excited to see them? Mr.
I'm really
OnceInluv?
excited. So first of all, everyone knows that guy's like the nicest man on earth.
Yeah,
But the deck's
correct.
also, I think the deck matchup here is very interesting. Traditionally, this is, I want to say this is a harder matchup for Fractals. So we're gonna have Nico level 1 with the new Sable Mirror, and obviously the old Magebane Lash being the strong point here.
And against Purvey with his one of his favorite and most comfortable picks with Water Fractals the Auction. I guess this is a rerun of the first match to some degree here. Let's see. Purvey already has a couple very interesting tech choices in his deck that I see.
So what stands out to you the most here when you're looking at the unique cards in the deck?
I think the Orb of Hubris is a very interesting pick for the material deck for Purvey. And the Gentle Respite is also something that I think is very interesting. With a Fractal deck,
definitely an interesting one. With the changes to the way the game starts, where both players start with an opening hand, I can see more value in Gentle Respite being there because you're able to resolve it. Because if you're both there, you're both gonna have 7 cards if you're on a regular spirit. So playing the Gentle and then forcing your opponent to interact with it kind of gives you like a pretty safe option, because interacting with the Gentle Respite doesn't really feel that great unless you have a way to like hard negate it and force banishment.
The interesting thing that I think about the card is that it lets you draw a card into memory that you might have seen during a glimpse, and then if you are already level 1, you can activate it from memory possibly. That is also very interesting.
True. I do wonder how often that comes up, since the new age version of these fractal decks tend to play on like really high influence. Like before it was like, play Zhang Jiao, draw 2, have large influence, but now it's like, oh, you have unmake duality, you have like more efficient ways to level up or use floating memory or get floating memory. Because at one point this deck was playing like basically 0 floating, right? It was only 4 fracturized. They'd taken out all of the fast gears, they'd taken out all of the basically everything else, to the point where people debated even running Frostmourne Paladin.
Yeah, that's also something we saw in London, where Caban was only running 2 of them, right? So he didn't see much value in those guys at all. What about Joe Quell's deck? Also a very accomplished player, as we can see with a Minty on the board here. He's playing Nico here with a Rapture's Embrace and only the Sable Mare, so he's not even going up to level 2. That is interesting.
I think a lot of the times with Sable Mirror existing, because we've seen it a lot in the TCG NA online league with the webcam league, a lot of people are skipping playing Whiplash Allure because you don't necessarily need it anymore to get lash counters, right? Sable Mirror, as you and Valk talked about earlier, does give you lash counters, so you're gonna banish it, pay 3 plus X, where X is the amount of lash counters you want. Whatever influence basically is what you're going for. So being able to get the lash counters on level 1 Nico means that level 2 kind of lost a lot of its place and its value. It's more important to have more options in your material deck instead.
With the Sable Mare and only the level 1 and the Spirit being required, quote unquote, you have quite a lot of options. And looking at the deck list itself, it also looks quite ally heavy with the 3-4 stat line here for a lot of the allies. That is very interesting. We have the Visual Rampart, the Aquafire Seneschal, the good old Frostmourne Paladin, and to top it all off, a couple Snow White's Wise Queens here.
Snow White is a really good card in this current like meta standpoint. It gives you another option to win the game. It slows the game down so aggressively by forcing your opponent to not be able to level up, or even just being able to rest the champion so they can't get off and attack. Like, right, we know that Tristan is super meta. It's always been a deck that's around and playable. People are still playing it a lot, right? We've seen it a lot in all the different ascents that have come up, a lot of different regionals and the online leagues. Being able to say, hey, you can't Shadow Strike me this turn is like really significant.
It indeed is very significant, and it makes every Tristan player very sad. It's also cool that we see from Joquel that he has the Looking Glass and actually wants to utilize the Regalias in combination with the Cheshire Cat here.
Yeah, there's
He
a lot
has
of cool ones.
He has the Inert Sword in the material deck and also the Pelver Sword, so that is possibly a 5-power cat that Purvey might be staring down here.
I really like the addition of Palvor Sword in the game here. I think it's changed the way that you can kind of play these aggressive Looking Glass ally decks. So Palvor Sword, on top of having 2 power, giving the Cheshire Cat plus the Inert Sword up to 5, it also has a really strong on-enter effect, right? Being able to banish all cards in target player's graveyard face down until this item leaves the field is pretty significant, right?
Yeah, I got hit today by it, and it made me very sad very quickly. Losing all your liminal guides and floating memory and possibly cards that you want to have for other funny abilities like Kindle or some sort, right? Losing all those resources with the materialization of one card sets you back so far, it is not even funny.
It almost feels like an aggressive version of a Nullifying Lantern, but you get the benefit of it not affecting your graveyard. So, I mean, it's kind of like that hybridization mix between a nullifying lantern and almost like a Censor of Restful Peace, because it does just flip the cards over, so it turns everything off.
Yeah, it is an interesting take. What I saw a couple people talking about is playing the Whiplash Allure as a champion and then materializing the Pelver Sword to banish your own graveyard, attack 2 times, get it back. So you banish all the floating memory, get the lash counters, and as soon as you attack 2 turns in a row, you get your floating memory back to banish it again, basically.
Kind of a neat tech, neat idea. There's a lot of like different ways you can play this Nico deck, so it's cool to see people exploring it in different methods. The things that Joe Quall is playing that I really like, I'm a huge fan of this Enfeebling Orb. Blinding Orb's always been a very strong card in these water decks when you're going for big finisher kill lines. So Ravishing Finale, or even if you're trying like a stratagem or something. So having a 0 cost, basically forcing your opponent to put 2 cards down into memory with the Enfeebling Orb, I think is more. It's honestly a stronger addition to the deck than what we previously had.
You're correct. Basically saying that every negates cost 2 more instead of, so every card activation costs 4 more instead of 2 more is very annoying, especially with no real resource commitment outside of the one materialization. And here we see the good old Icebound Slam hitting the memory for Joe well here after using the Sable Mare for 4 lash counters. You think he's just slamming it down now to get rid of the Paladin?
I think he's actually gonna hold on to it. I want to say we're gonna go for a double sword here, and then just use the cat to clear, and then Icebound Slam with a weapon to push for like 9 or more. It's hard to say though, because in this situation, when you're playing against a Fractals player, you really need to maintain high influence if you want to resolve high cost cards, right? We have Glimmering Refusals and then also the Song of Frost on the other side. So if you want to be able to deal with those, you either need to have the influence to pay for it, or you need to be holding onto your own Cerulean Decrees.
Holding on to your own negates to force more negates on the negate of the card you wanted to activate seems like the correct line here to me.
At this point, it's like 4D chess. We're negating the negate to negate the negate on our activation.
That is like my favorite way of playing the game, actually. Winning on this deck it is called in some other games. It basically boils down to you generate one huge effect stack, and whoever concludes it winningly will just win the game here.
Going back to the cards in the deck here, since I mean board stabilized, we're kind of just playing a little bit of chicken, draw pass, trying to figure out what the opponent wants to do. The Snow Whites we have in Joe Quell's deck are really interesting in this matchup specifically because of the ability of Diachan Enchantress, where she can rest to activate a cleric spell reaction from her memory on your opponent's turn. It's interesting because Snow White can turn that off. However, if Perfy's playing the Scepter Fascination, which I believe everyone is on Water Fractals Diachan, he has the ability to actually wake her up and deny the effect of Snow White.
Yeah, you can kind of negate the ability, and what you also can do is as Joquel, you kind of force the activation of a card from your opponent's memory at that point when you play with Snow White, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you still can respond to the on enter that will be resting your champion and rest it yourself as part of the cost to activate. A card with the glimmer counters here. And there are not many cards that you want to activate proactively out of your memory outside of the shimmering refractions.
We're going to see Joquel going for a Refracting Missile for 1 here into Perfy. This is most likely to bring out the Magebane Lash. Perfy's kind of getting towards that critical mass point where he has 5 fractals on board. It could also be the Palvor Sword. Palvor Sword does give him the aggressive pressure, but it also takes out, I guess, the 2 floating memory there in grave. I believe it's a Gentle Respite and a Refracting Missile.
I think one other line could be that you get out the Temptations Facade, right? To get one more card into your hand here, and also have a protective layer for the Magebane Lash that you will be needing throughout the game. Because Fracturize is a card, and as soon as your opponent activates it on your Magebane Lash, you get very sad if you can't protect it. But seems like it's just the good old Palvor Sword here.
Yeah, Palvor Sword's really good in this matchup because it doesn't leave the field unless you make it leave the field. Because if you Fracturize it, it's like, okay, cool. Technically, it didn't leave the field. But also the Crystalline Mirror not being able to target it due to the fact that it's 1 memory is very nice. Polaris Moment, gaining the +1 memory makes your things a lot better.
Yeah, I didn't pay that much attention, so I'm not sure what cards got banished with the Palvor Sword.
The Gentle Respite and a Refracting Missile.
Okay, 2 floatings. That is pretty good, getting rid of 2 floatings here. And the Tweedledee Contrarian Poet. This card is so annoying to sit across from if your opponent is a Guardian. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, when this card first came out, I looked at it and I was like, wow, Tweedledee gets -3. I'm like, this is terrible. I completely missed the fact that it has class bonus taunt for Guardians. I was like, oh, wait, this card's really good.
It is really good, and it is so hard to get rid of. First of all, you take 3 damage, either phase or one of your allies just dies while attempting to clear it. And if you can't get rid of it, it's just sitting there with 0-4 and you have to clear it regardless.
Yeah, it's tough. It's so stat efficient, right? 3-4
Yeah.
is an insanely strong stat line. It basically allows you to force your opponent to interact with an extra card on top of what they already have. But on top of that, having taunt afterwards and not being hindered, like the Aquifer Seneschal, for example, it's really significant. Okay, so Perfy potentially going for the kill line here. We did see the Enfeebling Orb come out. He used it in Recollection. It's gonna self-mill on the Fractal of Rain there. We're gonna see an Unmake Duality put into the graveyard. It's a little unfortunate because he does still have that Looking Glass. But checking to see the Serene Spirit, he looks like he is gonna go for a kill line here. And yeah, and that's it.
Okay,
Joquel
and
just
that's
immediately
enough.
scoops it up.
I think it was kind of brave to go for the Palvor Sword here instead of the Magebane Lash, or just a protective layer for the Magebane Lash.
I agree. He had so much protection in his hand, right? So like combat damage protection, he can just play the Tweedledee and just leave it there. That was totally fine to do that. He also had the option. He also had a Thronekeeper Bullfrog on the field still, I believe. So I guess it's a little aggressive to play it. You know, if your opponent doesn't have it, they don't have it. But it seems, I think it's a little too risky against a Fractals player, right? They have so many different ways to push damage there. Like double Refracting Missile there is going to be 12 damage, right? That is already enough for lethal. A single burst asunder is enough for lethal.
You are correct. So for sideboarding, what do you think Joquel is bringing? I have a suspicion one card that we will be seeing. I'm not sure about more.
Oh my goodness, that's one of the best ones you can bring in. The Vapor Jet Shield is pretty big there. I'm indeed a big fan of that.
That card is so nuts against low amount of multiple instances of damage. Because it basically says whatever you use for your Burst Asunder as Fractals sacrificed, I will be taking half of the possible damage. so great.
For sure. So I have a question for you, Gerrit. I've been seeing this in a bunch of lists that do not enable the class bonus for this item. The item is called Enfeebled Dagger. It says banish Enfeebled Dagger, deal 1 damage to target unit. In a lot of these decks, it is essentially only that. Why are we running Enfeebled Dagger? I do know we have the Cheshire Cats here, but what is the Enfeebled Dagger for in the sideboard?
That is a very good question. I think it is just a card that you put into your material deck to negate big spell shields like Crystallized Destiny.
True. And then you could use cats as extra ones too, right?
Yeah.
It's
You
your
probably-
on-field fast activated, can't be negated, 1 damage shield breaker.
Yep. That's a pretty neat tech. I actually didn't think about it until you asked me about it.
There's been a lot of people playing it recently, and I think that it's kind of quirky and cool because Crystallized Destiny, as you know, is the Store Champs promo this season, but it's also one of the most meta relevant cards currently, especially with bigger hit decks like Nico coming out, where we have the generation of the previously banned Icebound Slam.
Yep, you are correct. Blocking the Icebound Slam with the Crystallized Destiny is very big. You take 0 damage and don't lose all your cards from your deck. That sounds like a pretty good trade for me. Just being able to stay in the game. For Pervy's sideboard, I think he is for sure throwing in the Captivating Opulence, so you force Jokwell to pay 2 reserve when you want to protect your Magebane Lash against interaction with the Temptations Facade, and Jan Hughes might also be a pretty good card. Calling Ravishing Fanelli here makes the card quite expensive.
There's a lot of interesting things you can do with Captivating Opulence in this matchup. Enfeebling Orb, Smoke Bombs, even
True.
Sablemere. Sablemere is also a really good one if you get it out really
costing
early.
5 now, right?
Yeah, it kind of forces you to either wait a turn and keep it on field or pay for it with less lash counters. So it's kind of hard. I guess it would be the same amount of lash counters. It's just like you need to have enough cards in hand to be able to activate it.
Yeah.
I believe it's 3 plus X, so it's gonna be 5 plus X in this situation, I believe. So I don't think that Captivating Opulence will give you the extra lash counters. I think they actually take away 2 of them. Essentially, take away 2 of them.
But basically denying 2 lash counters is already pretty good. Oh, Cerulean Decree here on one of the fractals. One of the big things that water decks profit of for the rules change, right?
Yeah, being able to interact on the first turn when your opponent goes first is kind of big here. I think that the order in which this was done was really important for Perfy. So obviously he does have to go for the Unstable Fractal last because it is hindered. But being able to get off your refreshment if you wanted to cycle was a good setup.
Yeah. It probably gave him also the leeway that he needed to get a better start into this game here. With 2 fractals on the board, 1 in graveyard, he almost had like the dream start possible, right?
Yeah, without Dissonant Fractal, that is indeed the dream. The triple fractal start is pretty comfortable. You can go into, I mean, honestly, you can go into a lot of different things. First materialization on fractals. If you don't have anything to pay for the backup charger, it's probably going to be, I want to say a bauble in most cases, but maybe not because he's not playing the water bauble, right? He's only playing fire and wind.
Yeah, you could still get out the fire bauble just to have a fracturized target here, if you have it in hand at all. Or just the enfeebling orb.
Yeah, a lot of good options. I think the baubles are really safe because first materialization. Oh, I'm wrong. It's the enfeebling orb. Yeah, because it works. Like, let's say he goes for the fracturize on the enfeebling orb, right? You either get a fractal, so you get 2 plus potential damage, or you can just banish it right then and there and force him to have less interaction for that turn.
Indeed. Oh, we have for Pervy he has 2 fracturizers in hand. Gentle respite. Is it actually 3 fracturizers?
I think it is 3 Fracturize.
Oh my lord. That's not good, Mr. Pervy.
I think he's gonna play the Gentle though. Gentle's pretty good here. Gentle is good for a couple reasons. So one, he's hand fixing because he's able to draw a card to memory here, but it also enables the floating so that he can either go into Diachan if he wants to enable his class bonus, or he's able to go for something like a Scepter Fascination where he can get that on enter draw and convert the floating into a +1.
I think converting the floating into just a raw draw is the right way here, because his hand looks kind of bricked up with all the fracturizers and basically nothing else, right?
I think he has 2 Refracting Missiles and 3 Fracturize, or 2 and 2. So while it's not bad, it's also not great because you really do want more fractals to be able to kind of push the game plan of the Burst Asunder. On the opposite side here, though, Joquel has a pretty good engine start. He has as some people call it, the Category 1 Tidestone Bovine. A lot of people are wondering whether that card should be still part of the watch list. I think it does enable a really strong engine, so seeing it exist is... I think it's a lot better than people give it credit for still.
Yeah. If someone might think, oh, the floating memory is class bonus locked behind Tamer, but that's really not the important part of the card, but more so you have a body on board that you can willingly sacrifice with the Primordial Ritual, or what is the Merlin Recollection card called again? Undeniable Truth, right?
Yeah, Undeniable Truth as an additional cost sacrifice in ally.
Yeah, those cards either give you floating memory with the Primordial Ritual itself and more self-mill, or the Undeniable Truth denies on-hit or on-kill abilities while cycling a card and giving you a prep counter. So both cards are very potent in its own way, and if you can just sacrifice an ally that benefits you with milling your deck and giving you floating memory, more graveyard at all, that is also pretty good. So the card is kind of cracked.
Mostly actions, not a lot of fractals. He's probably going to cycle one of the Fracturize with that refreshment, I think. Oh, he's actually holding on to it.
I see. He's probably playing towards the line of triple fracturizing in one turn, the Magebane Lash, the Temptations Facade, and something else.
It's also, I don't actually know what he put down there. If he has 3 Fracturize, he did put down the third one. The other option here is that if the Palvor Sword comes out and banishes the Gentle Respite, he has the option to banish from memory a card that was controlled for banishment into his level up here. It's kind of interesting. Another thing to note, going through this, we did see Fracturize on the power cell there on Joquel's side, last turn. Perfy, in response to that, actually refracting missiling that Tidestone Bovine did slow down the engine here for Joquel, which is quite nice. But both players setting up in a pretty comfortable way. You talked about the triple Fracturize on the Temptations Facade Magebane Lash +1. It's coming, right? Magebane Lash very well could come out soon here.
And the grab towards the card, what does it do again? It is the Visual Rampart. It is a 1/4 ally and class bonus, he gets +2 attack, right? If I'm not too mistaken.
Yeah, +2 power is very strong here. It makes him a 4-cost 4/3, and it's a norm card. Again, not being hindered is pretty big. So we're going to see the Acquiescing Rejection in response to that. Perfy does not like this card, but he will happily draw 2 if Joquel likes the card enough to keep it on board.
You think this is now the time where you just negate of your own instead of letting Perfy draw?
I don't know if he has. I think he only has a Spalling Cleanse, right?
Oh, he has also a Cerulean Decree.
Oh, he does. I see.
I think I would just try to cycle here and get ahead on tempo with this while staying influence neutral. So and most importantly, he didn't show the tile log that he has in hand.
Yeah, he's holding on to a lot of things. It doesn't signify to Perfy that he needs to bring out a Nullifying Lantern yet, which I think is really important because it means that Joquel has kind of that I got you moment advantage. We're going to see the banishment of Gentle Respite, most likely going to Jiachan 1 here.
Leveling up, basically extending the influence Perfy has for the turn of Joquel by 2 for cards from memory here. And he found the Burst Asunder. Oh.
So the Burst Asunder, we're representing 8 damage right now on board with Refracting Missiles 4, 8, 12. It's not quite enough to get there yet. Joquel does have 0 damage counters on him. He is currently 0 to 6 here. Perfy has taken 6 from this Vigil Rampart and the multiple swings from this 1/3 Cheshire Cat. So he has the end game pieces. Just needs to figure out how to get through the mid game here.
I think it might just be coming down to what Joquel will be materializing next turn. If he goes for a Magebane Lash, that could mean that Perfy is able to pull the trigger and fracturize the Magebane Lash and also even his own Scepter Fascination to get another Fractal on board, just to get whatever draws him a card, or the Orb of Hubris maybe. And try to go for a lethal line here.
Interesting. So Perfy didn't go for the double fracturize while Joquel's whole hand was down. So he's actually not quite afraid of the Magebane Lash yet. He wants to hold influence, figure out how to maintain and grow what he has currently for him. The thing is, you can't really convert that many more floating memory, right? The best you can convert now, I believe, is just an Orb of Hubris and maybe a Wand of Frost if he brought it in from the sideboard.
Yeah, that is probably the best. I'm pretty sure that at the end of turn we will see at least one Fracturize being activated on the Magebane Lash.
The other potential option here is he goes backup charger, fracturizes his power cell in Recollection, recollects all cards in hand.
Not doing anything. I guess as Joquel, you don't need to be doing anything right now, right?
You're kind of chilling, right? You're in a commanding position. You have board presence. You're slowly materializing all your end game pieces while maintaining an influence of, I believe, 8, maybe 9. You have the title lock in hand. You drew into another Cerulean Decree. You're like very, very comfortable. Just swing past every single turn here.
It seems like I know what deck I will be playing the next couple of weeks.
For sure. Because you also have the CSRs for Nico, right?
Only the level 2. So it's kind of too bad that this one isn't played.
It's okay. You can force it in the deck somewhere there.
Yeah.
We're gonna see a fracturize from Perfy, like you said, end of turn. I believe he fracturized to Scepter Fascination and then went to materialize the Wand of Frost for a draw.
It was indeed on the Scepter Fascination, and Wand of Frost converting the floating memory into a draw, as we said. And he also has the ability of lowering the amount of damage he takes by 3 from the next attack, if he so chooses, by sacrificing the Wand of Frost. That is pretty neat, I would say here.
Okay, so we are reaching that critical mass now. We do have 6 fractals on board. It's a Burst Asunder for 14. We're gonna also see, since we have 6 here, that means that refracting missiles come in for 7. So once the Magebane Lash is removed from the field, those 2 together will be considered enough to push. Not sure if Perfy has thought ahead to see if he needs a Nullifying Lantern for a title lock.
Does he only have one Fracturize right now? He only has
one left. Yeah, because he used one on his own. It's a tough position to be in. You could just push with refracting missiles and not actually go for Burst Asunder kill line. It's just more difficult, right? Like, even though you're gonna deal 7, recover 2, dealing chip damage sets of 5 is not bad.
It is not bad, but with you only having one Fracturize in hand, that kind of means that you are out of the kill line from Burst Asunder here, right?
Yeah, you're definitely going to be out of the kill line for Burst Asunder, but you might just transition to fracturizing your own items and focusing on having higher shimmering refraction counts as well as refracting missiles. Because if you don't think you can double fracturize the Magebane Lash, you probably just attempt to like push your own game plan, right? Because it'll also allow him to bring out the Orb of Hubris, so he can glimpse repeatedly.
Hmm.
Oh, this is gonna be big.
Paying 200,000.
Yeah, Sable Mirror for 8 here is going to give him 5 lash counters. Going to put him up to 6. Mage Vein Lash online for 6 damage is pretty significant.
It is basically a 2-turn clock by its own.
So he puts down... Oh, interesting. He's holding 1 in hand for a title lock here.
That is a pretty heads-up play. I would have greeted so hard here and misplayed probably.
So one of the interesting things to do there, though, is since he kept the 1 in hand with the fractal, that may have signified to Perfy that he does have a title lock. So if he did bring in the nullifying lantern, we could see that come in this turn, next turn. And then he also still has the ability to fracturize that to gain more potential damage for his refracting missiles without losing the ability, right? Due to that layers effect.
That is correct. Losing damage. Okay.
Do you think Perfy realizes that because he kept 1, it means he has a title lock?
He probably is second guessing himself here, as I know him. But if you leave 1 card in hand with 1 of the fractals, it is pretty telling that you might have a tie lock, or just try to make your opponent think he has it.
Sure, the mind games are definitely a big aspect to the way people play Grand Archive. I've noticed a lot of people really like playing into mind games. They're like, I know you're pretending like you have it, but I know you don't have it. So it's always interesting to see what kind of player you are as a person when it comes to those kind of decisions.
Always make him have it. Never be afraid.
That is a Tristan moment. Tristan and
Is
Merlin
it?
say, I'm going to make you have it. When you play water, you're like, dude, I have it.
I play my water decks the same way.
Wand of Frost banished here. He's going to take 3 from the Mage Bane Lash, puts him up to 17. Kind of spooky.
2, 4, 6, 7.
7 to face. He can title lock this and force him to pay everything. Okay, wait. So the play here is you just title lock, force him to pay the 2, and then you're refracting him, right? For lethal.
No, you just win here. You throw 2 refracting missiles face and have lethal.
True. He has the extra card from the or the extra reservable there. And yes. Because it's well, okay, so Perfy also has the ability still to use the Enchantress effect because it is on Joe Quell's turn. Mm-hmm. So he has to keep in mind 2 different things. So Glimmering Refusal for one of them. I think you still send it though, because you're basically forcing. Wait, Perfy doesn't have cards in gray for a title lock, so you can just double send and you're guaranteed to win here.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You're right.
Putting 3 down for refracting missile face. And now whatever Perfy does, either you throw the second one or you just title lock.
Oh, yeah, he just said you got it. No answer to that. The second refracting was there. Joe Quell choosing to play it slow and actually going for that defensive line with the Mage Bane Lash basically won him this game. If he had gone Palwar Sword there again or any other like offensive regalia, I think he would have just died on the spot.
You're correct. However, this game, he could have tried a different approach with the Palwar Sword because he had a Storm of Thorns in hand. Storm of Thorns inherently is basically a Vapor Jet as a spell, right? For 1 turn.
True, Storm of Thorns is good. I always forget Storm of Thorns exists.
I do too. I play so hard into it. Why does it haunt you so much?
My locals has a 1-trick Nico player, and he'll play only Nico and always Nico. It's just always he always has Storm of Thorns. Doesn't matter if it's the 4th copy. He always has it.
That sounds amazing. Okay,
yeah,
so
I am curious whether or not the Nullifying Lantern is coming in for Perfy, because it really will change the way he plays. It's also like
So,
technically more efficient than a bauble, right? You just bring in Nullifying Lantern and then fracturize it. It's the same thing as a bauble, but you get an additional effect.
he has a lot of cards. So he has 3 material deck cards he most likely wants to have now, and only 2 you want to remove, I guess.
Oh, he has the Unmake Duality as well. So he's gonna rest this to glimpse 2.
And he gets the free pass here with no negate for Jokwell. That is kind of big, right?
It is pretty big.
Ooh.
Jokwell has a very comfortable hand. It's somewhat defensive, but doesn't have like the negates to stop the setup. He's gonna be able to play the Tidestone Bovine, which is nice because he can start his own mill and get a little bit of chip damage on the field. I think he also has a Thronekeeper Bullfrog. Nothing
you
that Pervy can
see
interact with.
Glimpse of Pervy?
I think I saw a Burst Asunder and something else.
No, it was a Refracting Missile and a Gentle Respite.
Oh,
so yeah, he is ready to pop off here very big. And the Bovine.
The beautiful thing with that Gentle Respite is that even though he had because he has 3 fractals, he has the Unmake Duality. Even if he plays Unmake Duality, he'll still actually have less cards.
And he doesn't even need to be afraid of anything right now. 2, 4, 6. What do you go for now? I think with both allies on board, a Terraframe would be pretty good, right?
I don't think he plays Terraframe. Oh, he does play Terraframe. Yeah, Terraframe is
He
good.
does.
So we did see Aquifer Seneschal come out from Joquel. The card we haven't seen yet today on stream. Oh, the starting Zong Jiao. So he's going to draw 2 here. He's going to play 3 down for the Unmake Duality or 3 for the Gentle Respite. 3 for the Gentle Respite with no cards in hand is pretty comfortable.
Did he have a Bullfrog?
I don't know.
He does.
He definitely does. He definitely does if he puts down the Gentle Respite. Okay, so Unmake, he's going to draw 2 first here. He's going to try to draw into more fractals. There's a Burst Asunder and a Glimmering Refusal.
Oh, this is gas. This is pure gas.
It's pretty good. Do you think he's going to pop the Terraframe this turn to stave off the damage early, or do you think he's going to wait for the addition of 1 more ally?
If he now puts down the Bullfrog, he doesn't use the Terraframe. If he doesn't, he uses it.
It's hard to say. I almost think that using the Terraframe here with the Bullfrog up is better because it forces your opponent to build board or just hold everything, right?
Okay, Pervy is using it.
Yeah, so he is going to use it because if he wants to commit to clear the Bullfrog, he can't play anything else. He has to put 4 down to swing, and then he'll only have, 3 cards in hand?
You might be correct on the influence side. 2, 4, yeah. Oh no, 4. We'd have 4 in hand, right?
2, 4. No, he'll have 3. So he'll have 3 in hand, and then if he holds 1 interaction, he's gonna hold like Storm of Thorns or something like that. Perfy has the ability to just Glimmering Refusal it instantly. So he's in a very commanding position. It allows him to play really aggressively based on what Joquel chooses to do. If Joquel passes here and doesn't do anything, that's also really good for Perfy because he utilized a Regalia to stop any form of damage coming in to clear his defending unit, which is just a taunter.
And here we have just a taunter. You can't forget that the Seneschal also has taunt as a class bonus. This card is also very annoying.
Second Seneschal here, 6 card influence. Perfy's in a pretty comfortable position. He might even go Enfeebling Orb here. Oh, he's gonna go for the backup charger. Okay.
Drawing more cards, always better.
So he wants to build more fractals because he already has the Burst Asunder and a Refracting Missile. So he's pushing himself closer and closer to a fast lethal. He wants to push aggressive lethal before the Temptations with Sod plus Magebane Lash comes out, right? Because Joquel has to go level 1 first to unlock class bonuses, and then he has to materialize the other things afterwards. So if Perfy can kill him before the second materialization comes out, he's going to be in a great place.
Okay. Perfy just saying, "Oh, I'm comfortable here."
Big hand. It's a big hand.
Oh, Temptations Facade. Okay. That probably means that Perfy is gonna fracturize his power cell in the end step, right?
Fractalized Power Cell makes sense. Go to 4 fractals, level up
And
into Diao-Chan.
you
Or
even
do you just
level
go
up?
Scepter? I think you just go Scepter. You just draw another card. He might not even need the Fracturize for the floating, though.
It's more of the fractal being on
He
board.
might hold it if he doesn't find enough damage. He might hold it for the Temptations Facade.
Hmm.
The other nice play here is Refracting Missile to kill the Seneschal would have been decent. Because it forces him to swing the other one.
I see what you mean.
I think Perfy wants to just hold for damage. He wants all damage to face if possible. He knows he's on like a weird clock because of the Magebane Lash.
Magebane Lash is such an annoying card in this matchup for the fractal player. I think I should be playing the deck more, especially since my area has a lot of Fire Diao-Chan players.
Dude, Nico is so good. Magebane
Yeah.
Lash is so good.
You are correct. She is the menace.
Tweedledee coming out. So we have 3 Taunters on board now. Gonna swing in with the Seneschal here. Joquel is a very developed board. This is
Is
really
it 2
scary.
Fracturizers again for Pervy in hand?
It looks like it, yeah. So we're gonna see Fractures in the Power Cell.
Okay. Drawing one more. 4. Okay,
He's going
leveling up.
Diao-Chan. Okay, so where we're at right now is Perfy feels pressured, which is why he's going for Diao-Chan instead of going for Scepter Fascination, right? He wants to be able to put down the Glimmering Refusal and use it if he needs it, versus go Scepter Fascination, have 1 extra card, potential to do more damage, but you're also 4 life shorter and you don't have like a negate you can play from memory.
Here we have 5 damage going to phase, putting Joquel at 6, so that means 13 more, 14 more. And Storm of Thorns and Glimmering Refusal, getting rid of it. So if Pervy has enough now, one more fractal.
That Glimmering
more
Refusal is
fractal.
really big because banishing the Reverse
Oh,
Floating Memory
he
is
drew the
massive.
one card he needed.
Yeah, he has lethal.
Shimmering
That's just game.
Reflections,
That's just
yeah.
game. Yeah, that's exact. That's crazy.
Ooh.
That is a crazy line. So he went from I think I can do it. I think I have it if I draw any kill spell. Because he really just needs anything there, right?
That was crazy, crazy, crazy. And kids, that means you always have to play towards your out. If you can only win with 1 card from the top of your deck, play as if it was the top card of your deck, right?
Because realistically, if you play defense, okay, so he did bring in the Nullifying Hunter. If you play defensively there, when your opponent has such an established board and you know he's going Magebane Lash next turn, you're basically saying, okay, I don't think I can win, so I'm not even going to try.
Yep.
Just it's a bit of a strange situation. I do think that the way Perfy chose to aggressively take the play, each materialization was so impactful, right? Every decision that he made in order was really impactful because it allowed him to push and pressure, right? If he didn't pop the Terrafring that turn, he would be on such a potential scared kill line, because on the next turn what happens is, the Seneschal's out, we have the Tweedledee, so that's 3/3/3 plus the Tidestone Bovine, 10 damage on board if he brings out Magebane Lash or a Sable Mirror for lash counters and the Icebound Slam. Suddenly we're looking in a position where he could just play or pay for each of the Terrafring attacks and still deal 10 on board.
Sable Mirror for 10. Wow, that is crazy amount of counters. You are correct.
Because if you bring out Sable Mirror and then banish, you generate the Icebound Slam, you actually just gain 1 influence, right? So it helps you pay for all of your attacks through the Terrafring, to the point where Perfy would be forced to use a Refracting Missile on an ally in that case, and be even further away from finding damage towards lethal.
I think the most important part here was for Pervy to realize he's on a very strange clock, as you said already, with the Magebane Lash basically invalidating his Burst Asunder here, right? And him having already a couple of damage spells in hand and just playing towards him getting the draw from the top of his deck, as if he knew it was there, was the very important part. Otherwise, he could have just kind of scooped together after that turn. He sees the Mage Lash coming down.
Yeah, Mage Lash is interesting. That I feel like I want to say that matchup is Nico favored a lot of the time, but I don't know if that's necessarily true because Fractals has such an aggressive game plan now with Looking Glass on Make Duality that I feel like that might not be the case. It might be very dependent on who goes first.
It probably is dependent on who goes first, and if Purvey had like the nuts opener, right? He had 3 fractals uninteracted from Joquel. He found Refracting Missile in the top card with the Glimpse and Gentle Respite, and also unmake Duality into a Throne Keeper Bullfrog. That is like insane. You establish all your resources that you want to have early on with the fractals, and also find a lot of floating on top and protective layers.
Yeah, I really like that. Oh man, there's so many things I liked about that matchup. I think both players played really well.
Yeah,
there was a little
that
bit
for sure.
of well, I think what we saw the most was the type of player each of these players is. Something I do want to mention: 62 cards. I've never in my life seen Perfy run that many cards.
Why did you have to say this? I can't get rid of it now.
Because Andy will watch this and he'll know and he'll hear this and he'll be like, "Dog, 62 dag."
Any bets on what those 2 cards are?
They're probably what the 2 cards are?
Yeah, the 2 cards above 60.
It's probably the 2 extra Gentle Respites. I'm pretty sure.
Really?
Pretty sure there was like 3 slots in the deck. He's like, dude, I really want 3 Gentles. He's like, I'm just gonna play 3 Gentles.
I'm pretty sure it's 2 of the Frost ones.
Nah. Perfy definitely a 4 Frosthorn kind of guy. That guy says ally beatdown, I'm in. Consistent swing ally, yeah, I'm sold. I'll ask him. I'm curious.
Yeah,
what it is,
me too.
Yeah, an overall well-crafted deck. It's still a deck that's good. It just had some updates with the more recent cards. One of the interesting things too is like there's really not that many new cards in this deck. We basically only have Unmake Duality.
It is also kind of sad, right?
It is in a way, but it also kind of is cool because it means that the new set doesn't necessarily fully power creep things. Where I think a lot of people feel like that's the case. They're like, oh, new set came out, everything's power crept. Like, okay, with the price of GCR going down to like $20, because most people are playing Looking Glass or Lost Providence right now, people feel like, oh, all the new cards are just super power creeping. But then you look at a deck like Fractals, and it's like, sure, Looking Glass, Unmake Dualities here. Those are the only cards, and then Enfeebling Orb?
Enfeebling Orb is one of the sleeper cards. I'm 100% sure on that. I saw the card during the previews early on, and I was like, this card is going to be nuts. It is finding its way in so many decks. Yeah.
Giga.
Yeah, I was so sure this card is going to be highly played, and I'm glad that I'm kind of right.
So now that we've gone through the first 2 rounds, we've seen 2 Fractals decks, a Merlin and a Nico. What do you think the next round's going to be?
The next round is going to be Ponytas versus Ponytail Water Merlin.
Ponyta? Okay. I think there are players playing Ponytas here, so that is a possibility.
I'm
interested in what
ideas.
Terry is playing. So for those of you who do not know, Terry did step back from True Champion Gaming. He said he is going to be focused very heavily on competitive gameplay this year. He is currently 2-0, so we might get him on stream. I'm really curious what he's on. I have a feeling that it's Dragon. I have a very strong feeling that he's playing Guoja with the fabled Azurite Fatestone, but I don't know. That guy's a wild card. He could be on anything.
Maybe it's just Fire Zander aggro. One of his favorite decks, right?
True.
I hope we see Ponytails versus Ponytail Merlin. That is going to be great.
Dude, you know what's crazy? Table 6, we have Steve 2012 versus Steve. So it's Steve 2012 versus Herman, which is really funny to
Hey,
me.
Herman is in Michigan. Oh, nice.
I would assume so, because I think he's the only person who has Steve as their Omni decks.
Yeah, he is the only person that is called Steve. If
A
he
lot of
if
cool
he
names. A
does
lot of
the
old names.
doodoo on stream again, can we bully him then?
True.
Ah,
This is gonna be a great tournament. There's a lot of old names here that I haven't seen in a while. Pavoni, Bob Scherbal's playing. We see CC Mr. Mullen, which is Eli.
a lot
He's
of
actually on
old
that new
people
team with
coming back.
Perry. They're on
Oh,
the Trading Post, I think is what it's called.
yeah, the Trading Post.
Big content focused team there. Very, very cool. A lot of cool names. Rex Kanan. There's a bunch of chess club members here.
Oh,
We see Noel. We see Rex Kanan. Oh, we actually see the winner from last regionals, Audio X Medic. I think that was last season's Michigan regional winner, or at least top 4.
interesting. Sometimes I'm sad I'm in the EU, and sometimes I'm not.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good players this regional. This regional is definitely a tough one for I think a lot of
Oh,
players.
we also have Superior in the event.
Do we?
Yes,
I didn't see that.
table 16. No,
Table
13. 13.
Table 13. Okay, so we have Superior, the winner of Ascent London. He just played against Beautiful Kai, who was the winner of the, I believe, Tokyo regionals the week before Ascent Akihabara. That was a big regionals. That was a really big regionals.
Was it 80 something people?
It has 80 something people, but it was like 40 to 50% of the players were from North America. It's like all
Sounds
the
like
really
Ascent
sweaty
Utrecht.
players wanted to go and like win a regionals to get their practice in right before the Ascent. Yeah, definitely a big one. I believe we have maybe 8 or 9 minutes left in the round here, so I think we're probably gonna head to a short break. Make sure that you guys subscribe, like the stream, all those things. But also, I believe next weekend we have the NA Online League regionals for TCG. It's going to be hosted on this channel. I will be running the stream for that, so I won't be casting. But yeah, come check it out on the stream in the TCG channel. Make sure you guys join in for that. There are still tickets available, so if you are looking to play in that online regionals, make sure to go to the TCG website, grab a ticket, sign up and play. We always want more players. We always want more decks. Anything else you want to say before we head off to break, Gerrit?
I'm excited to see Ponytail Merlin next round.
All right, we're gonna have to ping Isaac. We need Isaac to find us a Ponytail Merlin.
Awesome.
But anyways, thank you guys so much for joining us here for round 2. We'll be heading to a short break, and then we'll be back with round 3 shortly. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are here for round 3 of the Michigan in-person regional, hosted by True Champion Gaming. Names currently are being updated, but we do have Rexerin on the left there. And then also we have Ascent London champion, Superior. I'm joined here by Valkrie. It's great to cast with you again, sir. It's been quite a while, actually.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. You've usually the times I'm casting, you're back on that production end, so it feels great to have you as a co-caster once more. And I'm super excited for this matchup. It's going to be, as you said, the Ascent London winner on that signature Genbu deck against a Fire Merlin list, and I feel like this matchup's pretty volatile either way, just depending on the start both these players get.
Yeah, definitely a big one here. So running it back with a similar list to the Ascent London winning finals there. There are some slight changes. I do see a Frozen Dismissal in the main, and then the introduction of Expel the Departed in the side. So that is for all these Fractal players, as we've seen 2 of them on stream already. What do you think about that one Excal? Like, do you feel like that's like a big thing you want to run in your game 1? Is it really mainly for like open deck list, or how do you feel about the 1-ofs?
Oh, it's always like I understand the purpose of putting that one of in the deck. The issue is I just really never see Genbu players really committing to that level 3 to get to that Xcal itself. And so like the understanding and the fundamentals are there. I just feel like it feels of a wasted slot a lot of the time, especially with the amount of milling you're doing. It's gonna hit the grave more often than not.
So we're gonna see that first place London Sabrina there. So Fractal Polar Depths is starting off. Move over to Rexerin's turn. Gonna see Fluffy Shopkeep first. I forgot to draw for turn. It's funny too because the draw for turn was a creative shock and he put it down. So he was like so convinced that he wanted to get rid of um the what is that, Majestic Spirit and Sword of Seeking there. Fluffy Shopkeep pretty good. I'm a bit surprised we're not seeing the new Fluffy Shopkeeps. I do know that he has them because they were both at London. He also played on stream. Superior with the Refracting Missile for 2 here against Rexrin. It's a good start. It's going to get the Controlled Banishment there. Get out Golja 1 with the Fabled Sapphire Fatestone. So used to talking about the Azerite Fatestone.
Yes, it's a different fate than our water one, the turtle, coming in here, and it's the refracting missiles just is a really good turn 1 play for Superior, especially if you got to commit a fractal, because you get deal that damage, get the flow, and you perfectly get everything you need to start this game plan of that Genbu mill for those quest counters. And if I'm not mistaken, Genbu is going to be your 9 quest counter mark. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is a 9 quest counter mark. So we're going to see the Frostborn Paladin here. The mill of that Tidestone Bovine being perfect for this matchup here. Sadly, Rexren losing a Fireball, so he loses a win condition while Superior on the other side gains an aggressive board position with Frostborn Paladin and the buff counter there. It's a tough position to be in here if you're Rexren.
Taking a turn off, we're gonna backup charge, generate some value here, staying at spirit. Against Genbu, you're not likely to die on turn 2, turn 3, opposed to some of these other decks, like if you're sitting across fractals, gets a little bit scary. Yes, that buff Frostborn Paladin is going to be a problem, but you can always throw in some interceptors like Fluffies, Stalwarts, things to just slow down that damage accumulation and sort of force Superior to commit more to the board.
We have a lot of advanced element cards here in the hand for Extrant. So we did see the Ghost of Pendragon, Regal Inquisition, believe. Oh, milling the dungeon guide after the fireball is kind of rough there. Not a super great one, but I did see the creative shock in hand, so it's very likely that we see the creative shock discard into, I believe it was a fast cure that I saw. That Niji Sanji promo fast cure. So we're gonna see the creative shock here. He's gonna draw into Sudden Steel and an Incarnate Majesty. Fast cure is gonna be discarded. It's not the worst, not great. I thought I saw a Stalwart Shieldmate in hand, but I don't know if I did. I feel like that would have been a pretty safe play
Fireball.
to put in there, but maybe not. Maybe it's just an extra fireball.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, but if they had it, they should have been discarded. But if not, we are stuck. But the hand's looking kind of gunked up here for Rex, as you said. A lot of events elements, some fire cards that more late game, like your fireballs, and really missing that early game opportunity. Luckily, there was that floating memory, and we're going to go ahead and use that to its full advantage, leveling up to Lorraine 1. Uh, and oh, in response to the on enter here, we're digging for a liminal by chance. Not finding it, but did find that extra float.
Yeah, that's all right. Looking all right though. So we're going to see what's likely Inert Sword here. He's going to pay from hand because I believe he has 3. It's a little bit tough position to be in.
Indeed, here. Uh, Looking down, you have to make it through a bullfrog now, so really have to commit attacks or spells into just getting rid of that. Or, as we know, Incarnate Majesty is always an option, but that's not to level 3, so that bullfrog's really just gonna.
So I believe he's gonna raw play the liminal guide and then cremate it. I think is the play here. Because he's used 2 creative shocks. It doesn't have that many discard outlets left. So we're just gonna go in here. We're gonna get the cremation ritual. He's gonna be able to draw 2. He's gonna put that in his graveyard, which means when he levels up, he will get some value out of that.
Is good. The using leveling up with a card from memory and having liminal engrave is almost as if you're using floating memory. You're not losing any cards itself, so it still feels like it's an alright position to be in. And you did get to draw 2 off that cremation, so just really building up that influence as we're sneaking in here for that level 2. Superior probably going to be considering what is hitting in this grave, and if a float does show up off this Gambu, gonna see how they can use it, since you really don't want to give Merlin that extra bit of a level advantage.
Oh, second dungeon guide. That is actually brutal. These are some god mills here for Superior. So it's gonna be 2 dungeon guides and a fireball lost for Rexarin. It's in a position where it's pretty tough. He's gonna have to like hard materialize Merlin level 3, which slows down the game plan a little bit too much against the Genbu here. I do want to talk about cards in hand here for Rexarin. So he did draw into a Undeniable Truth. Now this is a card from the Merlin Recollection. It is not meant for this Merlin, but it is usable in this Merlin. I believe it is mainly for the assassin matchup, right? As an additional cost to activate this card, sacrifice an ally denies on hit trigger or on kill triggers from Sadie.
Oh yeah, denies stifling traps to the dungeon guides as well.
Mhm. It's like what was the old days? We used to see like Sparkleite our dungeon guide for 3 so that they couldn't
Yeah.
stifling. But I mean, this one's so much better, right? Undeniable Truth sacrifices the ally, lets you draw a card as well. So it recycles itself in that sense.
Yeah, there's just a value in replacing a card, still getting your effect, and it's very handy. Yes, this Merlin can't really take advantage of the prep counters, but you know, 2/3 of the card is still super viable. And you actually see Undeniable Truth pop up in a lot of different decks as well.
Yep, so Merlin level 2 here, we're going to get that Liminal Guide trigger. He's going to draw into the Fireball. It's not the Dungeon Guide he's looking for, but honestly, we're in a position where can't really complain too much about that. It might have been worth using the Merlin effect to banish the fast cure from your memory, get a level counter, and Fireball the Frostborn Paladin to stave off the damage, because right now we're at 10 damage counters. And in Merlin, we know that damage is generally pretty concrete. There's not a lot of ways to like recover unless we're playing the Kongming version with the harmonious mantras, because fast cure only works if your influence is lower than your opponent's. And we're in a game where Superior can basically rebuild his influence when he's ready to, based on the Seaside Ringleaders. But until then, he can just hold off and play at a lower influence.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about racing the Merlin, because Merlin runs away with influence at a certain point. They will always have more than you, so it's a smart way to go ahead and play around that. And we do see a Stalwart here. You're gonna just be here to stop the Frostborn Paladin, just prevent some of that damage. But the Seaside Ringleader as well, also gonna be able to swing in there, cause some problems. I'm really curious what this Genbu's going to mill, because it feels like this Genbu has had a target on Rex's back.
Resolute stands pretty rough there. Superior losing the Fractal Brain, not really a big deal on either side. Something to note that Superior has is we do see the Fractal Polar Depths on the field, right? So end step, Rexrant, if he's not going to be banishing a floating memory from his grave or from Superior's grave, it would be worth banishing just a water card from Superior side.
Mm-hmm.
Going down one influence to give yourself the level counter here is fine though, because you get to dig one card further through your deck. As long as what you put down is you're okay with losing, because he put 2 cards down for the Shieldmate, right? He has 2 floating available to him. If he chooses to banish one of his own floating memories for the level counter, it'll replace itself when he goes to Merlin 3, because in Recollection, he'll get the level counter, go to 2 level counters, and draw a card.
That's why Merlin is so strong when it comes to that. It's you get a GCR effect every other turn just from these level counters, and so a lot of players do rely on this. And I think he is following the play line you just said, eating that floating memory with Merlin 2, getting that level counter, and we're getting a hard commit to that level 3 with the 2 cards in memory.
So, Valkyrie, let me ask you this. If you're Rexer in here, do you think it's more valuable to get the level counter for yourself to push influence, or knowing that Superior just put down a second Fractal Polar Depths, do you think it's more important to remove one extra water card from him? Because that's 2 mills based on the effects of the Fractal Polar Depths.
Yeah, it's a really tough position. I do feel like Merlin players just really want to get fireballs as big as possible, as fast as possible. So I think the line is I have a fireball in hand. I can go ahead and just try to push damage. Guojia is only level 1, that's 19. If you do math enough, you are able to go ahead and take out Gojira very fast. And here we actually see that activation of Fireball. This is going to be for a total of 6. We have 5 levels total, plus the 1 from Fireball. And that second Fireball sneaking in the hand for Rex.
Double Fireball here. I believe we're still in Recollection. So this is double Fireball into attack the Bullfrog, attack with Liminal Guide, double Pendragon, I believe. And then I think he can still play the Incarnate if he does that. Especially if he draws the Sacred Engulf. Oh, that's a Flared Iridescence. So that should be enough for lethal.
Flared Iridescence is really strong. And I think there's also an additional Flared Iridescence in the hand for Rex as well.
So Flared Iridescence is basically 5 for 8, right? Because you pay 2, use the card, and then you ephemerate it for 2 more. So you pay 4, and then the card in your hand. That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. I like that value.
So he's playing a Ghost of Pendragon here to try to bait out a Frozen Dismissal. Because if Superior goes for a Frozen Dismissal here, what it signals to Rexrin is that he can just play his Flared Iridescence for lethal. Superior's only at level 1, so he has 7 damage counters left. It's looking pretty good.
It is very good. Flared Iridescence. Instances of 4 damage as a spell is very strong.
Enfeebling Orb is pretty good here too. Enfeebling Orb. You can let the Enfeebling Orb resolve if you want. That's totally fun. He's gonna pay for the Frozen Dismissal now. Okay, so Frozen Dismissal, it'll banish the Ghost of Pendragon. He cannot find lethal this turn, but he should, in theory, have it next turn.
Yes, and I don't think you want to show the flared iridescence here, do you? You just want to keep that as a sort of a surprise for the next turn. Don't want your opponent to try and plan around that from the grave, which I think Rex is keeping that in mind and just activating a ghost instead, drawing up and setting up a perfect lethal for next turn.
Yep, so in this position, he's debating whether or not he wants to kill the Thronekeeper Bullfrog. If he does kill the Thronekeeper Bullfrog, it will give Superior a floating memory, but he's also able to push 4 damage with the Inert Sword here and the Merlin level 2 even counter. So it's probably worth it. The only downside is Superior does get to draw a card off of the effect. Oh, he's actually not going to go to face, so he's going to go for the Frostborn Paladin Clear. Wants to keep the Ghost of Pendragon on the field for longer.
Oh, I really like that
Conniving
play, but
Plans.
a conniving plans, milling to. We have
Oh,
4
2
more water
Fugues.
cards. Whew. 4 more water cards now,
Interesting.
gonna draw into memory, and that grave is looking kind of full for those fractal of polar depths. This is a scary position. Wanting to get the exact count in that grave, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards goes to
Goes to 11.
19 or
22.
11, yeah, 22.
I think he could actually find lethal here. But he's milled 2 Fugues, which is really tough. I think he's milled 3 Fugues actually. So he can't go for like a standard lethal, because if he went to level 2 here and then had a Fugue still available to him, he could just flip Genbu, Fugue, and swing, and it would be close to enough. Like really, well, you activate the ability and then you swing with Fugue.
Yeah.
That's lethal, right? Because he only has 2 cards in hand. You'll kill him over double Resolute Stand.
Oh, a
Stratagem, but no
stratagem.
floating. Tough position to be in.
Gonna Primordial Ritual, perhaps. The Seaside Ringleader, and maybe we are looking for possibly a mill route here.
Oh, he might be looking
Uh,
for a stratagem lethal. It's
oh,
kind of
you're
hard to find here. I think the play is to hold everything, and then when Rex goes for lethal, you Primordial Ritual your Seaside Ringleader, you mill yourself for 2, and then you play Revitalize and Cleanse with all the water cards down, so that you can like survive over that, and then next turn you can try to mill him out with the double Fractal Polar Depths.
I am curious though. I think Rex does have that Incarnate Majesty in hand, so if that does resolve and the Majestic Spirit is on the field, the stratagem wouldn't be viable here. But we are going the route you're saying. Stratagem Mary Dice, in response to that activation, going to pop both the fractals. So we're going to get a mill and then an additional mill. So effectively, was it
13.
2.5ing your graveyard?
He's going for 13 here. Oh, that's kind of a tough one.
A little bit of communication. Superior attempted to activate Song of Frost twice without there being a combat phase. It looks like that was undone by the judge, as you
So you
would.
can do that, but you have to banish a floating memory to be able to pay for it alternate cost. That I think that was the problem that was missed there. Was he trying to play it for free to get 2 extra water cards in grave?
Gotcha. Okay, I see what you're saying here. I thought he paid for them, but no, that was just the stratagem that was being paid for. Very good.
Yeah, so Song of Frost does have a class bonus that says you may banish a card with floating memory from your graveyard rather than pay this card's reserve cost. So I think he was attempting to do that, but forgot that he needed to actually use a floating. It's not lost in thought. You can't just double lost in thought for 2 extra water cards in grave. But it looks like he's going for it anyways here. So we're gonna get the mill of, I believe, 11 in this case. We need to hit. Put the 28. We need to hit. What is that? 6? No, 4.
For float, we already had
13. We need 5.
3 float, and we
5
just
floating.
milled 2.
It looks like we're short 1, I think.
6 total float. That's gonna be
Is that 6
18
float?
damage? I believe we have 6 now. Because there was the primordial ritual that was
Oh yeah.
used. Bovine. Yeah, that's
Oh
gonna do
yeah,
it.
yeah.
3 right before.
He's super dead. He's super dead.
Uh, I think we're hitting close to like 12, 13 float now. And that's almost the entire deck. That is the deck for Superior. So it is every float possible.
Yeah, he's giga dead. Yeah, this is like stratagem for like 30 something.
I don't see any possible way that Rex can survive this stratagem, especially knowing they have, I believe, a 3 of Hearts and a Cremation Ritual in hand.
Yeah, if only he had, like a Topsy degree or something, he could give himself Spell Shroud.
That is true. Get
That's a lot
that.
of damage.
Just a bit. Come on, and just.
I think he just said 42.
Oh, that's survivable, right? Guardians have 30, and there's a possibility. But yeah, players picking up the cards here. It was very enjoyable to see, sort of going through the motions. I believe Rex sort of just knew as soon as Superior milled the whole deck as well, but might as well just see what your opponent was going for. It's always nice to be able to do something like that, see the combo fully through and through instead of some shortcutting happening.
Yep. I thought maybe we'd get there. It's tough. That Enfeebling Orb was really big though. Enfeebling Orb basically kept him alive, right? It gave him the opportunity to survive that Flared Iridescence turn.
Hmm. Yeah,
It's too bad that a
honestly.
Flared Iridescence wasn't milled instead of a Fireball, because if it was, then actually he had lethal.
Oh, because the ghost and liminal would clear the frog. The Merlin hits in for 4, leaving 3, and then you could flare it iridescence. Yeah,
Yep.
it's that enfeebling orb. You guys, Gerrit and yourself talked about it last round, but enfeebling orb is such a strong and powerful card, and once again we see it making a big splash in the game. Alrighty, moving on to sideboards here. Once taking a look at Superior's list, we have some Boots, Orbicilling, Quicksilver Grail, the Expel the Departed, Dismissal, Song of Frost, and the Excalibur. Are you thinking this is a bring in an additional Frozen Dismissal to stop these Dungeon Guides and Ghosts?
Frozen Dismissal and Excalibur are both pretty good here. Beastmon Boots is definitely a really big one. I think Boots for that's a hard choice. Boots for what here? Probably Boots for Smoke Bombs if he feels like he wants more defensive options. If he wants offensive options, he might just trade it for the Safeguard Amulet. Excal helps you with dealing with the Majestic Spirit. It's not absolutely necessary, but it is nice. It also allows you to break weapons if you want to. So if Rexren's playing like a Prismatic Edge, being able to break that is kind of big.
Yes, stop the ascension loops or just stop the inevitability of drawing and dealing damage here. And taking a look at the list, no Prismatic Edge, but there is a Vorpal Sword in the main board for Rex, and that's a very interesting sword choice. One cost 3/3 statted, so definitely is able to be used as advantageous with the Merlin level 2 plus attack bonuses there. Swinging in for 5 is not a small bit of damage, but now we're on to the sideboard here. We have Safeguard, Blanche, Overlapping Visages, Peer Beyond, Protector, Reveal the Hidden, and Topsy. After that game one, pretty sure those 2 Topsies are going to be make their way into that list now.
Yeah, Topsy Degree is definitely a big one here. I really like the idea of overlapping visages because it allows you to force people to sacrifice their Shenjus if it's the only thing on the board. It's just kind of tough to get into that position because you need to board clear a lot of other things. Right, Genbu is one of those decks where they do build a board of allies, right? Tidestone Bovine, Seaside Ringleaders, Thronekeeper Bullfrogs. In some cases, the Unbroken Mustangs come out, and then always the the Frostborn Paladins existing. So it is a little bit tougher to get overlapping visages to resolve in the way you want it to.
Is that
Yeah,
more catered towards the dragon than again blue?
yeah,
You would say.
yeah. That's definitely catered towards the dragon. Yeah, it's interesting to see as well though, because we're seeing flame sweeps in this deck, and I feel like that's something we almost never see in Merlin anymore. Like the last time we saw people playing flame sweep in Merlin was probably around 2024 Worlds when Glenn won.
Yeah, it's there's just better options, or people committed more heavily into the turbo mage that you didn't want to take that time at level 1, or it was kind of useless by the time you were level 3 to really take advantage of. That bovine, once that card is very strong, earning itself its category 1 tagline here, milling 2 floating off of it. It's floating in itself when you do level up into Tamer. The card just sort of has everything it needs. We see water decks that aren't Tamers running this because the value generation from it is so strong.
Yeah, Tidestone Bovine's good. We talked about it last match. Cat won. I still think Tidestone Bovine's like a fantastic card. Being able to set up an engine or even like an alternate win condition where your opponent can lose based on it is really, really big. It gives you the option to, if your opponent's like glimpsing, if they leave cards on top, you can just Tidestone Bovine and make them mill the 2 on the top.
Mm-hmm. Once again, opening with a fluffy shopkeep, Sword of Seeking, and the Majestic Spirit getting removed from that material deck and put into Banish. And sort of seeing a similar start here for Rex. Superior not getting that fractal, but Bovine still being a big key component here, hitting that float. And taking a look at that hand here, we do have a Primordial Ritual for the Bovine late game as well. Superior set up quite nicely to continue this value generation of the mill plan.
The mill plan's very strong. Uh, so you were talking about how he banished the Sword of Seeking and the Majestic Spirit there for the Fluffy Shopkeep. Normally that's the Prismatic Edge and the Majestic Spirit. So to me, this signifies he's not playing Prismatic Edge. Actually made me look at the deck list. He's playing Vorpal Sword. So Vorpal Sword is interesting. Not a lot of people know how well this works. The static effect is that Spectre allies can't retaliate with the Vorpal Sword, but this sword is a 1-cost 3/3 weapon, which is a really good stat line. The biggest advantage I think it has in the way that Rexarin has this deck set up is that it says on ally hit, you may remove a preparation counter from your champion. If you do, wake up the attacker. So this kind of works really well with that undeniable truth, because undeniable truth does give you a preparation counter.
So it's sort of built-in combination with the card that we were saying you can't really use the prep counters. Rex is finding a way through the material deck to take full advantage of the card in itself.
We're also going to see the creative shock there. End step's going to discard the fast here and still have enough cards in hand to pay for the inert sword. The additional cost of materializing the inert sword is that you do need to pay 2 reserve. We might see a Fracturize here. In Recollection, Fracturize from Superior on the inert sword. It will give Rexarin 1 extra pseudo influence, but it does stop 1 weapon from being on the board, which is kind of relevant, especially if the Cheshire Cats come out or anything like that. Oh, I sorry, no Cheshire Cats on the deck. Just for the Ghost of Pendragon and the attacks itself. We are gonna see it fracturized. Okay. How do you feel about the fracturized play there? You didn't see a Cheshire Cat in game 1. Are you really that afraid of an inner sword?
I think Superior's aiming towards protecting the bovines in themselves. They are 1/2 statted allies, and that sword swings for 2, removes the bovine. Superior probably not ready to part with them, as they're just so good in generating that value. Those extra Genbu mills, which is accelerating you so much faster to being able to flip. And if Superior finds a resonating few, you can start looking for lethal lines so much quicker. So now if Rex wants to remove a bovine, you're going to have to commit a fluffy shopkeep and an additional ally. So In honesty, I like the play. I don't like giving my opponent pseudo influence, as you said, with a fractal, but in the driving position Superior is in, I think it's one of the better options you could do.
It is true. Tidestorm Bovine says we did talk about being that value engine. The protection you get out of it is really good. We might see a second Fluffy Shopkeep here. He does have the Liminal Guide in hand as well. So Liminal Guide, I don't think I saw a Cremation Ritual, so can't do the same play as last time.
And very good news for Rex and or Fire Merlin fans. They did draw a dungeon guide. Finally, dungeon guide not getting milled out completely by Genbu. You are able to see it. And oh, we're actually just seeing the dungeon guide to level 2 right away. Gonna go ahead and take advantage of that. And I assume you're gonna be eating that float that Superior has been stacking up.
Yeah, most likely gonna see the Fracturize going.
Gonna go ahead and clear in a bovine. Yep, there goes one of the bovines. Eliminated from the field due to the dungeon and fluffy. Setting down the Topsy here for Rex, or considering it. We do have a Resolute Stand, Flared, and a Protector, which is another very strong card to stop Genbu. Oh,
I do
Once, what
like
do you think
this.
about this? Yeah.
I do like this. Protector at all costs, kind of interesting. I don't know how relevant. I guess it's relevant now because you want to summon the Obla token to retaliate. I mean, that's probably the only thing I can think of that you would do this for, right?
Well, this is during Rex's main phase.
Oh, it's during his main phase. I thought he did it. I thought he
Yeah.
passed and did it in response to the bovine. So I guess he's doing this to create the token so that he can kill the bovine beforehand.
Killed it. Yeah, which is, we talked about it. The cows are very powerful. Superior went to protect the cows with that Fracturize, and Rex is understanding this, wanting to just remove them, get them completely off the board.
There's like two different ways to view this. So on one side, you clear the bovine ahead of time so it can't get an extra mill. On the downside, you give him 2 floating memory.
Hmm.
So the value's not bad, right? Having a Memorite Obelisk on the field is still another body. Like it's a decent body as well.
Yeah, a 2/3 for 3. That's a standard ally rate that people more than likely pay for. So yeah, it's not bad at all. You do lose that interception or the attack redirection that comes with Protector, but now you control the board state. You are the one putting pressure against Superior, and Superior is gonna have to answer back. And sometimes it's hard. You don't draw those allies. We don't see a Frosthorn Paladin at all, and Seaside Ringleader. So it may be possible Superior's gonna have to do a little bit of a digging for an answer to this board state.
I love that it's just a glorified 3-cost 2/3 in this case. Like normally we look at this and we're like, okay, cool, it's a great card because it allows you to redirect an attack, right? Because you can play it, summon the Memorite Obelisk token with 2 Sheen counters. It becomes a 2/3. Then you're like, cool, I'm gonna change the target of your attack to this token. I'm gonna retaliate for 2, and it's like, no, I'm just gonna play this. I want a body on the board. I'm a swing. I'm a kill. Easy. It's it's definitely something I wasn't expecting to see.
Yes. Ally decks are always the same. It's just the way you get your allies are change. It's very funny
Also,
to
it
see.
does give him 3 cards in memory though, which might have been the more relevant reason to him. He might have been trying to get those 3 cards in memory so that he can level up to Merlin.
Oh, that's a very good point. Interesting though that one of the cards is the Topsy Decree though that was set down. And I feel like that's something you really don't want to lose because you saw Superior with that stratagem route, but maybe not fearing it as much. Resolute, Flared, and Topsy are gone from that memory, and we're at Merlin level 3 with a Ghost in hand.
I think I'm interested in the fact that he kept the Flame Sweep instead of the Flared Iridescence, knowing that Superior doesn't have an established board, right? In this game, it's a little different. You don't necessarily need the Topsy because you know the Superior is not in a place where he's progressing his game state really aggressively. Yes, he's at 5 quest counters, there are no fractal polar depths on the field. He doesn't have that kind of aggressive game plan set up where he can go for the stratagem. He does have, I believe, 3 floating memory in graveyard, so it is a little tougher. Kind of hard to say. I think that the Flared Iridescence is definitely more important than the Flame Sweep, though, in this game state.
Mm-hmm. Completely agree with you there. It just provides so much more Ghost drawing 2, creative, resolute. What are you going to be looking for here? Just your fireballs at this point? Looking for a way to close out the game?
I think the card you're actually looking for the most in this is your one of Sacred Engulfment, because you can banish fire cards to get a what's the word? The thing that gives you levels for the keyword that gives you levels towards your next spell.
Empower.
Empower, yeah. So Sacred Engulfment allows you to banish fire cards for empowerment, allows you to get out the Incarnate Majesty a lot easier. Incarnate Majesty with the Majestic Spirit will protect him instead of needing an Obsidian Decree, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a hard position
Yeah.
to be in.
It is tough. Superior though, milling 2 Seaside Ringleaders. That is such a powerful card to mill, just because they generate so much value from the graveyard themselves. And I think we're going to see both of them activated here pre-rec, as Superior is maybe not considering it. We have.
Oh, he's definitely going for it. He has cards in hand.
Yep, there we go.
He's
First
doing
one.
one. And then, yeah, he did one because he wanted to see what he drew into memory first, and he's thinking about doing the other one, so he's gonna do both. Pretty good though.
I'm a
I wonder.
big
So
fan.
all cards are down for Superior, means no negates are available. Rectorin might be thinking about going for Creative Shock right now.
Just trying undeniable
Undeniable
truth.
truth.
Are we setting up for the Vorpal Sword next turn?
Potentially. The thing is, the Vorpal Sword is strange because it would be on a not even level counter turn.
Mm-hmm.
If it was on even level counter, you can actually just kill Genbu if you have like a Nullifying Lantern or something like that. Which I also don't think he's playing, so maybe not.
There are possibilities, but I'm not sure if they can actually come into fruition here as the pieces have to fall together. We do have those 9 quest counters on Gojira, so Genbu is able to flip at a moment's notice.
Frostborn Paladin, banish a Bovine. He's going to be able to clear out that fluffy Shopkeep. Or could just send damage into the Ghost of Pendragon if he has another ally on board.
You are right, the Fluffy has been removed. We still have the Obelith as well. So together with the Ghost, it can remove the I almost called him a flared incandescence, the Frostborn Paladin, and still maintain this ally board control. Trying to take a peek at Superior's hand, I see Refracting, and I'm not seeing a additional like allies to play, and I didn't see a Fugue. I think that's the biggest card to be looking for.
Interesting. Okay, so I think Rextron's beating himself up a little bit. So the undeniable truth, drew one, right?
Mhm.
His drawn blade banish at random drew him into a floating memory. So if he'd played Creative Shock, he actually would have drawn the floating and discarded it.
Oh, I got the free drawn blade.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but it happens. The undeniable truth for the prep counter may actually be for the Vorpal Sword since he's not going for it this turn.
Setting it up here. Ooh, a revitalizing cleanse to the front of the hand for Superior, and 5 additional cards in there. So it's possible to survive through like a double fireball turn here if they are looking for, if Rex is looking for that kind of win potential as they did in game one. But we, as casters in the audience, know that Rex is kind of struggling here to find those fireballs, find that additional ways to win the game. And even as once stated, the Incarnate Majesty is another very powerful key card you want to be looking for, and you're just not finding them.
It's a tough position to be in right now. Superior also with 7 water cards in grave means that Genbu is pretty big, or potentially pretty big at least. It's currently sitting there on the field at 3-9, but with the activated ability on him, it would go up to 16. 316 is pretty big. It's kind of a beefy boy. If Superior does draw into 1 Fractal Polar Depths, though, it's going to make this kill line against Superior really difficult. He's going to have to find a lot of non-combat damage.
Oh, and we do see that Guojia level 3 coming in. Now, since Genbu is flipped, you don't really need those additional quest counters, so it's just going to be a nice little recover 3 and a life buffer. You now 25 is the total target. You said it perfectly. Rex is going to need to find more damage to even get through, or spell damage to get through this Guojia now.
It's really tough. Superior is up to influence of 12 with an established board, right? He has Genbu on the board to protect this Frostborn Paladin. Frostborn Paladin can swing it every turn for 3. It is going to hit the Stalwart Shieldmate this time, so it's not going to be super significant. I think Rex is debating if he wants to play an Undeniable Truth. I don't know if that's what's in his hand. I can't quite tell. He's going to Resolute Stand the Stalwart Shieldmate. He's feeling the pressure on the board right now. And he's really afraid of a Fugue.
Not wanting to take any chances. Just trying to stop the damage from coming in. We do need to clear off that Frostborn Paladin, though, to keep the Stalwart alive and dandy.
So the Resolute Stand, I think, is on the Stalwart Shieldmate.
Oh,
So
you're
it's
right.
going to
Yes,
keep that
yes.
alive. I think there's 2 sides here. Both players are playing chicken for a different reason. Rex has a sword out, which means Superior is afraid of playing Fugue, flipping Genbu's stats, and losing it to a Prismatic Edge trigger. And on the other side, Rexarin is afraid of Superior having the ability to play a Fractal Polar Depths, sacrifice it, change Genbu's life or increase Genbu's life and then Fugue him for 1 swing lethal. But neither player knows that that's not what's available to them. Like
That the
Superior
other
doesn't know
player
that
doesn't
Rex does
have
not
it.
play the Prismatic Edge, which is really, really significant in the way he's playing the matchup.
Yeah, knowledge is power in the game of Grand Archive, and it clearly shows here that you have to respect all possible options that your opponent does have. And it's a classic. Prismatic Edge is run in 99% of Merlin decks, I could comfortably say. So it makes sense you're playing around this. But the fact that Rex has an unorthodox material deck choice is forcing Superior into these suboptimal plays when better plays do exist with the knowledge.
So Merlin's attacking in with the Drawn Blade to the Genbu. I think he's either going to Song of Frost this or activate the ability. Song of Frost does mean that it's harder for Rexarin to be able to play an Incarnate Majesty because there won't be a broken sword. But it looks like he's just going to pay for the effect instead and give him extra life. So he's got an extra 7. 3 damage counters currently. This is a 316 Genbu.
It is beefy.
Oh, that's what it was. It was a Library Witch SP3. I thought that was Overlapping Visages at first. So I was like, oh, if he just fireballs the Frostborn Paladin, he could play Overlapping Visages and then make it so that he has to sacrifice the Genbu.
Oh, yeah, I can get you from there. And that only would leave Superior the Fractal Polar Depth stratagem route for the game, so it'd be very comfortable sitting in. But Genbu, too big to attack into. Plan was thwarted, and 316 is nothing to scoff at. It's really hard. And oh.
Refracting Missiles for 1 into the Library Witch.
And the materialization of the Enfeebling Orb as well. We saw how powerful it was in game 1. And Rex, I believe, was it 4 cards in hand? Yes. 4 in hand, so that Enfeebling Orb is going to make a big difference.
Fugue does exist here. It does exist. I don't even know if he has one. I just keep thinking it exists as a play line, but we're going to see another Frostborn Paladin. The thing is, if you're in a position where you're up a game, you don't have to play aggressively for a win here. You can play very defensively. You have a Frostborn Paladin and a Genbu. You know your opponent's not playing Lantern because they haven't already brought it out. You can just build the board, build Frostwind Paladins, build Tidestone or build Thronekeeper Bullfrogs, right? Have the ability to protect your Genbu in lots of different ways. And at this point, that's what the Enfeebling Orb is for. The Enfeebling Orb is to protect him from any potential situation where Rexrin can clear the Genbu, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is of no surprise. People reading what Vorpal Sword does. I think most people have no idea what this card does.
Wait a second.
It's pretty cool though. You can banish a card from your material deck, and Vorpal Sword gains Spell Shroud.
Saves us from those pesky fracturizes and other removal that a lot of Merlin and Lorraine's weapons are susceptible to. So built-in protection is always nice. Frees up slots in the main deck as well. And we do have one prep counter from that earlier Undeniable Truth. The issue is, though, is Genbu's going to get so big with the amount of water cards in that graveyard.
I think he's going to Flame Sweep. Flame Sweep with the Vorpal Sword to clear the board for 5. Get Song
Wow.
of Frosted.
And if this was an even turn, that'd be even more devastating. 7 total clearing the board, and we see a Cerulean Decree.
Nope, Cerulean's really good here.
In the form of -3 in the shape of draw a card into memory, I'm assuming here.
Yep. It does make me wonder if he's going to retaliate with Genbu for damage, though.
Oh, and there's a Fugue.
Okay, so we're showing the Fugue. Pretty big. Cerulean's pretty good. Cerulean is a good card. I ran a poll that I asked everyone what they thought the best decree was, and it was like 80% people said Topsy Decree is the best decree. Cerulean got like under 5% or something. It was like Cerulean was 5, and then I think Vermilion was 3 and Vergris was 2 or something. Everyone's like so certain, or it was like 90% Topsy or something ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's recency bias or something. Topsy is good, but the fact that Cerulean was so below in the polls shows that, maybe players need to play against the Cerulean Decree meta when it initially came out to realize how powerful that card was.
I actually want to ask you guys, what do you think in chat? What do you think the best decree is and why? Or how would you rate the decrees in terms of like how good they are compared to each other? Okay, so Enfeebling Aura comes out. We're gonna see a Fireball here for what is 9?
Or 9. Is that 9 to Genbu?
It's 9 to face. It's
Face.
on Rexarin's turn. So the play here is that you Enfeebling Orb on Rexarin's turn, so that he can't interact with Genbu at all, right? I believe Genbu also has Spell Shroud.
You're correct, yes. Give us a shot. But yeah, it's preventing complete interaction. Rex, as people would say, hands down, nothing to answer. And we just see the Fugue pre-recollection, and
Yep,
then we're
and it's
gonna
cooked.
recollect, and Genbu's gonna be activated and swing in for, I believe, 11 or 12 cards in that graveyard.
It's gonna be big. It's definitely gonna be big. Think we're seeing like a swing for 20 or something. If you really want it to be safe, you just Primordial Ritual and just send it.
Mm-hmm. Get rid of the Frost ones though, since they've already done their damage.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. There, the hand is extended. The 2-0 here for Superior, and he's back. The Frozen Meatball is back, guys. The last time I got to cast this deck was NA Nats 2025. Call it a Frozen Meatball then. Calling it a Frozen Meatball now. Genbu is indeed a big bad boy. He kind of come in swinging.
He does. He does. I just felt like that particular Genbu had such a vendetta against Rex. That first game milling multiple dungeon guides, multiple fireballs, and
Dude,
then
Rex almost came back that game too. That was crazy.
Yeah. And then game 2, Genbu just, became the frozen meatball we all know and love, swinging in, I believe for a total, so it was 9 in yard, and then the milled additional water plus the Frostworn plus the Primordial. So a total of 12 swinging in for 21. That's kind of scary.
Pretty big. Goja on top. Goja number one deck right now.
Yeah.
Has too many flexible options. You can play all these different things. You could be Edward. You can play Fire Genbu. You can play Edward. You can play Wind Byakko. You could be Superior and play Water Genbu, or you can be like Liftressel on the what was that? The basically Windluxum Dragon deck.
Yep, the get to level 3, generate tons of value, and maybe decide to use the dragon every once in a while. And then, of course, like you can't even forget, but prior to the uprising of Gogyo, there was that small portion of time where Suzaku was very popular in the aggressive aggro deck.
Suzaku is I still really like playing Suzaku. I think it's a really fun way to play an aggro deck because it has like a good split of combat on combat damage. Actually, I think fire aggro in general is really good for that. Because when we look at it, it's like Aetherwing Diana is very, very good with both combat damage and non-combat damage since they are Aether spells that you have to use. Our
Mhm.
Aether charge spells, and then we have like Fire Xander. Fire Xander's always been pretty balanced between non-combat damage, combat damage, because most of the fast speed stuff is like all skills, right? You have a
Mhm.
couple spells with things like Vermilion Decrees, but then you have Planet Explosives, you have Mark the Targets and stuff like small points of damage, and then with Suzaku, it's like everything. You just have like all different points of damage. You have graveyard damage. You have your fabled stone or what was it called? Ruby Fate Stone does damage as well. You can heated vengeance people because you take damage. There's like all these different ways that it plays around.
Yeah, I think it's one of the few decks that fully takes advantage of every possible damage type in the game. Because usually, like Merlin was so powerful because you have spell damage and ally damage and like ghost and stuff. That dual threat is what's so hard to protect against it. But yeah, you're exactly right. You have attack damage, ally damage, spell damage, unpreventable damage, a reoccurring damage. There's not to sound cheesy, but it's tons of damage, right? Coming from every way, shape, and form.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we've seen a
which.
couple other ones too. Like Rai said in chat there, the Fire Merlin Assassin aggro is pretty good. Flickering Afterglow is like a really cost efficient damage card. We also have Fire Ciel, Fire Tenoris. They got a couple cool cards with MRC Alter and stuff. Furnace Drone, also having access to cards like Overpowering Defense now to negate
Mhm.
while you're attacking. Shield Fragmentation is another one that does like decent fast combat damage. Like a lot of really neat stuff that you can do.
There's a lot of stuff. Well, I really enjoyed watching the Frozen Meatball against Merlin.
It's
You
sticking.
know,
It's sticking.
we're doing it. But yeah, it's really cool to see. This is weirdly enough the second Fire Merlin we've seen this event already. Like I wouldn't think she was like I know she's popular. People love playing her, but it just feels like there's sort of been not an upbringing, a uprising of players on this specific deck. Not sure if there's particular matchups that they're wanting to go against, or if it's just that big old comfort pick, as a lot of players have been playing it for a very long time. I know you asked Gerrit in the last round, but I want to ask you this round here of like, we're just finished round 3. The tournament is halfway over. We're going to start considering some of those decks making their way into the undefeated or top tables. What are those decks that are going to be in that area?
It's gonna be your favorite deck. We're gonna see Water, Cosmic Focus, Astra Diana in the top tables.
Oh, nice, nice. I like to hear it. I like to hear it.
I'm pretty confident that someone out there is playing it at this regional. It is a pretty good deck. I wouldn't say it's like the best deck because obviously we have Seiryu. Seiryu is ridiculously strong still as a deck. Baby
Mhm.
Green Slime is so good into all these Aether decks. Um, Tristan's always going to be decent on the field. I think the deck that I'm most interested in seeing potentially do well, I really want to see people playing more CL. Like I know people are very tired of CL, Ablation, blah blah blah, but I think that Beguiling Coup CL is probably one of my favorite decks to watch. I think it has a
Mhm.
lot of different unique play lines that make it more fun.
Yeah, see, I wonder what happened. I'm not sure if you know the exact like moment, but it felt like there was so much Ablation CL, and then something happened, and everyone just got off the deck. Instead of like swapping to, as you said, the Beguiling Coup, which is more attack focused, everyone's just like, oh, Ablation's been stopped. I guess we gotta choose a new deck.
I think people just went over to the decks that felt more like Ablation is very nice because it plays itself for the most part. When you play the other versions of CL, I think that they require a lot more practice and goldfishing. You need to understand what your opening play lines are and how you navigate from point A to point B to point C, depending on what the matchup is. When you play Ablation, it's a lot more linear. Um, in the same way that I think that Seiryu feels very linear right now. In the same way that I felt like ALC Serene Fire Luxem was really linear, right?
Hmm.
Nowadays that deck has a lot of depth to it, and the different play patterns and ways you can get around is really unique and difficult. But when these decks have their really strong points in the meta, I think their best, and I'm saying it this way specifically, meta strong point is because they're linear. They're decks that people can pick up and you can do fairly well with them. If you spend a lot of time practicing, you will excel at these decks because they're inherently already pretty strong,
Hmm.
right? That's why when we're looking at decks like, why did people get off the Ablation CL? Well, it's honestly more linear to play this aggressive dragon deck. And there's different types of it too. There's the Seiryu deck that draws like a million cards and plays level 1 for the most part, which is kind of more in that Win-Luxem style. And then there's the version where you tend to push to 3 pretty aggressively with like Wind Trotters and like heavy damage, right?
Hmm.
Both of these are like fairly linear lines. Less so with the Win-Luxem one because the more cards you draw, the more options you have, so things kind of change. But when you're playing a deck that turbos levels really fast, and still maintains like decent influence, your lines are basically just play a card, level up, play a card, level up, play a card, level up, try to kill them in like 2 or 3 turns, right? Generate an
Hmm.
arcane blast. Next turn, I'm gonna play 2 commands, or I'm gonna play a command. I'm gonna empower and just try to shoot you, and before you can even hit level 3.
Yeah, I think it all stems from, I wouldn't say a problem in Grand Archive, but something Grand Archive does is if you have a powerful 2 cost win the card button, a lot of these like linear decks tend to like deviate towards that strategy. You said it with the commands. It's like if you have the commands, it's your time to go, you're winning the game. And we see it with like a bunch of like other specific cards, and I completely am with you there. It's the just because something is linear and easy to play doesn't like make the deck bad. It's really good, especially for people who have to play in long events, 10 rounds, anything of that nature. Having something linear, something easy is exactly what you need. You don't want to expend too much resource of the brain to think very complicated when you can, you know, do the same product but for less of that brain power. And so,
Yeah, and
it's
that also doesn't like mean that the players are bad in any regard, right? Like playing a linear deck does not make you like a bad player. It just means you like playing that deck, right? There's
yeah.
nothing wrong with playing a linear deck. Going into some stats on the event, since we were talking about how Guoja is really popular and stuff. At this event, it's actually Guoja and Fractals. Fractals really popular. But the big thing I wanted to talk about was the basic element statistics. This is actually a very even spread, and I feel like that is not something we've seen in quite a while.
Let me take a look here. Wow. Yeah.
So we have
That is
29% water, 33% wind, and 38% fire. I was fully expecting to see wind be the highest percentage.
yeah, that's honestly I'm baffled just looking at this water being so high as well. Wind has your decks like Shadow Strike Tristan, your Seryus, but to see fire back on top, like yes, fire is a very popular element. A lot of people love it. And it's one of those things that like know I've talked about in the past and just casting stuff is people will always play fire. And it sort of ties into what you were saying about linear is fire is a linear element in the sense of its resources. You have creative shock, you have cremation ritual, you have all the tools and engines you need. So a lot of people just feel comfortable on those decks and allows you to play certain strategies that really work with. But then along the same lines is water was so low in the past. We saw people trending away from it. They weren't happy with sort of how it was playing into the meta. But the fact that it's 29%, just 4% behind Win, which you estimated would be the most popular, is baffling.
Yeah, wind, water, fire, and wind also has that split because there are people playing Fire Vanitas still.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it has not a round number there. It's definitely some interesting stuff. Well, I guess it's just one person because there's 25%,
Yeah.
0.25 fire and then 0.75 wind means there's one champion spirit fire and then 3 champions that are wind. Water coming back though. Fractals are good. Genbu's pretty good. Water Ally CL is becoming fairly popular. People are learning how to play with Tweedledee and other cards like that. Snow White allies has been pretty popular as well.
Well, I'm actually going to throw in a little bit of a fun trivia for you once. I'm not sure if you already looked, but can you name the one champion that is not represented here at the event that usually has at least a couple of representation in the meta, but this time not shown up?
The one champion that is not being represented at the event right now that normally is.
Or has been, I should say, recently.
Oh, recently makes that harder. Is it? Oh, I was gonna say is it Kongming, but I don't think it's Kongming. Oh man, I'm trying to think of what champions even exist. It's probably not a lineage break champion. MRC's Tristan and Sylvie. ALC is Tenoris, Diana Arsana.
Oh, hold on, never mind. I've lied to you about the trivia. I'm just blind. It was
I'm gonna guess it
Arisana,
was.
but
Yeah, I was gonna say probably Arsana then,
yeah.
because a lot of people haven't been playing Arsana.
Yeah, it was I thought it was Arizona, but my eyes glossed over it. There's only one Arizona player though here at this event.
I think I
So
know
it
who
is
it is too.
crazy.
Oh, he's not. Never mind. He's the one Vanitas player I was thinking of.
Mm. We have one
Rye or
Vanitas,
Sylvie?
one
No, people are playing
Jin.
Sylvie right now. People are playing Slimes again. Some people like playing Purity Rye and then like Wind Rye. So those always get like 1 or 2 people on them. It's like the champions that get 1 or 2 people to play them would be like what Alice, Rye, Tenoris. I guess Diana's popular now, so not her. Arasana has lowered in popularity, so she's probably in that list. Jin and Kongming are probably in that range where like 1 or 2 people will play it.
Yeah. Did we want to go over champion statistics right now, or did you want to save that for a later round?
I'll let you and Gerrit do that next round.
Yeah,
We'll
sounds
save we'll
good.
save that one for you and Gerrit.
So that just sounds like if you guys want to know the champion statistic breakdown, you got to be tune in for our round 4, right? That's it's going to be coming up here shortly. I think we're going to take a small breather here, stretch some legs, get some waters. Make sure you go ahead and subscribe to True Champion Gaming's channel to follow along on the content. And there will be another stream on February 15th for the online regional hosted here as well. OnceInluv will be running production. I'll be casting that. And so we would be more than happy for you to join us again here. But without further ado, Once, any last minute words you want to say to the audience?
No, hope you guys have been enjoying and make sure to tune in. We'll be back with round 4 quite soon, actually, like very, very soon. So see you soon, guys.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're getting ready for round four. OnceInluv is taking a break, and I have picked up the man, the myth, the legend, Gerrit, who's going to be taking this round four casting with me. How are you doing?
I'm amazing, Valkrie. It's so nice to be in here. It is going to be a very crispy round. I have this feeling.
very a very crispy fried round. Super excited for it, and I think seeing how fast we get into the game, we may go over champion statistics or keep you guys waiting for it and till the end of the round. But what do you want to see? We've seen quite a bit. We've seen Merlin, Genbu, Fractals. Anything that's calling to you?
I think I'm good with whatever, as long as it is not a Wind Alice.
Oh, whatever you say. Well, how about we provide you with slimes, something that we don't see too often now, against Water Aetherwing Diana.
Water Aetherwing Diana versus Slimes. This is going to be a good one, especially because the slime is not fire, not water, it is Spirit of Wind as a base. Someone choose the Woodrow flavor here, I suppose.
Yeah, it's Wind's interesting. You do get a couple of good solid win cards. You get Slime Shield, or not Slime Shield, I'm sorry. Calming Breeze. I'm reading the deck list and Slime Shield is right there. Calming Breeze. And they're also running Imperious Galebind, which is a very interesting card. I'm not sure if I would choose this over running Fire Slimes for your creative shock, but it is, I'm excited to see how it works in this deck. They are, I believe, both players 2-1, so still in contention for that top eight.
It is interesting. So, as I heard some people already jokingly saying, Imperious Galebind is the card that says draw free if you suppress the right things on the board, right? And as we all know, drawing free is one more than drawing two, so it has to be better, right?
Yeah, it's mathematically 3 is bigger than 2, so it has to be better. Also, a cool thing about Imperious Galebind is you suppress your I'm so bad. Arcane Slimes, and they could come back and just get the damage on enter once more.
Yeah, the good old Storm Slime being suppressed is something that I like, but not in my game of Grand Archive.
You like it when you're the one doing it, not when it's happening to you.
You're correct. And it seems like Mr. CC Mullen started the game here and just passed over to Tang here, who is going strong with a Sculpt the Land to plan his turns ahead and hopefully finding any of the cool cards that says draw a card, right?
Yeah, well, Scout the Land itself says draw a card, so you're already doing quite well for yourself here. Finding, I believe that was a limitless slime. Yes, found off the top and drawn here, not committing it to board. And I'm curious how the early game goes, because in Fire Slimes, you draw, you discard, you filter out that floating memory. In Wind, a lot of the time you just cycle cards and then use your own memory to level up. You do have Reclaim and cards of that nature, but I'm curious to see the level up plan for Tang on this Wind Sylvie. And as we move over to Mr. Mullen, on this Water Aetherwing Diana, going the aggressive route with just materializing a sword and then committing a Cheshire Cat that we see in hand, I'm assuming here, just to put that early game pressure on Sylvie.
Yeah, getting the early pressure on with the Inner Sword and the Cheshire Cat is pretty annoying, especially for a deck that seems to be not able to deal with either of those cards very reasonably, right? Because most of the things you can put on the board are either allies that cannot deal with the Cheshire Cat because she has stealth, or you have a lot of cool spells that don't do anything against her either, because she has Spell Shroud. So the best thing you can do is, during an attack phase, you suppress the weapons so she deals less damage.
But with the weapon only having 1 durability now, suppressing it lets it come back in with 2 durability. So you can almost get infinite attacks with the sword if you keep using it once and forcing your opponent to have to suppress it.
That sounds amazing. Maybe you need to be playing this one in the Sylvie deck. Because just like the Fluffy Shopkeep, the Cheshire Cat would get a buff counter on enter during the turn you leveled up to the Sylvie level 1. And as we saw, Tang just used the on enter ability to banish 2 Regalias to draw 1 more card into memory, and putting on the first damage counters on Mr. Mullen here.
Yeah, I'm actually curious why we're not keeping that to intercept the cat, because that, all Water Aethering Diana wants to do is it's an aggressive deck. It wants to stack up that damage on you and just, damage sticks. And if it just has enough, it can end the game in a single swing with an Aethering or with the sword with distance enablers. So that damage prevention from the intercept is very valuable. Maybe it's in hopes that they get to keep this Fluffy for the turn when they level up to 2 so they could draw the additional card.
I can see that one, and also it seems like more or less the damage you put on the Water Aethering Diana is pretty permanent here. So your Storm Slams are not hitting for those ludicrous amounts of damage. So the idea is most likely to suppress them. Put 1 on board, deal like 3 or 4 damage at best. Then suppressing it during the main phase to get the trigger at the end phase again to deal a couple more damage. And this rinse and repeat.
Yeah, it's crazy to see here. I'm really curious what Mr. Mullen's gonna do for their turn. They swung in with the cat, went ahead, got that damage here, and it's potential that you can just put Sylvie to a very uncomfortable life total. You can buff this up under a Frostworn Paladin. That is such a good card, and just gonna add to that damage.
Whoop-de-doodle-doo, the numbers are rising. It is almost like Mr. McMullen invested into real estate here, because the value is going up here.
The Water Diana stonks are in. It is so hot right now.
It is especially threatening if you look at it. He has 2 free attack allies on board, gets to choose whatever he wants to mill with the Aqua Mirage Whisper, and of course hits a floating memory. And also putting even more damage on Tang here. And he is quite in a pickle.
Yeah, and that's not just any ordinary floating memory. That's the best floating memory in the game for Diana. Is the Weaving Mana Stream. So Mullen is not only going to go to get to materialize and draw a card, but that's going to load itself up. And as soon as I'm talking highly of it, Thurble going to come in and remove it from the game.
While the Thurble removed the mana stream here, that is basically an infinite value card for those Water Diana decks. The downside is that you as Tang can't level up during the materialization phase right now, because you are forced to interact with the graveyard of your opponent. While we saw a glimpse of Dungeon Guide in hand, I'm not sure if it is the point in time where you want to activate it now, right?
I think you need to. You're staring down lethal, and Water Diana is known to have, spell damage with the Carp Song Coda and that. So you just need that little bit of buffer. You are going to draw an additional card because you do have that fluffy shopkeep. So you're dungeon guiding, only losing 1 in memory technically, and then the dungeon guide itself. And if we see a double dungeon guide here, which we don't, but if we have a way to Zephyr displace or outright suppress this dungeon guide, you will get to 3.
Luckily, the fluffy shopkeep will be quite bothersome for Mr. Mullen here. due to the fact that he has no floating, so he will not get plus, even though he could get a smoke bomb and draw a card, and that is at best cycling. But that is still very threatening here, right?
Right. And just like that, Mr. Mullen brings out the answer to that Fluffy you were just mentioning in the form of the smoke bombs. And Garrett, does that signal to you anything if your opponent pulls out a smoke bombs when you have an interceptor?
Yeah, I would be very scared and afraid of what he is trying to pull off now. The issue is that regardless of what Tang now might be trying to do, he has to at least activate 2 interactable cards here to stop the damage, because a suppress of one of the weapons would not be enough alone, because then you can just use the other one.
Yeah, we do know there's that baby green, that tricky little slime in the hand for Tang, so it will be able to suppress that Aqua Mirage Whisper. So we're not looking at complete lethal here. Gonna have at least an quote-unquote out to this lethal attack.
And
there
here
it
we
is.
see, in response to the card activation of the Ifak charge, Tang suppresses the Aqua Mirage Whisper, and it just says, oh, let's suppress the ward. And then the Ifak charge can go into any weapon and goes just straight to the graveyard. Luckily, Tang has just all the cards right now he needs. One suppress for the... Oh, whoopsie. Maybe he doesn't have enough.
That Crystalline Archer sealing the deal.
Yes.
I think maybe that baby green slime was premature. Correct me if I'm wrong, Garrett, or the audience, but if you is there a way to baby green the Aqua Mirage Whisper where the refreshing charge is actually banished at a certain point during the attack declaration step instead of it being able to hit the graveyard?
Sadly, there is no point. Because if you respond to the activation of the refreshing charge should be the card is on the stack, and you basically just deny the area it can go to after it was activated. And if you suppress the Aqua Mirage Whisper during the attack step, only the weapon will not be part of the attack anymore, and the Ifak charge is still in the intent, and basically the spell is still flying towards you. And after, with concluding the attack, the cards will just go to the graveyard.
Yeah, so it was a catch-22 then for Tang, that floating memory plus the Crystalline Archer just really was hard to play around. Tried to keep up Baby Green, keep up the Slime Shield, just was not enough with the constant pressure put in by the Water Diana. Looking at sideboards here, though, well, I'll start with Diana, and you could do Sylvie here. We see Seeker's Aether Ring, Staggering Strike, Unbroken Mustang, Drown in Aether, and Freezing Hail, and a Frozen Dismissal. Honestly, Frozen Dismissal is probably like the only card I would personally bring here, and Drown in Aether. Just sort of that removal and prevention of dungeon guidings, getting rid of some of these slimes that could be a problem. But a lot of the times, Mr. Mullen is just wanting to win the game early and fast.
Yeah, correct. Those are also the cards I would try to get into the deck. And winning fast here is most likely the name of the game for Mr. Mullen here. And for Tang, on the other hand, it seems to be more of a long-winded game with how he wants to play. Because his deck inherently wants to abuse the value engines that Wind bring with Imperious Galebind and all those items he can put onto the field and just suppress later on. I think one of the few cards he might throw in is another Resolute Stand. Maybe a Quicksilver Grade to have quick interaction for the Covenant of Thorns if he even gets to the point. And I'm not sure about the 2 Twilight Slimes he has in his sideboard.
Yeah, Twilight Slimes I feel like is very particular and good in like certain matchups, and I don't see it being as good here as Carp Song Code I believe is a skill. I'm just gonna double check that. Here.
Carp Song is a skill indeed.
Okay, yeah, so Carp Song's a skill, so Spell Shroud's not even gonna like stop that. And like yes, Spell Shroud can stop cards,
Ooh.
Aether charges like Charge of the Soul, but in reality, that's the one damage isn't really gonna make that big of a difference.
It seems like while we were talking about sideboards, Tang went into the kitchen, was baking a couple of cakes, and came out with a full bakery here. With 2 forest cakes as his turn 1 play, Mr. Mullen just passing, and now Tang leveling up into Sylvie level 1. And we have the undeniable truth being banished here. Interesting.
And they pre-rec this scout the land as well here, just sort of shaping up your next 2 draws, know what's going to be coming. It's very important to try and stave off this aggression and early game pressure that Water Diana can bring to the table.
You know what would be pretty cool right now? A limitless slime where you crack both cakes on.
Yeah.
That would be so annoying.
Because it would get 3 buff counters, 1 from the Sylvie 1 plus the 2 cakes, and I feel like he would be meeting his true potential. And Gerrit, you've called it. We got it. The slime has no limit. He is now limitless, attacking in for 4 at this current moment.
Indeed. And he is one who demands an answer. And here we see just tactical retreat, making the Spirit of Water distant and just ending the combat step here.
So, you know how you beat a limitless slime? You run away from it. And that's exactly what Mullen did. Became distant and went ahead and stopped that damage. And now we get into Diana 1. Our Aqua Mirage Whisper is on the field with a floating memory now active in the form. And just like that, that sideboard card of Drown in Aether is coming in handy. We're going to -3.
This is such a mean turn now.
Limitless slime. And then I assume it's going to be attacked into here or just another Drown in Aether.
I think we will see a Charge for Soul on the Limitless here to boost up the Aqua Mirage Whisper and just get rid of the slime here.
And unfortunately, the slime does have a limit, and that limit is 4 life. And Mr. Mullen hits that magical number, swings in with Diana. This is going to go ahead and be a glimpse for 5 in total.
Oh, 2 of the cards are very strong. We already found on top. It's a Crostalian Archer and a Frostsong Paladin. And another Charge for Soul. Do we see a mill of the Charge for Soul now?
We do.
We do. 3 cards down, Frostsong Paladin. This is such an explosive start for Mr. Mullen. He went fishing on the island and just came back with the Aqua Mirage Whisper as the fishing pole and is now picking up all the scraps from the strand.
Everything's being picked up, the scraps. Was it dot your I's, cross your T's sort of?
Yeah, indeed. Ooh, a Calming Breeze. One of the recent new wind cards that a lot of bohai was made about, right? Pretty good card. It is in some decks replacing the good old Veiling Breeze with different upsides and downsides. It's an interesting card for 2 reserve. It is a fast activation, and it says every damage you take with the amount of 3 or less just becomes 0 essentially. And if you take more, you just take the full number. So it hurts quite a bit. On the flip side, the card has a floating memory.
Yeah,
And here we see Tang leveling up to Sylvie level 3 with a dungeon guide and testing his limits again with the limitless slime.
It's good to see, but unfortunate that you don't have an advanced element slime to take advantage of that Sylvie level 3, right? You get to play any advanced element slime, and its cost is reduced. It enters with 2 buff counters, but unfortunately, we're just stuck with a limitless slime.
You're correct that the best line would always be an advanced slime. I think that the limitless slime is the next best option if you don't have any advanced slimes here. Because for every attack, it gets a 1 more buff counter and it can go out of hand very quickly.
Yes, as
Right
limits
now,
are
it
meant to be
should
broken.
be 5-6 if I'm not too mistaken.
4, 5. Yes, because it
Or
gets
is it?
+1/+2 at level 2.
Yes. If I'm not too mistaken, I haven't seen this fellow in quite some time, and I'm happy about it.
I'll look at Limitless Slime right now for us just to double check, but I do believe you are correct here.
It gets +1 and 2.
+1/+2, and then on attack you get a buff counter. So yeah, that's a that's a beefy slime.
He is a 5-6 and demands answers. It is very strong. So if the game goes 2 turns longer, I think Mr. Mullen might into quite some trouble here if he doesn't get rid of this one.
Yeah, it gets harder and harder to remove every turn. This is a slime that demands to see Diana's manager.
You are correct. This is not a Wendy's. A very interesting part about Tang's deck is that he is playing Lost Providence here. I think I haven't seen that many Sylvie players adapt to Lost Providence here and rather go for the Unmake Duality with the Looking Glass angle. Any thoughts on that, Verk?
It really just shows Tang wants to get to level 3 fast and as soon as possible. Doesn't want to take too many off turns with Unmake Duality and things of that nature. And it makes sense for a win deck. You want to hit 3, take advantage of all your suppression, especially Sylvie being level 3 is so valuable. The Lost Providence makes a lot of sense, and I'm a big fan of it. At first, when Lost Providence was spoiled and like initially came out, I was like, oh, it seems all right. It's like late game GCR, but playing with it and just seeing decks run it, it feels so good to rush to level 3 and get that free materialization out.
If you don't forget it.
If you don't, yes, that's the important part, is not forgetting.
Maybe I speak from experience here with the forgetting part. Who knows? And Tang pondering about his choices for the materialization, and it is gonna be Covenant of Thorns on the Dungeon Guide. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, just sort of stopping damage here. Like, you can't put it on the Cheshire because the Cheshire can just become boots, right? So you have to put it on one of your own allies. And this is just a way to stop 1, maybe 2 attacks.
I'm not sure. Maybe I would have put it on the Limitless. Because it stays longer on the card, right?
It does, and it's, every turn with that buff counter, it gets harder and harder for the Limitless to be removed. I think maybe Tang is really valuing that Limitless slime and doesn't want any chance to lose it here, because there is a possibility Mr. Mullen can like 2-for-1 Tang with the Limitless and Covenant, so just sort of spreading, not putting all your eggs in one basket.
It seems like that the slime basket is just growing with the Ephemerous slime that can actually get rid of the Cheshire Cat here. One of the few cards in the game right now that is played frequently in decks that can outlook the Cheshire Cat here.
Yeah, True Sight, an underrated keyword.
Just like stealth. I'm still pondering about a CL deck that plays Marianne, where she gets a bazillion keywords.
Oh yeah, with the getting like intercepts, stealth, true sight, just stacking it up in one build your own ally.
Yep.
Alrighty. Taking a look back at the game state here from a small one, we have a flash grenade on the field, and Diana's sort of this is the problem you run into is if you're not in control of the game, it feels like an uphill battle a lot of the times. Like, yes, we have to recommit a Cheshire to the board, but that's just going to get removed off by that Ethereal Slime once more. And it's like you need Aether charges to swing with that Aquamirage Whispers to start doing Glimpsing. I see a Carpsong Code in hand, but there's no Toad in the graveyard. So, like, we're missing half of, like, everything we need in any combo route or key pieces.
Interesting free cards we saw on top. 2 Fracturizers, 1 Cheshire Cat here.
I just send those all to the bottom. Is not what you're looking for right now. Maybe keep a Fracturize just in case, but
Okay. I think there could have been a couple different lines that Mr. Mullen could approach with the Cheshire Cat and the Fracturizers being there. Especially in sequence for his next turn. He could just get a Power Sword for the Cheshire to have free attack, right?
yeah.
Attack once and then sacrifice the Cheshire for the Ranger Stride ability here. Maybe I just forgot that Mr. Mullen already has another Cheshire in hand that I didn't see, but who knows?
Yes, I do believe there is another Cheshire already in hand.
Okay. And then you should just ignore me for a couple seconds.
You know, that's okay. It is, you know, sometimes when you're casting, you're so involved in a certain aspect that you forget about some other information, and it happens. It's okay. We see the materialization of the Horn of Beast Calling, and still looking for Advanced Element Slime. So I think we see another Limitless Slime, a Fluffy, and 2 win cards. So not finding exactly what we need, but you said it before, this Limitless Slime has been pushing the boundaries of what it can do. Swinging in for 7 into that Frosthorn Paladin, easily removed, and getting in for 3. I'm actually curious. You could just swing with that Limitless Slime and the Ethereal Slime, putting Mr. Mullen to 11, and then this Fluffy Shopkeep would be lethal here. I don't think Mr. Mullen had any cards in hand, so there wouldn't be a way to become distant for that Flash Grenade.
I think so too. It is probably one of the things that happened to me today at locals too, because I'm from Germany and we are already at 9 p.m. here, so I had already a half day ahead of myself. And you should always try to check for a lethal line if it doesn't take you forever at the beginning of your turn. And if Tang had done this, he would have probably realized there's a pretty good chance I can just close out the game here very quickly. That leaves us with a 1-1. Interesting game so far.
Yeah, we sort of saw the power of Win Sylvie and just the kind of actually. I'll take that back. I felt like we just saw Sylvie. I don't think Wind really had much to do with it. That double force kickstart, scout the land, just a lot of nice value, but that limit slime ended up in the end just being way too strong, way too powerful for Mr. Mullen to even deal with.
Yeah, for sure. He explored his full potential.
He did. He did. It's always
He
good to
slayed
see.
monsters in the forest for 1,000 years, or something along those lines.
I am no ordinary. I am a nice slime.
You're correct.
Alrighty, getting into our game three. Both players sort of shuffling up. Sideboarding, not so much because you already have the cards you need uh, in it here. Nothing really much to change. Being on the plate for Diana, though, is going to make a difference. You do get that first materialization, which means you get that one turn sooner attack with the Aquamar's Whisper to get those glimpses through. So it's really cool to see.
Being ahead on materializations is probably the most important part in this matchup here, right? With Diana, you get to push earlier for damage, and ooh, looking at this opening hand. What did we see? It's two Frost Songs, a Carp Song, two Carp Song.
Wow.
Oh my lord, he is playing along his tunes here.
He is, if this was if you were playing, I believe, Goldfish where you need pairs, Mullen would be in a really great spot right now. Double Frostborn, double Kodas.
And he even has a distant enabler and kinda two floating memories. That is okay. Opting to go for a backup charger instead. Interesting.
That is interesting. So does that mean then Tang just passed the turn with nothing to do on their first turn?
He did. Otherwise, Mr. Mullen wouldn't have just activated the good old trusty backup charger here. A little bit going back on theme here. Do you know what the craziest part about backup charger is?
Tell me about it.
It allows you to play another card that says draw two more cards from your deck. The good old turbocharge. But on a more serious note, this is most likely one of the reasons why backup charger is still sought after quite a bit, and is of those draw regalias for basically pay free, draw a card into your memory or get something into your memory, one of the expensive ones, right?
Yeah.
So far, players are here just activating cards that let them draw cards, and the weaving mana stream to get distant, leveling up into Diana. One for Mr. Mullen. Getting out an Ether Wing. Let's see if Tang is pulling the trigger on the Thurble here.
Not yet.
Bit.
Holding strong. Not
Did I just see a Cheshire Cat appearing? The grimming menace of the DTR.
Yeah.
Not only impish, but also very grimming.
Grimming indeed. And here we see an attack in for 3. And gonna be Calming Breeze, so we're not gonna see a single glimpse.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna take advantage of that floating memory as we're not level 1 either. And here we see a Frostborn Paladin on enter. And Tang not activating the Thurible in response. I'm very curious what we're holding this Thurible for.
I would have been a very greedy guy and just had face tank the 3 damage from the glimpse, from the Ether Wing. Let Mr. Mullen glimpse and let him discard a floating and banish 2 of them.
And just try and maximize your value as much as possible.
Yeah, life is a resource.
You're not wrong. Yes, life is a resource. However, there is a such thing as called too much greed. But we are Sylvie level 1. I wonder if it's going to be a Fluffy Shopkeep or a Slime coming out to get this Sylvie buff. A Fluffy would make sense to just continue the draw power a little bit and keep going, but that Frostborn Paladin's going to be a little bit of a problem because it's going to just be able to remove the Fluffy Shopkeep in addition with a sword or another ally.
Yeah, the Fluffy is for sure just here to give you a little bit staying power into the game with the 4 health. That means Mr. Mullen at least needs to commit 2 resources of some sort towards this ally with the buff counter on it. So giving him a little bit more of room into the game, and with that he passes.
Speaking of which, with the sword, we have the inert sword coming out for Mullen, which means kind of reads to me that a Cheshire Cat's probably going to be joining in as well, because it feels so strong to materialize, then play a Cheshire and attack for 3. A Charge of Soul to 1 damage to that Fluffy Shopkeep, meaning that either Cheshire or the Frostborn Paladin will be able to just remove it with a singular attack, which we see here.
No more shops to keep here. Okay, Mr. Mullen has a lot of options here with a lot of resources in his hand, and it is probably the right avenue to go first for an attack with the Aqua Mirage Whisper, just to find something on top of his deck and plan his turn more ahead accordingly. Because if you see multiple flows, you could go for another Frostzone and maybe a Crystallian Archer instead of the Cheshire Cat.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting the good old value here. Or you just go 1 Paladin and 1 Cat. That's good enough, probably.
Please activate the Thurible, remove those 3 cards, don't let the Paladin get a buff counter and draw. Tang, I believe. And just allowing that though, Frostborn Paladin, buff counter, drawing a card, that Thurible still just sitting there menacingly staring at Mr. Mullen, I think trying to save it for a Toad?
That might be it, but right now you should realize you are at the point where you have to do something, and now or never.
And activating the Thurible now after the first Frost one was able to go through feels so bad. Allowing that 1 additional draw, which allowed that second Frostborn to be played, is kind of kicking yourself in the behind at this current moment. Is as you saw that unfold, and a triple Frostborn Paladin is probably one of the strongest positions a water deck can be in. The amount of pressure and defensive capabilities these cards provide is insane. And I'm curious how Tang's going to go ahead and dig themselves out of this Frostworn trench here, Garrett.
Is this only a trench? I think it's a glacier. So in Tang's position, you need to dungeon guide now to get to level 3, and I see a Terracite in his hand that might be good enough to find him something. And we see a Slime Shield and a Galebind going. Getting out the Lost Providence as your first action after you leveled up to 3 should be always your priority. Drawing 1 with the Terracite and finding another dungeon guide. Certainly not what you need.
Exactly, not what you're needing here. Gaia Songbird, this is going to find what we need here, though. Let's hope it's something good. And our Storm Slime off the top from that Gaia's.
Does he have 4 slime cards banished? I see 2 right now. I'm not sure about the other ones.
Did a little count for us, and we're only at 2. And this is the problem you may face with playing this Wind Slime deck, is you don't get those slimes in banishment that you need.
You're correct. However, there is a possibility that you can just board clear now, right? Almost. You put 2 damage on one of the 3/4 Frostzone Paladins, then attack with your 2/1 attack allies into it, and then the Storm Slam goes into the other 3/4 ally. So you are kind of giving yourself a lot more breathing room, and I suppose this is exactly what we are seeing here.
Yeah, very smart heads-up play, getting rid of both those buffed paladins here, leaving the lone unbuffed one remaining on the field, and it's not going to be enough to remove that Storm Slime by itself.
You're correct. That means that the Lonely Ranger Diana needs to put some pressure onto the Storm Slam too. Especially with 18 damage counters that still need to be put on Sylvie Slime Sovereign here. There's quite a bit of work that needs to be done for Mr. Mullen. And we see a swing for 2 at face. Is he planning for lethal here?
Not quite. Just trying to, I think, maximize damage value here. Attacking in with a sword. You're not distant, so this is just going to be 2. We do see 2 Kodas and a frog in hand, along with Crystalline Archer and 1 floating memory. The issue is do you commit this toad to the board and hope that it survives or it gets back to your turn when it can now have taunts? Or are you going to try and filter through your deck more with the Archer?
That is a pretty good question. I think I see what Mr. Mullen is trying to do here. He wants to put a little bit more damage onto Tang here and is trying to set up a 2-turn lethal here. The 14 damage counters that are now onto the champion means that he only needs to deal 11 more, and Mr. Mullen is playing the Bauble of Scarcity in his material deck. Mm-hmm. So as soon as Tang starts to do something during his turn, the enfeeble, the orb or oh my.
The enfeebling orb?
Thank you very much. I'm so lost. So many words. Will be activated so that it lowers what Tang can do during his turn, then even further lowering the chances what Tang can do during Mr. Mullen's recollection phase. He might try to bait some interaction and just clear off whatever Tang is doing with a combination of the 2 Carpstone Kodas, the Bauble of Scarcity, for the discard himself mainly, right?
Yeah, so...
To get rid of the Toad.
So Bauble, discard Toad, double Coda would have been lethal if it wasn't for this Covenant of Thorns now. But the Covenant of Thorns can be removed with a swing with Cheshire and a swing with Diana into Sylvie, breaking that, and then you could go for that play. So yeah, I see the line, I see the possibility. The issue is, does Tang notice this sort of strategy Mr. Mullen is going for, and is there going to be a way to stop this sort of line of play?
And here we see the enfeebling orb being sacrificed in response to the attack of the dungeon guide. And now you are forced to put 2 resources down. So basically what Mr. Mullen is facing now, the do or die situation as kind of before, right? He needs to get rid of the Interceptor and also the Covenant of Thorns. If you are lucky, you might even just have a Fracturize in hand for the Covenant of Thorns. Or is it not fracturizable? It should be, right? Please tell me where.
Yeah. You can fracturize that Covenant of Thorns. And yeah, fracturize would be also just a very valuable option. We do need to have 6 total influence to double Coda here, so you would need 9 to fracturize Coda. I don't think Mullen is at that amount of influence quite yet. I believe trending on that 6 to 7 amount of cards in hand and memory. But it is now a position because Intercept puts a, pardon the pun, a thorn in the side of Mr. Mullen when it came to that Coda route.
I think though, if you mapped it out correctly, you have lethal here regardless, as Mr. Mullen. You attack with the Frostborn Paladin, the Fluffy Shopkeep, then with the Cheshire Cat you attack face. Swing with the Inert Sword, and now you ignore that you have the Bauble of Scarcity.
Oh yes, you're right. But Mr. Mullen going for a flash grenade instead of the bubble scarcity that we've been talking up so much.
Maybe we are just too scared here. It seems like he's very confident that he might just find another toad into the top cards. Or did we just wrongly assume that he has a... No, he has a toad in hand.
I
Okay.
think the thing is, yeah, that's ran in the deck, and perhaps just a different line play. It does, if Sylvie runs Resolute Stands, the play we were talking about.
Huh? Okay, why did the Frostborn Paladin die now? Oh, it was the free health one. Right.
Yeah, it didn't have a buff counter.
Ah. A little bit lost in the sauce here.
We've been simmering a little too long, trying to cook the Bauble of Scarcity that we did not notice the Frostborn Paladin, but the Fluffy Shopkeep retaliating against the Diana. I'm curious though why that Fluffy didn't intercept the Cheshire Cat.
That is a very good question, and I'm not sure about it. But it seems like Mr. Mullen for sure wants to try to cook the toad next turn, hopefully.
Yes.
But for now, the Crystallian Archer is good enough. On attack, banishing a floating memory, drawing one more card, making him distant, and womp. Womp womp. Kind of a theme here. That means 7 damage counters left to being put on Sylvie's Slime Silverigen here. And ooh, Tang needs to do something here.
A lot of cards to do something though. That's the important part.
Okay, we see one Lustrous Slime. That is for sure a card you probably want to have right now on your board to protect you for attacks.
But we both know the attacks isn't the scary part against this Water Diana. It's gonna be those codas coming up here soon.
Yeah. It is kind of an unfortunate situation. You at the very least need 2 taunts or intercepts here to not fall victim to an attack. In a combination with the smoke bombs, right?
Right, yep.
And baby gray slime. Baby silver, sorry. Baby silver slime.
They often get mistaken as one another, although...
They have quite a few flavors, indeed. And the lustrous slime with 3 buff counters, that means as soon as this one leaves the field and goes to the graveyard, Tang will be able to recover 3. That is pretty good for him. If he gets to that point.
It is, but I don't think Tang has any way to stop this coda, for the double coda, from coming out. So if we see a materialization of the Bauble of Scarcity, I feel like Mr. Mullen has it in the bag here, because that's going to be 12 total damage. And here we see Bauble of Scarcity materialized, and this is the moment we've been waiting for. What we're talking about, A Toad will be discarded. Double Coda is 12 damage, even if there is a Slime Shield that only prevents down to 9, still taking you to 27 as Sylvie, and that's going to be lethal range.
It indeed is. If you wanted to be very mean, you could also start it with sacrificing your Cheshire Cat here.
Have your opponent discard 2 cards. But here we see Coda 1.
Slime Shield, Coda 2, and that's slippery when wet.
Yes. Please be careful. It is slippery when it's wet. And with that, Mr. Mullen takes it 2-1 over Wind Sylvie. Had exactly what he needed, the exact route, because you were not attacking in through that Lustrous Slime and the Baby Silver.
Yeah, for sure not. As soon as you see the Bauble of Scarcity, you kind of know you are cooked at this point, right?
Right, yes.
It's kind of throwing the toad into a soup. But it just shows how explosive this Water Diana deck can be. If Mr. Mullen had gone for the line a little bit earlier, it would have been so much damage in one turn, with clearing off the Interceptor, the 1/3 Fluffy Shopkeep, the Frostbound Paladin with the Covenant of Thorns, and kind of even still having another attack available at the disposal while also having 2 Carpsong Codas. It is crazy. It is so crazy. Just boom. Putting the lights out here for him.
Yeah, what a great showing between both these players. We got to see Win Sylvie take a game, and it was close to taking that final game as well, just struggling against that Coda damage at the very end. And then Water Aetherwing Diana, we saw how strong it is, and we saw what happens when it doesn't draw its pieces or what exactly it needs. And then we also got to see how strong Toad and Coda is. Uh, Water Aetherwing Diana really takes advantageous of it, being able to glimpse a huge amount and mill a card for nearly completely free. But Gerrit, now it's the time that I've been waiting for. I'm super excited. Let's go over the champion statistics, sort of our most represented, least representative, and sort of want to hear your thoughts on these numbers and how surprised you are at where some of these champions are sitting.
For sure, for sure. One of the interesting things is that we already have seen 25% of the Sylvie players on stream that are present on the event. I would actually have thought we have way less Sylvie players. So to start from the bottom, let's go with the honorable mentions with Vanitas, Jin, and Arizona with one of each. I'm kind of surprised about Arizona and Vanitas being only one deck in the pool here. How about you, Berg?
Yeah, it's like I know Arizona's been slowly falling out of favor. Vanitas is one of those where I think specific people have to be playing the deck because it's not one of those decks that you can pick up play and be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna win against every level 3 deck. It does require a lot of like matchup knowledge, and at a regional level, I think you'd rather take something more explosive or something a little bit more consistent than banking on playing the Vanitas deck. That's just my personal opinion on that one there.
Okay, interesting. Then we have the next couple champions with each one represented with 2 decks. We have Alice, Ray, Tenoris, and Tristan. I'm very shocked, honestly.
Yeah.
Tristan, only 2 people thought, Tristan is a good deck. Let's go with that one. Kind of crazy to me.
The fact that there's the same amount of Alice's and Rise in the game as there is as Tristan's is baffling to me. I think there'd be more people on the Shadow Strike Tristan. It's shown over and over again of how consistent and powerful that deck is, and it just has decent matchups into a lot of these stronger decks. But it looks like at this regional, not a lot of people opted into it or thought like there was a better deck choice. And that brings us into our two decks running at three people representation, Xander and Kong Ming. And the fact that Kong Ming is higher than Tristan is also baffling. I know we just got A and B Alter, but I still think Tristan's the better deck.
It seems like that during this region, and not only people play the decks that they think are good, but also that they think are amazing for them, right?
Yes,
It
that
seems
is true.
I'm pretty sure that everyone who is still playing Kong Ming right now either is experimenting with a new brew of some sort or just playing the quote unquote tried and true water version with the Ardent Cloud Striker, all the damage denies and heals, and having those bargoers for the end game. And this is, at least in my experience, a deck that you need to be comfortable with playing, because it has quite a lot of niche interactions and ways how it plays out, right?
Yes, you're correct on that one.
Bagua being able to be activated from your material deck as a preserve card is very interesting, and I have to admit, even though I'm a judge, I have issues comprehending how it actually works during the game.
It's just something that's not a common thing in Grand Archive, right? To activate
Yeah,
main deck cards directly from the material deck.
you're correct. For the next champions, with let's say 4 each, we have Merlin, Ciel, Nico, and Sylvie. That is quite interesting to me because I thought we will be seeing less Ciel, more Nico, and more Merlin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Nico's just the flavor right now. She got the new Proxia's Vault card, which really allows the level 1 strategy for Nico and consistency, and the fact they get you to play Icebound Slam again. A lot of people testing that out, seeing it. The CL, I'm happily surprised to see 4. I know myself, and once we're talking about it, how it's slowly fallen out of favor, especially as players stop playing Oblation. And then Sylvie, and I'm pretty sure it's different flavors of Sylvie. As we just saw, we have a Wind Sylvie, and then I'm assuming maybe 1 or 2 fires, and the other is like a Norm, Spirit of Slime Sylvie.
Mm. I think CL is also one of those comfort pick decks, right? It also has a lot of interactions that I actually know because I'm a fellow CL enjoyer, just like Kevin. So you need to be aware of a lot of moving parts, even though Grand Archive is a game where you already have a lot of moving parts with the memory cost for cards in your hand, the influence and material deck, and where cards go, right? It is very convoluted. And CL introduces an even more another resource zone, the omens itself, and what he can do with them. Basically, the omens are an extension of your cards into your hand that you can activate at certain conditions and points during the game. It is kind of crazy what you can do. I had to play around at some point with one Nocturne's Oblivion, that is basically the Umbra Excalibur, Cleansing Light, into Nico, who had the Magebane Lash and also the Temptations Facade out. And getting rid of both items with only one Nocturne's Oblivion sounds kinda crazy, but then you realize you can go up to 6 Omens and just Grim Prestige, the first Nocturne's Oblivion, destroy the Temptations Facade, and then just activate the Nocturne's Oblivion from your Omens at some point.
Yeah, and
So,
you have CL level 2 lineage release, so a lot of
exactly.
potential and possibility. Let's quickly run through the last sort of higher represented decks. We have Merlin at 4.33, Diana at 5, Lorraine at 6.67, Dao Chan at 7, and Gojia at 11. The fact that we have Gojia and Dao Chan in the top 2 is very surprising to me, because it's usually like Dao Chan was very, um, was it lower on the tables, but now since the
Hmm.
resurgence of fractals, she's back on top, and then just Guojia is becoming one of the best champions with the amount of deck variety. The fact that Seryu is so strong, and now Genbu's making that resurgence.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if you consider that you also could get the spicy flavor of Gujia into your deck, right? With Suzaku going for the more mid-range early aggression deck. So I think Gujia design-wise is one of the best champions in if you look at the champion and deck variety, right? Because she has at the very least three very playable decks in wind, fire, water, and I guess wind. Not for the Fatestone, but for the elements here. And they are all very capable of what they want to do and accomplish here. And the Dialog-Shan part might just be a regional bias. I could see that, right?
Right. It could be just
I'm not
a
too
majority of
familiar
fractal
with the
players
Michigan region.
originate from this area.
Yeah,
Alrighty. Well, with that being said, we're going to start getting ready to go to a
crazy.
break. Round 5 is going to be coming up here shortly, so make sure you stay tuned. Go ahead and subscribe to True Champion Gaming to follow along, just because there's going to be another event coming up February 15th, which is going to be the online regional, which will go ahead and be on this channel as well. So make sure you stay for that next week. Subscribe, follow along. And there are still tickets available, so you can go to the website and go ahead and get your spot still now for that. But without further ado, Gerrit, do you have anything else to say to the audience before we head to a short break?
I would just suggest everyone who hadn't catched a cup of tea or something to drink should do that, and we will be back in a couple of minutes for the fifth round, right?
Yep, fifth round, round 5.
Fifth round. Time flies by. Hello and welcome back to the fifth round of the PTM Michigan Regional. My name is Gerrit and I'm here once again with OnceInluv. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I'm sad I missed out on the Imperial's Galebind Slimes. That deck looked really sick.
It
I,
looked
I was
really
I was eating
sick.
lunch and I was reading the deck list in our chats and I was like, dude, this is sick. I was like, why don't I play this? Like Storm Slime, Mnemonic Charm, Force Cake, Imperious Galebind, suppress all three enter, draw 2, deal 6. Like that's crazy.
Drawing all the cards and putting out the storm on your opponent here. I see. It seems like I didn't think this is something you would enjoy. Interesting. You never stop to learn things
Dude, I
these
love drawing
days.
cards. That's why I like playing. That's why I like playing Windluxem. You just draw a million cards.
I meant more like the Storm Slime in this one.
I think the Storm Slime's just funny because you can Storm Slime them on their turn without playing what is it? Stone Scale Band? You don't even need to play Stone Scale Band. You can just do whatever you want.
Okay. For sure, we will be having a match of all times upcoming because we have Noel with a Gojira Heaven's favored one with the Azure Fate Stone. So good old Sirio here as one of our players in the game. And
I think this is actually almost or is card for card the list from Ascent. It's
London.
really, really close.
I think it is a 1-by-1 the list from London.
Oh, you're right. This is the only difference is this one plays 4 Byakos commands. The list in London played 3. And there's one other difference in this deck. I can't remember what it is. Oh, it's 1 Harness Lightning for 1 Byakos command. That's the difference between the two decks.
Oh. And we have Hero X with Fractal Dialog. It seems like she is not leaving the stream today.
No, she's very popular here. It'll be interesting to see the matchup here for Hero X though, because I'm pretty sure Hero X just played against Chess Club's Rex Kanan, who is Noel's teammate. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this matchup goes here.
That for sure is going to be interesting. Do you have any idea who is favored in this matchup? I honestly can't really tell.
I think this variation of Guoja with the Azure Fatestone is actually a little more favored. It tends to have a very, very draw-heavy engine, which allows you to play into things like Glimmering Refusal a lot easier.
So that you could actually pay for the additional cost at some point.
Yeah, so a good example is in the finals. I believe the first game of finals with Liftersil versus
Superior.
excuse me, Superior. Sorry, I like coughed for a second there and almost died.
Yeah.
He actually on turn 2, I believe, he dungeon guided to 1, but had 11 or 12 cards in influence because he played backup charger and then backup charged and unmaked and turbocharged. So he just had like
is
a billion
crazy.
cards in his hand. He goes dungeon guide to 1.
I guess why not, right?
I mean, if you have that much influence, you don't really lose that much, right?
The more
It also
interesting
gives you
question
the body on board to
becomes.
play like displays and stuff.
I think the more interesting question is: did you win a lot with the additional materialization you didn't use for the champion? And if the answer is yeah, I got quite a bit out of it, then yeah, sure.
I think it's
Super
pretty
fair.
good. He's using 3 cards out of his material deck, and he's going up to influence of 11 on turn 2. So he +1s off the backup charger, he +1s off the unmake, and then he +1s off the turbocharge. So it puts him to 11 influence. If you dungeon guide, you lose 2 from that, and the 1 from the dungeon guide going on the field. So you go back down to 8. So it's like super neutral, and you get an additional materialization. But you've also dug 8 cards into your deck.
That sounds very strong.
So, I mean, a lot of these things look like they go influence neutral, right? But the big advantage is that the more you dig into your deck, the more valuable every other card you play after becomes. So every draw card becomes more valuable when you have less cards in your deck. Every card like Scout the Land that says look at the top 4 becomes more valuable when you have less cards in your deck.
Speaking of value, it just seemed like that for Hero X, this Burst Asunder that he put on the bottom with the Fractal of Refreshment didn't have any value for him here, right? That is already pretty telling. That means he has either a whole lot of those or no fractals at all and doesn't need them.
Yeah, it's usually a not enough fractals angle, but this Fairy Whispers glimpse is really good. Windmill, Baby Green, and another Fairy Whisper. It might be a 3 on top angle.
Yeah, both cards are all 3 cards are what you want to draw in this matchup, especially with the Forest Cakes just drawing you more cards and then just getting even more cards.
Yep, so it's gonna be the Forest Cake, and then you can Baby Green the Forest Cake in main phase if you want to deal 1 damage, suppress it, it returns end phase, and then when you level up, you can Fairy Whispers to dig like up to 6 cards. This is what I mean about the card, like the engine of this deck, though. The engine of this deck is intended to get through your deck as fast as you can to find your answers. So running less answers, like there's only, I believe, 2 Serious commands in this deck. That's totally fine in a deck like this, right? You draw so many cards that you will find it.
You are correct. If you draw enough times, you will find what you need. That's also how fire decks work, right? That's why you play all those Creative Sharks, Flame Sorcel, or Hasty Messengers, Cremation Ritual, and Library Witch Angle. If you just draw enough, you can reasonably play 2 or even 1-offs in your decks.
Yeah, it's funny because Hero is actually the one who's running the 1-ofs in this deck. I believe he's running 4 1-ofs.
You're correct. I didn't catch that. Spawning Clans, Captivating Opulence, Song of Frost, and Jianyu. That is.
I feel like 2 of those are reasonable 1-ofs, which would be the Jianyu and the Captivating Opulence. I'm very interested in why 1 Spawning Cleanse. Maybe just for the extra float count?
Might just be a mix of float count and a little bit of recovery.
True.
Because if you play only 1 of them, most of the games you don't see it. So that means that people who go around the tables during the Swiss rounds will not see the card, and then you can just kind of bait them into funny plays and then say, oh, recover. Easy.
Do we have Unmake or Turbocharge? I don't think we have either in hand right now.
A lot of harnesses of the lightnings, I see. 2 of them, Byaku's Command.
That Ace
Dream Fairy
value right here too, actually. Ace
Yeah.
return Baby Green. Baby Green number 5.
Aeson is one of my favorite cards in Wind.
So let me ask you this, Gerrit. This is like a player preference thing. Do you declare what card you're going to play first and then pay costs, or do you put the costs into your memory and then play the card from your hand? There is a correct way to do it, but it doesn't really matter.
It actually depends.
All right, so what's the cap? What makes you do one versus the other?
That is a very good question. I just know I do both things. I think I more frequently put down the cards in memory and then put the card that I want to activate on the field. And that is not the order how it is supposed to be done.
Yeah, so technically you're correct. You're supposed to declare what you're playing and then pay costs. So we're going to see the Ace and Protector here. It looks like we're going to see an Acquiescing Rejection.
Ooh.
Acquiescing Rejection is interesting here. I think the value play on Hero's side is actually really good. But on Noelle's side, because she doesn't necessarily need to return something here, I think it's actually okay to lose this.
You think so? I think with losing the Ace and Protector, you lose a lot of pressure that you have with the board already.
So you do lose pressure, but Hero only having 4 influence, while having 4 fractals on the board, he needs to dig cards. He needs to regain influence and push aggressively here. So if you deny him the ability to draw cards and you lose your damage pressure, I think you slow the game down enough that you can still get your levels in pretty comfortably.
Okay.
It comes down to when you look at Acquiescing Rejection, it's do I need 2 cards to win the game or find a way to win the game? Or do I need this card on the field? If I need this card on the field, you let him draw the 2 cards. If you don't need the card on the field, but it slows you down, it's okay because you're also slowing him down. I would 100% let this go. I'm just nope, don't need Aeson. It's banished. You have 4 cards. You can't do much to me.
I think I would reach that conclusion probably too, but not with this convincingly, without thinking about it.
Because, okay, so let's look at it worst situation. Worst scenario, Hero has 3 kill spells in his hand, and he just kills you, right? You have 2 cards in hand, you're dead. It is what it is. But I think the likeliness of that happening is really low.
And here we see that the Aeson actually did come through, and Hero got to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, so here's the counter pressure side. Noelle chooses to keep the Aeson, swings for 3. So now you're 6 out of 15, right? 9 damage counters, not hard to find, especially in a deck like this. What is difficult is the pressure now. Does Hero feel like he needs to level up?
That is a pretty good question. I'm not sure if I would feel the need to level up right now and rather go for something that gives me more influence here. But I'm also a very greedy player and lost quite a couple games due to that.
Because if he doesn't level up, he has to go Terrafring, right? But Terrafring is so ineffective versus this really high draw deck. When we look at Noelle's influence right now, it's influence of 10. And I believe there is still another draw Regalia in the deck.
I mean, if you have a Thronekeeper Bullfrog, thanks to the draws, you might as well just use that one instead of a Terrafring.
That's true. Well, if you have a Thronekeeper Bullfrog here, I think doing Terrafring and Thronekeeper Bullfrog is really good value. Because your opponent at this point in the game has to go for combat damage. You can actually force them to tax how much they need to do to push to give you value still. Hard to say though, because at the same time you could also just go pass and then play on your opponent's turn.
So the issue I have with that line is that as soon as you lose your Thronekeeper Bullfrog to a Dream Fairy or something, You are kind of out there without accomplishing much. You surely can tax your opponent with needing to pay to reserve to attack, but in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't progress your own game plan more. And I feel like right now, in the situation we are right now, not in general for this matchup, you want to put a couple more fractals down and just close out the game super quickly.
I can agree with that.
With the situation you are in.
So we can go up to 6 fractals here. I believe there was a fracturize. I might have just gotten put down in memory. I thought we were going to see fracturize into the Frostborn Paladin, but I think it's going to be hold glimmering instead. So 6 fractals. It's a good threshold to be at because this is like burst us under lethal.
So what Hero now wants to do is just not die and
I think it's looking pretty grim because we're gonna go. So we lose
would
one
you
card.
just have pulled the
Go to
trigger?
influence of 9. I guess it depends on what he has in his hand. I don't think he has a burst under. I think that's the problem.
He has one.
Can he pay for it? He has 3 in hand or 4 in hand?
I think I can't really see.
I think he might have 3 in hand. That might be why.
Huh.
Because if he has 3 in hand, that means he's 1 short of burst under, right?
Isn't it 4?
Cost 4, you have 1 fractal. If you have
If
you have 4 in hand, it's okay. If you have 3 in hand, you can't play it.
Yeah, I think he has 4 in hand and just chose to not go for it.
Maybe he's playing around. He can't even sacrifice Fractal of Snow to protect himself, right? He's holding on to a Glimmering Refusal and hoping that can keep him alive. It's tough. It's gonna be.
Yeah,
it's gonna be tight.
It's very tough. It feels like in Fractals you have so few turns to actually win or lose the game, or is that just me?
I think it depends on the matchup. I think this matchup you don't have a lot of time because the board gets built really fast, and the board is also very, very good at protecting itself. But Noel also doesn't have a lot of damage in hand, at least.
But do you now just need a lot of damage in hand? You just need to have some ways to protect yourself and maybe even the Asen, and then you win from there.
I don't. If she had a Wind Trotter, it would be great, but I don't think she has one.
There is no Wind Trotter. We have a Dungeon Guide, Fairy Whispers, Regal, Dream Fairy, Harness Lightning, Regal.
I think
Yaku's Command
is actually really good here.
Drawing a couple more cards, you mean?
Well, regardless if it's for quest counters or not, DGing to 2 here just to give yourself the 3 life is kind of relevant.
Is this Fairy Whispers Unmake and Incap on the top?
It looks like it.
That's pretty good.
Into another Fairy Whispers. Oh yeah, true. This is the Lifter version, so there are no Wind Trotters in this deck.
And now we draw another card. And Harness Lightning getting banished for the end of turn ability and drawing the Incapacitate now.
Incapacitate's really good here because you can play Incapacitate, and I think you actually might be one short of playing of paying for Glimmering Refusal.
And Hero X going up to level 1. Losing 1 card from memory, the Zhang Zhao. Okay. That kind of hurts, doesn't it?
It's not great. I think you can still find the kill line, though. I mean, okay, you're right. Losing Zhang Zhao is always bad.
Yeah. It is basically losing 1 influence.
Well, it also would clear an ally off the board too, because you can swing your Zhang Zhao into the Windmill Engineer and then play another one, or you can swing face and then play another one, and that's one less fractal needed for lethal.
Would you do that against the wind deck? I'm not sure.
You
probably sacrifice the Zhang Zhao you just activated after you attacked with the first one to the unique rule, so you get to draw 2 cards regardless.
I think it depends. If you recognize this is most likely the Lifter Still deck, you also know it doesn't have Stifling Trap. Or no, it does have Stifling Trap. It does. It's not 4 copies though, right? It's only 2.
It is only running 2. That is correct.
I think I would gamble into it.
Really? This one time I'm not the brave soldier here, and you are. Oh, let's gamble. Interesting.
Frostborn Paladin on the stack fracturize the power cell?
That is maybe what we are going to be seeing here. It is.
Yeah, that makes sense. Give yourself the floating, go up to 7 fractals, so Burst Asunder is now for 16.
It is for 16, but against this much free influence right now, I'm not sure. You need to firstly tax your opponent in some way. Would you go for an incap here?
No, I would not. I would hold for Veiling Breeze and pay for Glimmering Refusal. Because you pay, you only need 9 cards in hand, and I think you have 10.
Oh, just checking what is on top. I see.
Reclaim, Displace, and Biako. That's not bad.
That is pretty good. So the Byaku's command goes on the bottom and you keep the other 2?
I think you put the Displace on top and put the other 2 on the bottom. And then you go Thurible, draw it into memory, and then banish 2 to level to 2, and then Dungeon Guide. Or sorry, Thurible, you Dungeon Guide to 2, Displace to 3. And you force him to Glimmering the Displace. Or you Displace on their turn to give yourself the life threshold, because you can recover 3 as well from the level 3 trigger.
Reclaim on?
I was gonna baby green slime the power cell to destroy it.
Huh.
It does work.
Oh yeah, that is such a nasty line.
So Hero X gets 1 less fractal, 1 less reservable, but still gets the draw from the Frostborn Paladin. It's like, it's all right. As long as you're not too afraid of. Oh, he's gonna Glimmering.
He only has 1 in hand, right?
Glimmering. Noelle has. I think she has 4 in hand. Yeah, she has 4 in hand.
Oh, I meant Hero X with the Glimmering refusals. He only has 1, right?
Yeah, I think he only has 1 Glimmering refusal. Interesting. Okay, so there's the Fracturize. Fracturize is gonna get banished from the Frostborn Paladin.
I love how he has a paper slip in the sleeve on the backside. It says fracturized.
Fracturized? That's really funny. Good idea.
That's so good. It is pretty neat. It even says fracturized power, so.
Interesting. So Noelle will take the damage here. Knowing that the first Glimmering Refusal was out, I think you can actually just hold your Veiling Breeze for a Burst Asunder, right?
Yeah.
So Burst, because only 2 in hand. So you can play this for free, and it's like super free. Veiling, yep, you're safe. Do not have enough cards for Thurible this next turn, but you can just go to level 2 and draw a card. Oh, for 1. That's so funny. I mean, who's gonna Burst Asunder in for that when you're Veiling for 1, right?
Yeah, no one.
Wait, did she just put that in her graveyard? Oh, yeah. Okay. It was caught by the judge. I mean, it's smart. You just take 1 damage from Burst Asunder, right?
Yeah, and you show almost no information.
Dude, he's thinking about it. He's counting the number. That's crazy. No way you sacrifice anything here.
No, there's no way.
8 damage? 8 damage would be crazy.
No way.
So you just take 1, go to 6. That's so funny though, revealing one. It's actually really smart. No information given. You basically stop the entire burst asunder because there's no way they're gonna do anything.
That's
Candlelight
so
hourglass.
So during London, Sean basically said the only important line of this card is it says draw one.
Yeah, on enter, draw one. This card is pretty much only good into suited. But on enter,
And
draw
into
one is kind of
Tristan.
good.
And into
for
Tristan,
Sadie?
actually.
For Sadie?
Yes. It makes turns
Nah, man.
actually
You get a
super
million
awkward.
cards. That's never happening. No, you're right. You're right, though. It does affect Sadie effect, which is a lot more relevant than I think I'm willing to give it credit for. So on enter, draw one here. So we have 2 targets for the baby green slime suppress draw card. But also this means that Noelle can use the forest cake and has sacrifice it for its actual effect if she wants to for damage.
That is correct. Would you not just start here with drawing 2 more cards with the unmake duality?
I think she's trying to figure out if she has lethal without doing that. Because playing Unmake Duality, while it does give you more cards and it's great in that aspect, it also doesn't necessarily help. It doesn't help you at all, actually, if you have lethal in hand already. So it's 4 on board, puts him to 15, needs 4 more. We have Dream Fairy, Displaced Dungeon Guide. There's no way to get enough quest counters to flip the Azerite Fatestone yet, so it's probably played defensively in some aspect, right?
Most likely.
Harness. 2 Regals down.
What is happening now? And the harness for the...
It's Unmake or Dream Fairy here. Dream Fairy is really safe, but Unmake could draw you into lethal.
I know for sure what I would be going for. Drawing cards is always good.
So if you want to draw into lethal here, it's got to be
just another
Aeson
Aeson.
Protector.
Yeah.
You play Aeson, return Aeson, swing Aeson, and then you do it again, and you hope that they don't have a negate for it.
No, you just attack with the windmill, return the windmill.
Let's see.
With the new Aeson.
Banish 2 goes to 3. You take quest counters on level 2. You go to what's level 2? 6? It gives you 3?
2.
Less science, that would be 5. Then you displace, banish 2 more. Go to 7. You get 7. Oh yeah, true. Okay, that makes sense. DG displace would be up to 10.
And as someone pointed in chat out, that would be very strong and most likely lethal, right? When you flip the Shang, you just hit for 4 and win from there.
Glimmering Refusal from memory for 7. On the Dream Fairy. Interesting.
That is a brave one.
So 2 Glimmering Refusals left in the deck. You probably feel pretty comfortable holding that in cap right now, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I think you just kill the Frostborn with the Aeson. Just play safe. Your 13 damage counters away. Technically 12 because the Zhongzhao can swing in for 1. This is Unmake Duality here?
It is.
Draw 2. Serious and a Stifling Trap.
And you get 1 more card from the end of turn ability.
Yeah,
so you're back at 5 cards.
Regal? Draws into... Oh, I have no idea what that was. Dungeon Guide?
Dungeon Guide. It's the promo one, Tyler.
Double DG in hand?
Double DG.
Yep. It's not bad.
And here we have Hero Eggs untapping with the 6 fractals, no 7, right?
7. Yeah, it's 7 with the
7, 1
power cell.
Zhang Zhao. Let's see what he's materializing now.
I think if he's not going for ring to draw into lethal, it's probably Terrafring to protect himself. I feel like you just draw it. You just have to draw into lethal at this point. It's Grand Crusader's ring.
Yeah, just getting the other burst asunder that might just save the day for you here.
It's got an unstable fractal and a captivating opulence, drawing into a shimmering refraction. That's not bad. Played in recollection. It's going to be 7, 13. Yeah. Choosing not to play it. Hold on to it for extra cards.
Going to 7 here, so 12 counters left.
He does not have lethal in hand. It does not have a way to draw another card either. Frostborn Paladin to defend yourself probably this turn is like the only way, and then you hold on to the Shimmering Refraction for when Noel attempts to go for lethal.
There is not a lot. You're correct. Unstable. Whoa.
I think you glimpse on that insight because you have nothing in your hand, so you have to just glimpse for it.
I think not glimpsing is also a very big tell, but you can't afford to not tell your opponent that you don't have anything right now.
I feel like even if you, like either way, right? You didn't go Scepter Fascination, so you can't play anything on from your memory. You now have 1 card in hand, I think, and 1 fractal available to you. So you have 2 cards in hand and a fractal. At best, you have 1 negate, right? Swinging with the Frostborn Paladin?
He is kind of insane here. That is okay.
Maybe he's not expecting incap. Because Noel has 5 cards in hand, so incap represents itself into like this potential burst asunder here. But also, if you had a burst asunder, you would never play the Frostborn Paladin because you would just burst asunder for lethal.
Yeah. I think that not a lot of serial decks run burst asunder by default, incapacitate by default. So it is kind of unexpected, right?
This is for 9. It's 18. It's not lethal though. You just incapacitate this. There's like no point not incapacitate. He's no cards in hand. You guarantee yourself from not dying. You're comfortable with. You have 2 dungeon guides, so you're comfortable with like banishing whatever because you also have a reclaim. Oh no, the reclaim was banished for Candlelight.
Can you not just take it here?
I guess you can take it.
I
I don't see a downside to incapacitating though, because it's like one of his damage spells, and it because he technically has no cards in hand, right?
Yeah.
Or 1 card in hand, no
not even
reservables
technically,
available.
he has no card available.
He has 1 card in hand and nothing else. 1, 2, 3, 8. No, yeah, it is 9. It's not 10. So
does it even matter at all right now if you're not dying? Because on the backswing you're just winning, right?
I think so. I'm pretty sure you just win on the backswing. Honestly, I think the play here is if you're hero, you scoop because you need to go to game 2 and game 3. Because you know you're down a game, you have to try to win game 2 and 3 faster.
Yeah, and with the playing speed that is presented right now, there is most likely no game 3 happening unless someone explodes very quickly in the next game.
Oh, Noelle knows that she wins no matter what because next turn she can play Thurible, double Dungeon Guide.
Yes.
And then flip the dragon and swing, and that's lethal on board.
Yep, that is.
Yep, Tongu for a quest counter.
Drawing another card. Just drawing cards then. Dungeon Guide.
It's a lot of cards in hand. DG. Hero's looking at this like, yeah, it's cooked. But
yeah,
I mean, it is only a couple minutes, but I think that couple minutes kind of matters a lot, especially knowing that you're playing this far into the tournament. Like every extra minute you save yourself is a lot of stress saved. Go to 6.
That is for sure
Go to
correct.
5. DG again.
And now
I
attacking
think
for
she just
one.
drew an extra card for no reason. I don't think.
No, it was for one enter.
Oh, she. Okay, so she took the 2 quest counters from the dungeon guide and didn't take them from the.
Yeah.
I see.
You
that
get
makes sense.
1 quest counter for every card banished, and for
Yeah.
the on enter you can choose to get 2 or draw a card.
Yeah, I thought she
And
moved
now
it before putting the champion down. You're right. It all makes sense. Banish 2, go to 7, pick 3 from that, flip dragon. Dragon swings 4. 4 plus the 4 on board. Lethal.
and kaboom! Big electric eel.
Byako's command just for fun.
Yeah, just for fun.
Dude, drawing cards is an addicting thing. It is an addicting thing.
But that's why I personally don't like to play against aggro decks, because they say, no, you don't draw all your shiny cards.
Yep.
Looking at sideboards, is there actually some major change in Hero X's deck? I think outside of the 2 Crystallized Destiny, maybe the Nullifying Mirror here to out the Veiling Breeze.
I think Null Mirror is really good. It
Yeah.
also can be used in a way where it stops the Windmill Engineer if you use it in response to materialization every single turn.
That is correct. So Nullifying Mirror and maybe Crystallized Destiny here, right? Or would you even go for Crystallized Destiny?
I don't
I'm
think
not
you
super
need to
sure.
go for Crystallized Destiny because I feel like in this matchup, you don't really expect to be getting Arcane Blasted, right? You're most likely just going to take chip damage. I do think Chill to the Bone could come in. The one extra, or the one copy, the only one copy of Chill to the Bone. If you own 2 Fantasias, you can use it against the Asen Protector.
Getting rid of an Asen Protector is pretty strong for sure. On Noel's side, we are probably getting out the Spellward Scepter and the Innervate Agilities, right?
Do we need the Spellward Scepter? Like, does it actually do anything for us? It does say it can't be negated, but at the same time, like, all the things that you're gonna get negated, you probably don't Spellward Scepter for.
It could allow for some cheeky lines with some wonky setups, right?
I guess you would Spellward Scepter your Dungeon Guide turn? Just to guarantee yourself the ability to level up.
But what would you remove? Sensor, I guess?
You could remove Sensor. You could also remove Incandescent Reliquary because the game isn't going far enough that Reliquary is actually good for you.
Possible.
Hard to say. There's like a lot of unique options there.
It also is probably a very heavily dependent experience thing, right? If you are not that experienced, I probably would make the wrong call here for sure.
I think Topsy Decrees, Calming Breeze, and the Innervate could all come in potentially, because you don't really need any of the arcane cards in this matchup. Like you don't need Harness Lightnings or Serious commands to win the game. So you could bring in 3 Topsies, 2 Calming, and then swap out an Innervate for like an Ensnaring Fumes. Because while you can use Ensnaring Fumes and Wreck to like rebuild your influence and replay your unentered draw cards, it's kind of overkill in a matchup against Fractals.
I totally missed the Topsy Decrees, but for whatever reason. I'm so blind. Yeah, Topsy Decree is for sure a card you want to have in this matchup. Especially against all those spells where you suddenly get Spell Shroud. That is too good to not have here.
So
it's also interesting
there's a lot of like
how much
interesting
fun.
choices, and most of them come down to like player preference, right? It's like, are you the kind of player who likes to do this or who doesn't like to do this? But then again, also, sideboard, you might as well play the cards in your sideboard.
For sure, that's what they're for, right? Do you actually think that 3 Regal Inquisitions are needed in this matchup?
That's also another card you could take out.
I
I
think
guess you can
just
take out like. Would you rather keep the Serious Command or 2 Regals? Because Regal does help Topsy Degree technically for its
Yeah.
imbue.
I think for the 3 Topsies, I would remove 2 Sirius and 1 of the Regals.
That would make sense. Give you the best of both worlds kind of thing. Double Fractal of Snow, pretty good. Into a
Oh,
Fractal of Insight and rest it
ye-
because you're going Giga. What do we see?
Fractal
Rain
of
and a
Rain and
Glimmering Refusal. He's
what is
bottoming
he?
the Rain.
Okay.
Does that signify he just has enough to find? I feel like bottoming your fractals is kind of bad. I didn't
Unless
see what was in
you're,
his hand though, right?
neither did I actually. But it seemed like he was pretty confident in what to get out very quickly. So, okay.
Good old windmill.
Water Resonance Bauble. Wind Resonance Bauble, drawing 1. Drawing 1 for turn.
Wind Bobble is good. I do like to draw 1.
Kind of unconditional, depending on the matchup.
I think the other thing about Wind Bobble that I really like is that you don't really get to play baubles anymore. So when you play them, it just feels good. There's like that self dopamine feeling of doing it where you're like, I like this. I'm enjoying this.
Drawing cards is very enjoyable, that's for sure. But I guess you're right. Drawing 1 card without any major condition, just, yeah, I draw 1. Feels very good. It's crazy how quickly the influence is ramping up for Noelle here. She's getting quite ahead in the influence game, while Hero X just passed his turn without establishing any more fractals or something else.
I love drawing cards, Garrett. If the card says draw a card, I'll play it. If the card says draw 2 cards, I'm playing 4 copies of it. That's actually not true at all. I never do that with Turbocharge. I never played 4 Turbocharge.
But I think you are just listening to the gospel of Henky the Goat.
Playing all 4 outs?
He is kind of mad at times and just plays 4 of the cards with draw 2.
I mean, maybe he's right though. The dopamine receptors do kind of go off. So we're gonna see the backup charger here for Hero X. He's showing off that Grand Crusader's ring that he didn't swap out for a Quicksilver Grail with his upside down material deck.
So just showing your opponent what you have right here. You think that actually matters?
I mean, actually, yes, it kind of does matter because if I know my opponent's not on a Quicksilver Grail, that means I never need to worry about getting Quicksilver Grail mirrored, right? Which is kind of relevant when you're playing Veiling Breeze.
Yeah, correct.
So he's kind of just, griefing himself a little bit.
You're correct. And he is also passing another turn with only having put out the power cell from the materialization phase.
All good. We got Cayman to fix that. We gotta have a fair and even gameplay. Everyone's gotta earn their own advantages. Escape the wreckage on the windmill engineer, but not the cool one, not the new one that just came out, the Arasana one.
I'm quite curious why Hero X chose to bottom the Fractal of Rain here, if he's not establishing any more of them.
Maybe just an oversight, like, oh, I really want this card, but the other card I'm not like super certain I want between the two. Because I mean, in theory, your fractal like breakpoints are 5 and 6. When you get 5 and 6 fractals, the game changes really fast because at 5 fractals you can pay 2 to bring, or like even 4 fractals, you can pay 2 reservables, play a third fractal, then you can reserve 3 and play a Zhangjiao. Right? When you're at 5, suddenly you're representing like a really strong potential kill line, double refracting, double shimmering into burst. pushes lethal most times. At 6, you can just play double Zhongjiao, or you can play like double Frostmourne Paladin and stuff like that. Like you have a lot more open lines, especially if you have more than 5 cards in hand.
It is also interesting that Hero X is not getting anything in motion here. He has a lot of interaction for all those cards that Noel might be playing here. But the Glimmering Refusals are not doing a lot with the small amount of fractals he has on board here.
True, that is the other like pretty distinguishable factor with putting the fractals on the bottom, not having an aggressive access to Glimmering Refusal. Right, Glimmering for 3 against a lot of decks is great. Glimmering Refusal against a Wind Engine draw a billion deck is pretty awful.
Yeah.
Like, Glimmering for 3 is worse than playing a Frozen Dismissal at this point.
I think an interesting line could have been that he leaves the Fractal of Rain on top and imbues it just to get a little bit faster through his deck here.
Mm-hmm.
And Refracting Missile for 4, most likely 2 champion here.
I think it also shows like the type of player you are. He really valued having the Glimmering Refusal versus other people really valuing having the Fractal of Rain or like an imbued Fractal of Rain in some senses. We talked about it in other matchups, whether it was you and I or me and Valk or Valk and you, because there's been so many fractals on stream today. But we've talked about imbuing that first Fractal of Rain, right? Imbuing that first Fractal of Rain does and can make a pretty significant difference in your gameplay. If you manage to get 1, maybe 2 floating memories, it changes the play patterns for you. It gives you aggressive +1s. It is more of a gamble, but that is like what defines the difference in player play style.
For sure, it changes a lot in your gameplay. I'm just more of the opinion that if you don't know the top card of your deck, it might as well just be in your graveyard. And if you mill a card that you kind of want to have in your hand, right? It's hindsight. It's in hindsight a thing. It could also have been a card that you don't really want to have in your hand.
Is what it is. I mean,
exactly.
You see it sometimes even when you mill really good cards that are bad, like cards that are good but not good for you. Like when Rexarin lost 2 Dungeon Guides and a Fireball, he still almost won that game.
For sure. Oh, scalp the land in response to the activation of the Thronekeeper here. This is also a very cool card that I didn't think will be having such a long meta stay, right? The Thronekeeper Bullfrog.
I really like Thronekeeper Bullfrog. 0-4 stat line, great. I mean, we've talked about it so many times. 4 life on an ally is really significant. The fact that it has taunt and floating memory on top of that is like, whoa. Like actual whoa moment.
And with 3 Seaside Ringleaders active during a turn, it can become a 3/7. So be
I have a
aware of
question
that.
for you, Gerrit. If you're Noel here and you're in a position where you know your opponent's holding every card in hand, hasn't really done anything, would you ever just say, hey, baby green slime, your power cell? Just so he can't, or he's like forced to fracturize it right there. Because instead of Tungu, you could go Thurible, and then you could say, baby green slime, your power cell. If he goes for fracturize, you banish your Thurible after.
If I had something in mind that I want to do outside of that and I want to just get him low on influence, that is probably a line I would take, right? Otherwise, not really.
You'd rather just focus on your own game plan instead of disrupting your opponents?
Yeah, my opponent, in this situation right now, my opponent is already very behind on everything. And I'm in a very strong lead and I can basically do whatever I want, right?
Gerrit, this is rough. So we're seeing a Frostbind on the Unmake Duality, but Noel had 9 cards in hand.
Ooh.
So that's just like a -1 for Hero X, basically.
It indeed is.
Because it doesn't really change the play pattern here for Noel. We also did see the Topsy Degree come in. I see it right there in hand. This is pretty good. It's double Force Cake Baby Green Slime potential. Hold a Topsy. Oh, 2 Topsies in hand. Wait a minute.
I'm very confused why you would Frostbind the Unmake Duality here.
Yeah, especially if you're not gonna force it to go, right? Like if you frostbite into like a
Yeah.
glimmering and you have enough to stop it, that makes sense. But I think just raw frostbinding this and forcing someone to pay 2 is it's not the same as like acquiescing rejection, right? If you acquiescing rejection there, that's a totally different story because it's like you draw 2, I draw 2, or it's like neither of us draw anything.
Is there a
Glimmering.
lethal line for Hero X and we are just not realizing it?
I believe there's a shimmering. So
He has
shimmering
a
for
shimmering,
3.
a burst asunder.
Shimmering for 3 puts him to 7. Burst asunder is only 8 damage. 1, 2. Because Noel's still gonna go back up to 3 cards in hand, right?
Yes.
So end step, we're gonna see the shimmering refraction come out for 3. Goes to 7. Draw a card to memory. I guess it depends. If this card in memory is a refracting missile or a shimmering refraction, the potential exists.
He's probably just trying to do what I said to Valkrie. If you have only one out to close out the game, might as well play as if you have it, right?
She has no access to Topsy now, but it's like it's probably fine
This
still.
is so greedy if you have to go for a lethal line now. Wouldn't you just try to get out the nullifying mirror?
He might not have brought it in.
I guess.
Oh, he has an acquiescing rejection now. Acquiescing rejection a little bit better to hold in hand over the frostbind for sure. I don't think we have lethal in hand. It looks like a lot of. So we see a burst asunder, and
I see.
that's it.
And a paladin.
Yeah, paladin for 2 puts you to 9. Burst asunder for 8. Not enough. No fracture eyes to go with the Oh, we have refreshment. Okay, wait. There's lethal in hand then.
There is a line. And we just didn't see it coming here. So
Wait,
8,
no, we
10,
don't.
17.
Still needs 1 damage. Short 1.
Huh? No, he's not. He has a Frost on Paladin, activates it, gets it to draw a card with the floating memory, right?
What floating memory?
Did he not have one floating memory right now?
I don't think he does. I'm pretty sure his Thronekeeper Bullfrog got Dream Fairied.
I guess.
Frostborn for 2. Oh, no. It's because Burst Thunder just does 10 here, so it's fine.
Yeah.
9 and then 10.
I think the line might have been incorrect, but the materialization was kind of greedy here.
Noel does not have a card in hand to deal with this.
Yes.
Noel is dead.
That is correct. The motion. He indeed channeled his inner protagonist.
That's pretty good. I think
Yeah.
the problem with the line that Noel did was that Dream Fairying the Thronekeeper Bullfrog was unnecessary in that turn. When your opponent does something that makes them go negative in their influence, so the Frostbind, for example, on the Unmake Duality, you let that go through. You're like, okay, cool. I'm gonna pay the 2, draw my cards. You're -1. I have regained literally the exact same influence that I had already, right? Because you were going to draw 2, so you paid 2 and then drew neutral, right? They're -1, you're neutral. You do not give them back an influence and put yourself in a position where you cannot play defensive cards anymore. You have to hold on to your cards in that spot because you're in the driver's seat, right? That was your game to lose, not Hero's game to win.
You're correct. That's why I also was a little bit confused about all those interactions that happened to force the influence down. I was kind of banking on Noel just keeping up the influence here.
Yeah, I mean, this goes to show fractals can pop off, man. You gotta really like stay on your toes for it.
Out of nowhere, it's exploding into you.
Out of nowhere, you get bursted by Nico splashing water all over you.
Careful, it's slippery when wet.
Is that the the text on her card?
No, it's not. It's a meme from another Discord server. It's a pretty old one.
Oh, I was curious because I was wondering if there was any flavor text on those cards, because I think that would have been a fun thing to add to all the PTM EVP cards.
It would be indeed very funny, but the Burst Asunder doesn't have any flavor text at all.
Oh, turn 1 unmake duality. That's a good feeling. Here comes the acquiescing rejection.
Are we both drawing 2 cards
Now we
or not?
both draw 2.
Would you actually give him the draw here?
I would not.
Smart
And
choice.
the reason you don't want to is because you want to make sure that he can't play anything on his first turn.
If you start with the rejection on the unmake duality, it is probably pretty clear that you didn't even have anything else.
He wanted to go GCR there, but he couldn't. And that's the whole turn. And then you go backup charger. Yeah, you're chilling. You're big chilling here. You're like, cool. I'm going up to 8. You're just sitting there on 6. I'm a happy camper.
A happy camper. Getting out the tens
there
here,
camping with your big blue dragon.
Ooh. Showing the innervate and the sculpt the land. Or not? The reclaim for the windmill.
Interesting that you put the reclaim down here. I feel like hanging on to the reclaim on the early turn is really good because you can level up influence neutral.
Yeah, I'm honestly gonna.
Oh, she has another one. Okay, that makes sense.
It's so easy. That makes things
based.
Just draw the right cards. It's easy, right, Tyler?
It really do be. Kind of. It's like a win thing, you know. You play win, you draw a million cards, you just have what you need.
I should have tried that during my Stoic Championship. I didn't draw anything. And here we have a couple of fractals for Hero X with refusals, as you said.
I wonder if it's Hero X or Hero 10 or Herox. You ever wonder those things?
It stays Hero X for me.
I see. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks about that kind of stuff. Thronekeeper Bullfrog in hand, and I think also a Frostborn Paladin is not bad. Comfortable 2 turns coming up. So Paladin comes out, or Thronekeeper comes out. Maybe Paladin next turn, pending how things go.
And here we see the reclaim on the windmill, one of the easiest plays for every wind deck, and leveling up to level 1 here.
This is nice too because the windmill comes back to hand. You can play Scout the Land.
Yep. And you can even decide what card not to draw for the next 3 cards.
Oh, Calming Breeze came in. Serious commands are still in here. Interesting. Or maybe that's the one of, and the last innervate didn't come in.
Might be.
I like this though. The play pattern is good. So you go turn 1 unmake, acquiescing rejection, you let it get banished. That's fine. You go backup charger, draw up to 8, play Windmill Engineer, which is neutral. You play the reclaim on it, which is neutral, and then you play the Scout the Land, which is also neutral.
Dream Fairy on the Bullfrog again.
Dream Fairy is like your first non-neutral card you've played. Is kind of good, right?
I guess since you have 2, you might as well commit 1.
At this point too, I think Dream Fairying that Thronekeeper Bullfrog and giving him back his influence is okay because you need to push damage and you're not being threatened yet. 3 fractals on board does not threaten you towards lethal. I think at best you can play 3 fractals burst asunder and it's still not enough. It's 14 damage.
Yeah.
Rest 2, play 1, rest 2, play 1, rest 1, play 1, and then you have 1 card in hand. Or no, that's exact cards for burst asunder, assuming you don't GCR. If you GCR, you can have 1 extra card in hand, but not enough to put down an extra fractal. All because Dissonant Fractal was banned.
I think you really want to have the Nullifying Mirror. Wonderful. And here we see the mirror that says nope to a couple cards.
Yeah, mirror's pretty good.
And Zhang Zhao drawing 2 more cards. We are going somewhere.
I have no idea what he drew. Oh, now I do. Spalling Cleanse?
Spalling Cleanse and Inside.
I really like drawing the Spalling Cleanse here. I think Spalling Cleanse
Yeah.
is great because you can just play it, recover 3, go back down.
Activate the Froststone Paladin and go to town.
Yeah. Fractal of Insight here, and you actually maybe glimpse off of it. I think the glimpse
Knowing what you can draw the next couple turns might significantly change just how you want to progress the game. And a Fractal of Rain not imbued, I'm kind of sad.
I guess it depends on if you're good, what you're thinking about materializing next. Because if you want to level up, you probably don't need to glimpse 2. The glimpse is like super valuable if you're planning on playing a draw regalia.
Okay, but isn't the Fractal of Rain imbued kind of good if you glimpse?
Yeah, it's really good if you glimpse after, because then you know if you're gonna imbue into up the right mill.
Yeah. How many cards does he have in hand right now? Is it 3?
I think it's 3.
He's flickering
Spalling Cleanse
3
2
most
cost,
likely.
right?
Spalling Cleanse is 2 cost, that is correct.
So just enough for Spalling Cleanse, level up to Diao-Chan.
And even worst case, he could be threatening a Glimmering Refusal if you really wanted to.
I do like the Calming Breeze in hand here for Noel. Calming Breeze, pretty effective.
I'm a little bit confused why Hero X didn't activate the Nullifying Mirror here for turn.
You know, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. That's actually a very good point. Okay, here's the Glimmering Refusal for 5.
Yep.
Now the question is, do you pay this 5?
Never.
I think if you do pay this 5, you do not swing with Asen. You leave it on board and let it be an interceptor for you.
No, you never pay 5. Here.
1, 2,
because
3,
then you are
4,
bound to
5,
just die.
6, 7, 14. For you to die here, you need 8 fractals. And a Burst Asunder.
No,
so 2
7.
for 1, 1 for 1.
We already have 5 fractals on board. That's 10 damage. Burst Asunder itself is 12. And you need to reach the number of 18.
Yeah. So you need 8 times 2 is 6 plus 2. Or is 16 plus 2. So you need 8 fractals.
Oh, yeah.
So if you rest, okay, let's see, you rest 2, put a fractal out, rest another one, put another one, rest another one, put another one, that's 8. You technically have enough to pay for Burst Asunder to do that, but it's kind of hard.
You could also have a multitude of spell damage in Refracting Missile or Shimmering Refractions here.
That's true. True. 5/5. If you had two kill spells and then a Burst Asunder?
I mean, just 1 and a Burst Asunder might just be enough, right? 2, 4, 5. Let's say it's a Refracting Missile 6.
12. If it's a Refracting Missile, it's enough.
It is a Refracting Missile. Luckily, Noelle kept a couple cards in hand, so she is safe here.
Just Innervate and Veiling?
Yeah. And no, Calming.
I think Calming and Veiling in hand.
Oh, really? I might just have missed that. But not paying the 5 here, that was what we were talking about, was the right call here. Otherwise, you might just face lethal. That was kind of a point.
2 more. 3. This is the Refracting Missile.
You just take us, right?
For 8. Yeah. And then he's going to pay 4 for Burst Asunder. And you just Calming Breeze it because you get the Floating Memory out of it as well. You can convert the Floating Memory into the Hourglass, draw a card, and then you can Dungeon Guide Displace. I don't think he has enough cards to do anything after Burst Asunder here, right? He only has 4 in hand?
It seems like 4, but you most likely want to try to put quote-unquote chip damage for 7 or 8 onto Noelle here. so that she needs to think very hard about what to use to interact with it.
Goodbye, refracting missile.
Indeed.
The question is, will she pay more than 3? Oh, nope, just exact 3. But this time the mirror is coming out. The mirror is being used.
That is pretty good. Pretty good. And I think one of the main reasons why Hero X didn't go for the Buster Thunder line here was most likely because he knew from the first imbue of the game that Noelle has an innervate agility in hand, and if you first go for the refracting missile, putting on damage, and then just get innervate agility, you are a very sad fractal player, right?
Oh, I think the reason is because if you completely put your hand down, you just lose the game. Dungeon Guide Displace puts you to 10 counters. So that's 2 on board, goes you to 7, 3, a third one from the Dungeon Guide, puts you to 8 damage, and then the dragon can hit you for 4, plus if you play anything else with it. So if you draw Regalia, I think you have exactly enough if you have a Byaku's or a Seryus command in your hand.
Not looking too good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you would just actually die here if you fully put your hand down. So Dungeon Guide Displace, you would draw 1 off that. You would still have, I think, 6 cards in hand or 7 cards in hand.
For Hero X, you mean?
No, for Noelle. She has a lot of cards. She has a lot of cards. You draw 1 off of the level 2 Goja as well. So we're in overtime here. It's going to be turn 0 for Noelle.
And Dungeon Guide to 3, most likely getting the quest counters here, just getting the...
She might recover. There's a small chance she takes the recovery. Okay.
No.
We're going for the kill. We're going for the kill here.
You have to close out the game here, otherwise it's a draw, and you don't want to have draws, right?
It's true.
It's all about the money here.
All about the
Can't
money.
forget the $1,000 cash pricing for the top 8 placement.
Well, these players are also 3-1. So they're currently 11th and 12th. So they actually do need to play for wins right now.
Oh.
Okay, here we go.
Serious command. And
if this command resolves, oh man. Oh, he doesn't have anything, does he?
I think the command can just resolve, right?
He has a Spalling Cleanse, that's it. I think he's dead.
No. Hero X has a Song of Frost in hand.
Does he?
Yes, he does. I'm very sure he has.
If he has a Song of Frost, he can live, but it doesn't look like it.
Wait.
Because that Arcane Blast just got generated. Double in power, and then you just send the Arcane Blast for 11.
Do I really need glasses, Tyler?
I think he's dead. I think that was the concession, the nod.
I think it is. It's the Frost on Paladin.
Yeah, that's tough.
Okay, that's really too bad.
That Dream Fairy on the Thronekeeper Bullfrog 2 turns ago was actually really significant because it meant that Hero X couldn't put it up to defend himself against the dragon. So when Seryu comes down and he starts swinging, it's a big beefy boy.
It is indeed a big dragon hitting you. The poor Diao-chan getting beat up by a dragon. Can you imagine that?
That was a close game though. I gotta say, it did not feel super favored one side or the other. I felt like for the most part, at any point someone could have top decked lethal.
Yeah. For sure.
Although
and
I guess maybe in the second game, Noelle did have a lot of answers in her hand because she had Veiling Breeze, Calming Breeze, and Innervate.
And that was most likely the reason why the Aeson had to get banished by the Aqueous Rejection. By the Glimmering Refusal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paying 5 is a little too greedy.
Yeah.
Paying 5 is a little too much. I think like 90, unless you're gonna win the game, it's probably always the wrong play to pay 5.
I think it is actually paying 9, right?
Yeah, paying 9 for Asen is not. I mean, you do draw a million cards, but that's still a bit too much, I think.
Yeah. Haven't drawn enough cards yet to do that. But man, those games are so close, right? Pretty intense.
That was I mean that was just jam packed. It went back to back to back to back. Hopefully we do see a 5-0. I would love to see a player looking for like playing for prizing essentially at the end here. But I mean we'll have to find that out shortly because we are close to the end of overtime here, guys. Currently there's only one 5-0 player. It is Perfy. Perfy the
Oh,
GOAT.
probably
And then the next 2
5-0.
highest are 4-0-1. So both Canadians, Steve and Superior, are both 4-0-1. And then Perfy's first place. It's pretty significant. Let's see how it goes in the end. But I believe we need to send it to a quick break here, guys. We need to swap out the casters, get you guys a little break. Make sure to get some water. Stand up, stretch. Don't sit at your computer too long like I am.
Sounds familiar to me.
Anyways, we'll be back with the 6th round shortly here, guys. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be back in a bit. Hello and welcome back, guys. We're here with the final round of the PTM Michigan Regional. I'm OnceInluv, joined by my co-caster Valkrie. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing all right. I'm ready to go for the round six. We've had such an exciting matchups here, and we're seeing a very familiar face back on stream here. Actually, Joe Quell with the water, Nico once again against Thung on a interesting take on Lorraine. It's going to be a wind allies Lorraine variant, something that like we saw way back in the FTC ALC meta. So very curious to see how this deck performs.
Yeah, me too. I actually really like this deck. So there's a couple reasons why I like this deck. One, I feel like Wind Allies is Clem's favorite deck. But I really, really like Spirit Ruler. Wind Spirit Ruler is one of my favorite decks. Caven beat me at 2024 Nats with this deck, and I was like, this is so cool. I want to play this. And seeing it come back in this meta, 2 years later, it is still really cool that stuff like that exists.
Yeah, it's gone but not forgotten, and occasionally it will pop up every so often. So it's excited to see where it goes. And I'm on the other end. I'm really happy to see Nico. I really enjoyed Nico when she came out. It's one of the first videos I made for ALC was just Nico in general. Really, really enjoy that kind of deck. I actually just built a Nico deck in between the break, listening to you guys cast the last round. So curious to see if Nico's able to put the pressure against Lorraine, or if the allies are just going to be too much, as you don't have board wipes really in water. So there's a point where the enemy's board is just going to be so wide, and they're going to control everything you try and commit to the field.
I really like the opener here for Joe Quell, getting the Seneschal on the field, but also being able to protect it with the Thronekeeper Bullfrog is pretty valuable, especially in an allies matchup where he has to get through that Thronekeeper Bullfrog.
Underrated card there. I think Bullfrog is one of those cards that has really changed how water decks play, just because usually you would run like a stalwart in that position, right? 2 cost floating memory. But the fact that you have a water floating memory taunt for a 3 just really feels so much stronger, and specifically what water was looking for its sort of style and gameplay.
Yeah, the stat line, the element, it's got it all. I mean, he's a frog, he's very handsome. It is the way to go. But we're gonna see the enfeebling orb first from Joquel here, not going for anything else. I really thought he would push the level up right away, but I guess you don't necessarily need the class bonus on the Seneschal when you have the Thronekeeper Bullfrog. We're gonna see another Seneschal coming out.
Oh my, that is deadly. 3/4 for 3 is really strong. Like, yes, they entered hindered, but you've repeated it. We have a bullfrog. This dapper boy is protecting these centrals, and it's going to be really hard for Thing to go ahead and push through with Wind Lorraine. Like, perhaps we could see a hurricane sweep, but we still need to buff up the sword or Lorraine in order for that to happen. Maybe we're setting up for a very powerful level 2 to draw a million cards.
Draw million cards would be pretty good. I do like the good old Hurricane Sweep. Draw into however many things that you kill off the board, but it looks like we're just going to pass again. So we did see an end step favorable wins there, just to get the floating memory to level up to Lorraine. But passing here is a little bit scary. We're representing 6 on board, puts THNG to 9. And Jokel's just chilling, right? I mean, at this point, you just keep drawing cards. You backup charge, you Sable Mirror, you do whatever you want to get more influence. I'm gonna see 4 down, 5 down. We're in Snare Infuse in a wreck.
Interesting.
Interesting. Okay, so that does stop 6 damage. The only like semi-concerning thing is I think Joe Quell can literally play out all of those cards again.
Yeah, just you save yourself 6 damage for the turn, but now you're starting into that same board state. I am curious to see if there's a Hurricane Sweep in the hand for Lorraine, because if there is, then that would be a very nice play. You force your opponent to recommit to the board, and then you get a level up and can just sweep without having to worry about any other interactions. Your opponent has to commit everything. But ensnaring Fumes is not something you see commonly in the Warrior deck.
I think not replaying the Seneschals here makes sense because, like you said, the level 2 potential puts you in a position where you can't exactly hold him down, right? You can't stop it.
Mhm.
You can't fracturize the weapon because if you fracturize the weapon, still gets the +2 from the level up trigger, the on enter trigger of Lorraine level 2, and then Hurricane Sweep itself does enough damage to get over it. Actually, maybe it doesn't. Hurricane Sweep is only 1, right?
Yeah, just one by itself. It really relies on using a powerful weapon or comboing with your Lorraine level 2 on enter to get that +2. It's the benefit of Hurricane Sweep though is you do get the efficiency. It's just missing that power that Flame Sweep has, or even Tidal Sweep.
I think isn't Tidal Sweep also 1?
Yes, but it's my favorite sweep card.
It's because it is floating or because it's water?
Both, yes. A Tidal Sweep
True,
is
true.
obviously the worst. Flame Sweep and Hurricane Sweep are leagues above it. But no sweep, nothing. We're just going straight into Central for 4 using the sword.
Oh, this is bad. I see a Storm of Thorns in hand. Song of Frost would also be really good. Song of Frost, Storm of Thorns, Primordial Ritual also stops the draw. I think Storm of Thorns is the play here.
Yeah. Protect your
Oh, he might Stifling Trap it before the Storm of Thorns to make sure that it dies to get the on kill.
interesting. So Dill 2, Storm of Thorns will prevent 1, meaning Lorraine will hit in for 3, which is more than enough to get rid of the Central. If the Central
Double Cheshire Cat.
dispersion, no win cards, we're gambling off the top.
I did
And
not
he
see what was
hit.
drawn to hand there. It looks like another
Second
Stifling.
stifling, yep.
It's such an interesting list, especially the way it's being played out right now.
Just really goes to show the ingenuity in this game is like you can run interesting lists to and still perform. It's a matter of how much do you know your list and what does it have to answer what the problem decks are doing.
I'm trying to figure out what in this deck is like the anti-meta play, but I don't think there is necessarily an anti-meta play. I think this is just a genuine, honest Wind Allies Lorraine list.
I think the anti-meta play is the ensnaring fumes. The two of ensnarings are just, this gets rid of Shenju's and helps me out a little bit and recycles my allies. But yeah, other than that, it's value, it's good stuff. It's weapon if I build a deck with 58 solid wind norm cards.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you look at all the different like play patterns here, Lorraine herself is good against fractals. So if you know you're playing against fractals, it's great. You have Clarent Clarent Reimagined is a great option for you there. And then you have to look at the other like quote unquote boogeyman decks of the format, right? It's Seiryu. We know it's
Mhm.
Seiryu. So ensnaring teams is a great option here. Extortion Scheme is another option some people use.
Mhm.
Gonna see a Cheshire Cat come in for 1. TH at 7. Nothing to scoff at. 7 damage is quite a bit. Nico can kind of pop off on damage too. She does have that potential. I have been
Yes.
seeing a friend play Burst Asunder Nico. I don't know if it's good, but it's funny. It matches the card, I guess, if you get the new one.
Yeah, it's why would they put her on the art if you're not supposed to run it in a deck with her, right?
True, true. Yeah, that's why I play Tidal Sweep and Mordred, so I can get double floating memory.
Yep. And then, Sudden Still, people should start running that in Arizona. I think it's going to be a very valuable play just because she's on the card.
True. All right, Thurible for 3, I believe. Joquel thinking about what he wants to put out.
And there's only like one actual floating memory, I believe, in Joe Quell's graveyard, which was the Storm of Thorns. We have fake floats, as in the card has floating memory, but not unlocked in Tidestone Bovine.
Yerp. Well, we're just chilling. Tidestone Bovine still in line, still on the field. It is representing good things. Gonna see an imbue here for likely windmill. So that's a
Windmill.
Phalanx Captain and a Hurricane Sweep. Phalanx Captain is really fun. I like the humans deck.
Hmm.
Kind of wish Rally the Peasants was still very playable.
Yeah, it's being able to just dig top six or like your dungeon guide or a phalanx captain feels so good, especially if your opponent has multiple allies on the field, so you get to free activate it. Very, very good value. I do want to ask you about the like imbuing's important because you give uh, information to your opponent, and you can also play mind games with your opponent. Do you think imbuing this hurricane sweep is a very beneficial mind game? Because it shows your opponent, like, hey, don't go too wide because I will remove your board. Because that's something you could really keep close to your chest. Do you think this is actually like affecting Joe Quell, or is that just something you shouldn't worry about?
I think it's the play. I think it's actually the play to do that. I really like mind gaming people to like change their play patterns because if you get into their head even for a moment, their unwavering resolve is just gone. And the way that they have to play the game becomes very, very shaky and loose. So you have like more time to for them to make a mistake. I don't know.
That does make sense,
Maybe
yeah.
it's just me like that feels that way, but I feel like if someone mind games me and gets into my head even for a second, my play pattern completely shifts. I have to like really I overthink about things.
You try and play around too much or the uncertainty of things which causes you to make suboptimal plays. Yeah. I understand you on that one. It's and like if you get frazzled in game one, you start to think about it for like game two. And you're not sure like, oh, do they have it, do they not? And you really start to, as you said, like question yourself or double think, which causes a very unhealthy way to be performing in a competitive environment.
It's even worse for me too because I often play in a way where I force my opponent to have it. So if I start wavering, then I start thinking, okay, well I don't have the answer. How do I play around it? Instead of just like forcing them to answer everything I have.
Hmm. Yeah, it's mind games are beneficial. It's something as small as showing a specific card for imbuing, and that's important to remember as you're playing Grand Archive. We do see a recollection here after Clarent was materialized, and we're just the humans have been removed off the board, so Phalanx is full cost. Like, we're gonna dungeon guide, and what terrain are we running here? We are. Oh,
Spirit ruler,
Spirit
spirit
Ruler.
ruler.
Okay.
We're bringing back swords.
Bringing back the swords.
Dungeon guy to
Makes
3.
sense
We're
with
losing. We're
the.
losing that. What was it? We lost the hurricane sweep there off the banishment. Bringing back drawn blade to draw a card. This is like the classic line. This is something we always did back in the day, right? Nowadays there's like other options because we have things like Sword Saint's Vow and stuff like that, but this one's looking pretty good.
Yeah, starting to get flashbacks of the first ever nationals. This is the play pattern. This is what you want to see you do. Generate that extra card. The only thing we're missing now is technically the oh gosh, the 4 cost 2/4 ally that if you attacked with your champion you draw into memory. Tact sergeant.
Tactical Sergeant. It's a one
Yeah.
four, I think, right?
Oh, 1/4 probably. They're missing let's take a look at
That
it.
was the pre-iteration, like the 0.5 version of Windmill Engineer.
Yeah,
It was like
and
the ultimate worst version of Windmill Engineer. But we love Tactful Sergeant. It's a great card back then. Attack, play Tactful for 4, draw a card to memory, swing for one more, I guess.
yeah,
It's just nice because
living
she wouldn't. It was hard to kill her. Being a 1/4, she was difficult to kill for sure.
really helped turn that Phalanx Captain online as well 1 turn sooner.
Yep. Oh, Sable Mirror coming out. We're gonna be banishing for 5.
5.
That's 2 lash counters.
2 Lash
Not
Counters,
bad.
and more importantly, the Icebound Slam.
Ice Band Slam. I love Ice Band
Ice-
Slam.
Judge, he's playing with a banned card.
It's a good
Deck
one for
check.
sure. I'm interested to see the fan proxies that get made of Sable Mirror because any proxy of all card can technically follow different art as long as it has the right text.
Hmm.
I'm sure Connie will come up with a great one. She always makes great stuff, or they always make great stuff.
Yes, I'm excited. I hope Connie makes one and then I can sneakily get one.
Real.
Big fan of Connie alters and
Do you just
proxies
Icebound
there.
Slam here? Am I crazy? I think you
Yeah, no,
just
you slam
Icebound
it.
Slam here, right?
Yeah. Pay 5, mill 5, dill.
Because like there's no way you die and 19 damage counters away. You just go for it. Icebound Slam. And then next turn you go Mage Bane Lash, swing for 3, swing for 2, or Palvor Sword. You can also swing with since you have a Cheshire Cat on the field. That's 2 float.
Big hits.
And then he has an Enfeebling Orb to defend himself this turn too. So if he thinks TH is going to kill him, you just Enfeebling Orb after the first activation. It's looking kind of cooked. I think he's actually like pretty dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just calling it. That's game.
I
said Palvor Sword. I think Inerrant Sword is actually a better play, right? Since you are Guardian, you get the class bonus +1, so you swing for 3, and then your Cheshire Cat swings for 3, versus 2 and 2.
Yeah, I totally forget about the class bonus on Inert Sword because it's so used to seeing it in the non-Guardian decks. But you're right.
I
That's
can't
an
forget.
addition.
I can't forget Inerrant Sword. Memo Carp has abused me too much with Nico Inerrant Sword. Just abusing my whole board because he's a Guardian.
Just getting that advantage there. Yeah, it looks like Thing drew the top card of the deck, looked at it, and decided, nope, can't get myself out of this position. Icebound Slam. There's a reason it was banned. Taking 8 was a little too strong.
So looking at sideboards here, I think TH has the potential to bring in the Staggering Strikes, especially if he's afraid of the Cheshire Cats. Other than that, everything else feels kind of lackluster. I don't think it's worth bringing in the Scatter Essence only for the Fractal of Rains. It seems a little overkill to do that. I don't know. Would
Yeah,
you do it?
no, like I think it's one of those traps people fall into is just, oh, they have fractals, I have this to remove it. But if they end up never playing a fractal, that's a completely dead card in your hand. It has no other use, and as wind, you can't get rid of it. So sort of just clogging up the hand here. And so I think like yes, in Magical Christmas Land, you can totally remove their fractals and 2-for-1 them, but in reality, it's not going to be a common practice.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting for sure. On the other side, though, sideboarding options are actually fairly good for Joquel. Vapor Jet Shield, very, very good card against ally decks. I also think that playing the Frozen Dismissal is pretty valuable. And you could be a little prejudiced if you put in the Nia and you call Inerrant Sword.
Make them pay 3.
Yeah, because it basically forces him to pay the what's it called? To pay no. It's you pay 1 memory.
Oh, memory. That's right. Yes.
Yeah, it basically forces them to play a Sword of Shadows instead. Which, if you have a Cheshire Cat, then they just get a terrible sword.
Yeah, and we do have Cheshire Cat. I do think Pure Beyond may also be a viable option just because you are playing against Wind. Um, and Wind's very common and known to run Innervate, which completely, stealth, stops your big attacks. We know on our end that there isn't going to be innervates coming in or innervates at all in the game, but it's something that Joquel can think about as when it is common to have those in the deck. And it would actually make sense for Lorraine, right? You innervate off of 3, go back to 3, get another sword.
You can do that. I think it's actually better to go 2 down to 1 and then back up to 2 for the on-kill draw.
Yeah, that is true. Save yourself
Especially if especially if your opponent tries to rebuild their board, you can just like Hurricane Sweep again.
Yeah.
Or you like killed something, drew into a Hurricane Sweep, and then you could just do it and replay it.
One of my favorite Lorraine decks was a Win Lorraine, and this was before Baby Gray got banned, but I was running Win Lorraine with the Prismatic package being slimes. So like I ran like a Fire Slime card, Water Slime card, and then you just run Baby Gray and Baby Green to just generate that value. And so like Win Lorraine can have many different masks on it and just different kind of play styles. Everything seems valuable, innovating from 2-1, 3-2. Um, like honestly, you could even go 1-0 to just get another sword if you're really trying to fight for board early game.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Do you think that in this matchup? Okay, before we get into that, would you ever set down a Longtail Grosword for your Imbue.
No, I would not.
I feel
I
like that
think
card is too good to not, like, you just hold it in your hand for the fast activation, right?
yeah, it's not a class bonus fast activation, so you keep that, and it's going to be your ally pressure. But yeah, very interesting to get rid of that, or not get rid of it, but set it down.
Tidestone Bovine doing the Tidestone Bovine thing. Is he attacking face? Okay, no, he is attacking the Windmill Engineer. Reclaim makes sense. Yeah, all good. I feel like you have to face check that. You're playing a water deck. You might as well. You still get the benefit
Yeah.
of the mill regardless.
Either way, you get that value. I do want to say TH did draw both the Scatter Essence into their opening hand, and we're gonna start to see that problem with I mentioned on that Scatter Essence is Joquel did not play a single fractal. That means there's just gonna be two cards with floating memory that TH just has to deal with in their hand. That's not gonna do much. We want to keep our eyes on this to see if it does make a big difference, if those were the ensnaring fumes instead. Oh,
You
do
have
you
the
DG
dungeon
to
guide.
Hurricane Sweep here?
Oh, you definitely do if you have the cards for it. Oh, but wait, he did bring in the Scatter Essence. He brought in the Scatter Essence to say, don't play a Fractal of Rain. I will kill it.
Mind games.
Interesting.
I do think we had enough to Dungeon Guide Hurricane Sweep. Trying to
Maybe he
count.
just doesn't value losing that many cards, because you still do lose cards from it. He probably wants to go for a Purifying Thurible this coming turn, because Joquel's not Nico yet. Oh, he's got the Enfeebling Dagger. What am I looking at? He's got the Crystallized Destiny Break. Not going Enfeebling Orb this time. Interesting. All right, so we are going to most likely see the Purifying Thurible come out, right? There's 4 cards in graveyard, one of which is a floating for Guardian class bonus.
Yeah, just get rid of all of them. You have 4 or 5 cards in hand. There is no downside to do that during your recollection.
Seneschal, good. Good, efficient, 3 cost, 3/4. It is hindered, but we do know that a lot of the allies that come in hindered are kind of strong. Good old Languid Totrol. Okay, this I don't understand. Backup charger. So essentially you backup charger now. Next turn you Thurible and you hope that he doesn't use the Storm of Thorns for a Frostborn Paladin on his turn.
Yeah, it's Thurible would do the same thing as backup's doing now, but you guarantee to remove a float that could be used.
I guess backup charger now he's gonna Dungeon Guide Hurricane Sweep. I
Yeah,
guess
just
if okay, here's the consideration. If you're gonna DG Hurricane Sweep here, then you don't care that your opponent has the float from the Thronekeeper Bullfrog. Okay, now I'm more confused.
we're getting hit with the mix-up here.
Yeah.
TH playing the mind games on
This
casters.
is definitely a fighting game of all time.
Oh, and the Fracturize on the sword, which just makes this play feel even worse than we were already considering it to be here. You lose that power bonus on the Cheshire Cat. You can't remove the Bullfrog. And that Fracturize is now going to be used to level up to Nico. Let's look at the top 2. What do we want to get rid of?
Not the Seneschal. Oh, no, you want the water card, I guess? I guess it doesn't really matter. When you get 2 options that you don't really want, you just pick one.
Yeah, no. Maybe choose what you might see at the very, very, very late game.
Cerulean Decree and a Fractal of Rain. Not that useful. Kind of all right. Coming in, taking 4 here for THNG. He's going to Calming Breeze. Calming Breeze will stop the damage.
Do with that Calming Breeze and that flow, are we hard leveling to 2 then and ignoring the Thurible plan since there's too many cards in the graveyard?
He might Thurible anyways in Dungeon Guide, just to thin the graveyard. I'm not sure if it really matters that much, though. Thurible does let
Yeah.
you draw an extra card now versus later. Because you can always use the Calming Breeze later on for, like, Drawn Blade or something, because he hasn't gone Clarent, right?
He hasn't gone Clarent yet. But he also doesn't have a
Shadows.
sword to bring back at level 3, so you're technically 2 materializations behind to consider if you want to get to 3.
This is really, really scary. If he goes Dungeon Guide Hurricane Sweep, he can get really punished by Storm of Thorns and by Cerulean Decree.
Or that Song of Frost sitting in hand for Jaquel.
Yep. So it's going to be 2 here into the Stormkeeper Bullfrog. I think you let the 2 through and then you Storm of Thorns afterwards. Because you're
Yeah.
okay taking the damage. If you force him to use a Stifling Trap to get the kill, you're fine with that. It's whatever.
If they do Stifling Trap, I think that shuts down the DG Hurricane Sweep route as well. Yep, there you are. You called it. What is the proper play here now, once we thinking just Dungeon Guide Hurricane, commit, hope they don't have it?
You can't really do that when he has 3 cards in hand. Because it could be, 1, it could be a second Storm of Thorns. 2, it could be a Song of Frost. Song of Frost, if you Dungeon Guide level 3 Hurricane Sweep, don't do anything with it, and he Song of Frost you, he goes -1, but you lost 2 cards to do that, and you lost the value of your on enter. And because he's level 1 and you're rested, he can Snow White you. Like he
Oh,
can Snow White you
yeah.
anyways, but it just feels worse. It just feels worse because then he just like he taxes on the extra like I'm gonna hold you down as hard as I can, and it just feels really bad. Tough position to be in. The board is so commanding for Joquel, right? Like THNG is playing mostly into this. I want to say it's mostly into this level 3 deck, but it really has a split between value engine stuff and top end. It's
Mhm.
for Pendragons, right? So the deck does rely on drawing cards from Pendragon and then having Banner Knight or Phalanx Captains out. The problem is it's really hard to like build and maintain the board unless you're like slamming down Asins.
Yeah, yeah. I definitely agree with you. Like not seeing Asin windmill or even just being able to activate that Groves ward on turn 1, as we were mentioning, really sets you behind the pace. Like it would
Grosword
be.
also a human, animal human based.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So
It
it.
does apply for the Phalanx Captain. Oh, we're gonna see a ravishing finale. What are we looking? What is happening? Just a ravishing to face for damage. I mean, it is a lot of damage. Ravishing is for 6, right?
For 6,
Banish 2
yeah. We're
float, deal 6.
mill 22.
Yep. Oh yeah, Ravishing has the mill. I forgot. It's not just
Yep.
the Nico Whiplash Allure. Yeah, when you just use Mage Bane Lash, it's just damage. But when you actually have Ravishing, oh my goodness, Crystallized Destiny gone. One
Hey,
floating
float.
from Scatter. 2 floating. He's got the Swift Recruit. Oh, he's losing all his aces. Oh my goodness. There's a million float, but he has like he's lost so many good cards.
Yeah. Oh my. That's, yay, float, but now what do you have left? Do you ghosts and phalanxes? Are you
So he hasn't
really.
lost a Ghost of Pendragon, which is pretty significant. The only problem is you're kind of not. Oh man, is he gonna do it? Oh, so pre-recollection, we're gonna see the Groves Ward come in. Fast activation. It's gonna be a 2/3 because he is over level 1. Even if you sweep here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it does get over the Storm of Thorns. It loses to Song of Frost though. He's baiting. He's baiting really hard for the Song of Frost right now.
Asking for something to be played that's not a Song of Frost. You'd probably even take a Storm of Thorns at this point. Oh, it actually looks like we may be going the Phalanx Captain route. There is 2 Phalanx Captains, I believe, in the hand for TH. So having 3 humans now means that Phalanx is going to be a 2 cost and then a 1 cost. Uh, Honestly, if we Dungeon Guide here, we can get both those Phalanx Captains out as well.
Yeah, it's not bad. Did he swing the Cheshire Cat for 2 into the... Wait. Sword of Shadows is a... Is it a 2/2?
It's
I thought it was a
a
1/2.
2/2. It's only a 1/2 if the opponent has stealth.
I mean, its printed stat though, I'm pretty sure is 1/2. So yeah. Where did the damage come in from? Oh, so he overkilled it with Lorraine? I'm
Well,
just confused
1
how the
from the
damage was distributed because the
Cheshire,
Cheshire Cat should only come in for 2, the windmill for 1,
and he
and then
overkilled by 1 in for the Storm of Thorns. He was playing around the Storm of Thorns.
I guess so. I feel like Storm Thorns should have came out earlier to kill the windmill.
Yeah, prevented that, stopped the entire play there.
It's not the worst choice either. All I think we're gonna see a Phalanx Captain now. 1, 2.
Oh, and are we just passing?
He's asking for cards in grave, I think. Wants to find out the floating count. So there's 2 floating. I mean, he
Moments like
could play another Cheshire Cat, but I don't think it's worth it. I think playing the Phalanx Captain is fine here. It does a decent amount of damage. Dungeon Guiding to 3 doesn't really do a lot for you because I don't think he has any Swords and Banishment.
Yeah, no Swords and Banishment. This is one of those moments where the rule change from Dungeon Guide not waking you up does really affect this
Swift
kind of
Recruit.
deck strategy. And now we commit the Phalanx for 1?
He really wants to hold onto the Phalanx because I don't think he wants to lose it to the Seneschal.
Seneschal Bovine coming in together.
He can also just take out a sword or like a weapon and attack with it. He doesn't have another Ravishing, does he?
Oh, that's actually a good question.
If he has
There
another
is
Ravishing, he
2
just wins the game.
Yep. Curious then what is going in that influence of Joe Quell. Ravishing will seal the deal. We do have to remove that Swift Recruit, but we do have the Essential for that as well. Do you just get Enfeebling Orb here then if you do have the Ravishing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything's free. Because if you take out anything else, you have to pay cost for it, right? And you don't have enough cost to bring out Inert Sword. So if you have Ravishing, you Enfeebling Orb, you just Enfeebling Orb right now.
He has the Ravishing.
Oh, he does have a Ravishing finale. Okay. Well, I guess that answers that. I think THNG was kind of banking on the fact that he probably didn't have the third one because there's 2 in graveyard already.
That is true. Seeing a majority of the Ravishings now would be highly unlikely, but
The
it
thing
is always a
is, I
possibility.
don't think there's a way for THNG to stop this, even with cards in hand. Because you go Seneschal attacks Swift Recruit, and then you say before damage, Enfeebling Orb, and you just wait and you see what he does.
Yeah, the only possible way to survive that is if TH Zephyrs that Essential right there and then to save that Swift Recruit.
Yup.
Which
Actually, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. Tidestone Bovine plus the Enfeebling Dagger is enough to kill.
oh, the dagger deals 1 to a unit. You're correct. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's over.
The bovine even targeted TH to mill. I
Yep.
think the signs are
That's one
being
extra damage. So
shown
he's gonna
here.
mill is gonna be 16 or 6 goes to 18, mill 36. And then before that, you enfeebling dagger him for one more and make him mill 38.
You already milled 22 earlier. I think that's more than 60.
He's like, I gotta go for it, man. Yeah, Jets GG. THNG knew. He puts out the fist bump, and it looks like Joe Quell is going to be making it into the top 16 there, I believe.
Was this for top 16 or top 8?
I'm gonna double check for you. This was so Joe Quell will go to 4-1-1, which secures top 16 for sure. I don't know if it makes it to top 8 though. His tiebreakers are good, but there's no guarantee. We do know that because the first 4 tables ID'd, that means that Perfy, main deck Perfy, will be the winner of the event at a 16 score point of 501. So he's undefeated on the Water Fractals. He's one of the top 8 world's competitors of 2025, making his run back here. So he will be getting that big cash prize alongside the champion mat for the regional.
Oh, very cool to show off that you are the champion of a 63-person regional. And it was pretty tough competition out there with the amount of variety of players out there, the different decks, and the fact that fractals are doing so well again. Would you say the meta is healing or the meta is going in a strange direction?
I think it's kind of ebbing and flowing in a very comfortable way. There are decks that come and go and have been good and have been bad, but as people lean further and further into certain decks being really good, it kind of allows for other decks to come back, right? So as we focus on level 3 decks, aggressive burn decks come through. Fire Aether Diana, Fire Xander's still pretty good. Fire Tony, like all these aggressive decks are coming through. Fire Diachan, and then as those start to come through again, then we start to get these reactive defensive decks or just general water decks that can kind of play around both if you're looking at things like fractals. Overall, ebb and flow feels very comfortable. I think the game is actually in a really good place right now.
Yeah, we saw it with the element breakdown. I'm comfortable with that. I like to see all elements equally representative, not one so overpowering. So moving in a good direction. And the next big event, I believe, is going to be Los Angeles, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
It should be, yeah. Ascent LA at the end of March-ish there. It will be the premiere of RDO, the world premiere of RDO, which also means probably the world premiere of Pantheon.
Yep, I
So
believe.
that's like super exciting. And then we have the dev stream at the end of this month, which is really cool. They just posted that on Twitter. Yeah, I don't think there's any other big events besides regionals. There's going to be our online regional, the TCG NA Online League regional, will be next weekend. Tickets are still available at the TCG online store if you guys haven't already picked that up. Also, if you want to watch the stream, I will be hosting the stream as Stream Balance Productions, but we will be running it on this channel, the True Champion Gaming channel. Valkrie will be joined with us as a caster for that. So hopefully you guys enjoy the wonderful regionals as always. Online regionals are definitely an interesting thing to have. I think we in Grand Archive, I think they're actually handled pretty well.
Yeah, yeah, I do agree with that. It's I feel like it's very fair with the regionals.
Yeah, there's not too much. Were there any decks today that did well that you weren't really expecting to do good?
Ooh, that's a. I honestly think like the decks that performed well, Fire Merlin, the Fractals, everything to be expected. I was just very pleasantly surprised to see a variety of decks that I wasn't expecting. We talked about it with the Wind Slimes, this Wind Lorraine, just these variations of decks that are already out there that people are dabbling in different elements. I feel like I'm really glad to see. Unfortunately, both the decks that I'm excited for didn't win on stream, but the fact that they were able to make it there and they did have wins in the event just shows that it has potential.
Yeah, it's definitely unique. I really liked that Imperious Galebind. I thought it was sick. Super sick. I love when people cook. I'm excited to see the Pantheon cooks. I think Pantheon will
Yes.
bring a nice form of life into the game. It'll give players the opportunity to kind of like I feel like a lot of the competitive players have to struggle with the concept of I want to play things that are fun that I like, and I need to do well at events. So like
Mhm.
Pantheon introduces this opportunity where you can have fun a little bit more and play things that you like.
Yeah, and it's pretty much Pantheon to me is you get to represent your favorite champion. You get to bling out the deck. It's one ofs. You get to show off your favorite champion, even if it's not good in a competitive format, as you said. But it's sort of a love letter to the champion that you really want to play. Super excited to see what people come up with. Although I am gonna say there's one person in my locals who says they're playing Vanitas for Pantheon, and we gotta stop that. That's just a no go. We're not playing Firewind Vanitas for Pantheon.
Okay, the easy way to do it is you just all three of you kill Vanitas. It's easy.
The real villain of the story. But yeah, how about you, Once? Any we talked about the meta, everything. Was there just a breakout deck that maybe we didn't see, but you saw someone playing deck list wise that you're just like, man, I want this deck to be more popular or for more people to play it?
Ooh. I don't think there's anything I necessarily saw this time that I felt that way about. I like the Wind Allies Lorraine. I not really that version, but I like the concept of Wind Allies Lorraine a lot.
Hmm.
Other than that, I would say I think Wind Sylvie was probably the most interesting one to me. The Wind Slime Sylvie, especially
Yeah.
since it wasn't just like I'm gonna play Storm Slime 5 times. Kind of cool. Kind of cool to see the other things. Big limitless slime is always fun. Also, to answer the chat question, Valk's favorite champion is Diana.
Yes, yes. The specifically the DTR Diana wasn't really into the gun variant, but yeah, super big fan of that.
Yeah, some big ones for sure. I want to see someone cook up the what is it called? Buffeting Hurricane?
Oh, the cleric Fantasia.
The advanced element
Yeah.
the advanced element Razor Gill. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Suppress an
Uh,
object, deal 2 damage to target champion. Sick.
Yeah, there's a possibility you like run that in Dao Chan. There's a lot of reaction suppresses, so you can sort of partner that with Razor Gale too. You might
I
have
really wish it
something.
wasn't class bonus. I'd play it in Byakko.
Yeah, yeah, not class bonus, but I think they thought it through because like imagine playing it in Wind Kong Ming where you get Tempest Downfalls for suppressing and
Yep. Oh, I mean, on the plus side, you do have to be advanced element. You have to have advanced element knowledge since it's an exalted card.
yeah.
But yep, not too much else. Overall, games were great today. I'm really happy with how everyone played. I think that things. I think the quality of games were really good. I like the diversity of decks, even though we did see a lot of fractals. Throwback to 2025 Worlds. But overall, I'm just excited to see how things turn out next week with the online regionals.
Yeah, I'm excited. We'll see if Fractals continue their reign of dominance or if another deck's gonna pop up. And will there be more Tristans? That is the question.
Yep. Will Tristan come back? There was very few Tristan decks today, I think.
Only two.
Yeah, 2 Tristan's kind of small in a field of 63. Definitely an interesting one. But without further ado, thank you guys for joining us. Again, please subscribe to the True Champion Gaming channel. If you guys like the content, we will have the regionals here next week. My name is OnceInluv. I'm here joined with Valkrie. Thank you guys for joining us for the PTM Michigan regional stream, and we will see you guys on the next one.
Take care.